Inside the dungeon, a hero named Spectre encountered the boss known as the Frost Queen. She taunted him, accusing him of letting his comrades die just to reach her, but he silenced her. A fierce battle ensued between them. They exchanged powerful strikes and evaded attacks with quick agility. Each obstacle he overcame boosted his confidence, leading him to deliver a devastating blow to the Frost Queen. With her defeat, a bright light flashed before his eyes, and text appeared stating that he was absorbing the Frost Queen's power. He became encased in ice and entered a state of hibernation until he fully absorbed the Frost Queen's nucleus. 25 years later, in the present day of 2024, everyone still remembered Spectre and his comrades as the 5 heroes who had defeated the Frost Queen. After their victory, numerous safe zones emerged on Earth. The heroes were frozen in ice and put on display. However, one observant child noticed movement within one of the frozen statues. The presenter dismissed it, claiming that the reinforced glass wall surrounding the statues was temperature-controlled at all times. To everyone's surprise, the statue of Spectre began to shake the glass wall. Text appeared, congratulating him for absorbing 100% of the Frost Queen's nucleus, and gaining a new skill called Frost X. Confused by all that was happening, Spectre lost consciousness. Spectre, waking up in the hospital, is surprised to learn that he was frozen for a quarter of a century, and his body feels weak. The doctor enters the room and informs him that the president of the Player Association wishes to meet him. Spectre asks if he knows the president, considering that he would only entertain the meeting if they were close friends. The doctor reveals that the president of the Player Association is indeed a close friend of his. Curious about the identity of this friend, Spectrum realizes that there aren't many people who would consider themselves close to him. He contemplates the peaceful world he and his comrades had always longed for, deciding to remove his mask since he believes that this world no longer needs heroes. The doctor is uncertain about how to respond to Spectre's revelation. Soon after, the president of the Player Association arrives to provide an explanation. Spectre is surprised to see a familiar face and asks if the person is Diak-gu, to which the president becomes embarrassed and dismisses everyone else in the room. Addressing Spectre by his real name, Jin-ho, the president notes that he looks exactly the same as before. Jin-ho teases the president, to which president scolds him, and feels stupid for expecting sentimental reunion. Jin-ho then inquires about the doctor's reaction and the reason behind the shocked atmosphere when everything should be fine. The president proceeds to explain the events of the past 25 years. After defeating the Frost Queen and receiving a message proclaiming victory and the appearance of a safe zone, people around the world rejoiced. However, their happiness was short-lived when another message appeared stating that the second floor had been unlocked, revealing that the Frost Queen was only the beginning. Confusion and anger arose among the players, leading to a large meeting involving the Player Association, politicians, and other stakeholders. Following extensive discussions, an expedition squad was dispatched to explore the frontier. The second floor presented abundant opportunities, granting humanity access to new magic, technology, resources, and knowledge. They soon discovered that there were a total of 10 floors. Jin-ho recalls that it took them 5 years to defeat the Frost Queen and estimates that in 25 years, they should have cleared 6 floors, although he acknowledges that the other players were significantly weaker, which is why only 5 of them went to face the Frost Queen. Adjusting his estimation, he assumes they should have reached at least the 5th floor. He asks the president on which floor they are currently on. The president responds with disappointment, confessing that in the last 25 years, humanity has only managed to clear the 2nd floor. Jin-ho becomes disappointed and angry, questioning the reason behind this slow progress. The president explains that the 3rd floor is a volcanic region, and only a few players with resistance to intense heat can explore it. After an extended period, they discovered an altar amidst a sea of lava. However, this altar requires the Frost Queen's nucleus to cool down the environment. Nervously, Jin-ho asks if they found the nucleus. The president, feeling embarrassed, apologizes and reveals that despite searching extensively, they were unable to locate the nucleus. Jin-ho feels guilty because he had observed the nucleus before. He tries to comfort the president, offering reassurance. Subsequently, Jin-ho visits a museum where his friends' statues reside. Sitting down, he shares with them that the world has become a better place now, enjoying a cup of sake with each one. As Jin-ho notices dust on his friend's statue, he attempts to remove it, but a sudden message appears stating, with the Frost X, he can remove the seal, but he has insufficient magic power to do so. Upon seeing this, Jin-ho realizes that he has the ability to bring his friends back. Examining his status bar, Jin-ho realizes that his magic power is currently too low, and it will take some time for it to recover. However, he notices a skill called Frost with an S rank, indicating that he is likely the only one with a higher rank. Additionally, he discovers a title he obtained after defeating the Frost Queen, which increases all his stats by 30 each time he advances to a higher floor. Realizing this, he understands that not only can he return to his original level, but he can also become even stronger than before by harnessing the power of the Frost Queen. This would allow him to bring his team back to life. He informs the president of his desire to become a player again, surprising him since Jin-ho had always talked about retiring in the past. The president hesitates, considering the existence of fiends. These fiends are players who misuse their awakened powers to commit crimes and murder in pursuit of their own desires. They remember that the fiends had wanted to kill Jin-ho in the past. The only way for him to safely return is by discarding his player name, Spectre, and change his identity as Jin-ho. Curious about Jin-ho's motivation, the president asks why he wants to become a player again. Jin-ho explains that he wants to reach the 10th floor and reveals that he has a plan to clear the 3rd floor. He confesses that he has absorbed the Frost Queen's nucleus, leaving the president utterly shocked, causing his blood pressure to rise. After calming down, the president asks if Jin-ho's decision is driven by his comrades. Jin-ho smiles and confirms this. They devise a plan to keep Jin-ho's identity a secret and address the issue of the doctor who saw his face. Jin-ho explains that all his abilities have been sealed, reducing his stats to level 1. He then asks the president to help him obtain a new player's license. However, the president reveals that the guilds have become more powerful than the player association and have made it accustomed to attend licensing exams. Therefore, Jin-ho can only obtain his license by participating in a public exam. On the day of the exam, Jin-ho noticed a large number of people gathered to take the test. He sat down and used one of his skills to eavesdrop on the conversations around him, finding a peaceful atmosphere. As he observed the first examinee taking the exam, Jin-ho realized that the person was using a spear. The other examined believed that the examinee would easily pass due to the spear's long-range advantage. However, Jin-ho knew that a spear is ineffective in close combat. Consequently, the first examinee failed as he was beaten by goblins. After numerous examinees failed, it was Jin-ho's turn. The judges were not impressed by the previous applicants. Carrying a variety of weapons with him, Jin-ho entered the exam. The judges thought he was just another imitator of Spectre, and the president felt that he was showing off too much. The exam began, and Jin-ho skillfully killed every goblin that appeared. When additional goblins approached from behind, he swiftly dispatched them with knives. Some enemies tried to flee, but he skillfully eliminated them using a bow. As the remaining goblins rushed toward him, he showcased impressive sword skills, defeating them all. However, his body began to ache, as he was only at level 1 and not in optimal shape. The judges were amazed by Jin-ho's use of various weapons and praised his abilities. However, upon reviewing his profile, they noticed that he only possessed a D-rank weapon proficiency skill. This led them to believe that he was not worth investing in. On the other hand, the president of the association was happy that recruiting Jin-ho would be an easy task. He felt bad for fabricating Jin-ho's profile. In the president's office, Jin-ho is scolded for making a mess of the place. The president then shows him the information on the uncleared gate that Jin-ho had requested. He asks Jin-ho if he plans to enter the gate with his current level. Jin-ho explains that gates are filled with monsters and traps that indiscriminately attack humans. Among them, there are gates that are so dangerous that even the bodies of experienced players are left behind. These gates are called uncleared gates, and only beginners can attempt to conquer them. The rewards and experience points inside the gate increase over time, providing a faster way to level up. The president asks if there is any safe way to undertake this challenge. Jin-ho responds that his friends are waiting for him to free them, and he will eventually have to face the fiends. There is no time to waste, he needs to become stronger quickly. Understanding Jin-ho's urgency, the president searches for suitable uncleared gates for him. They choose a gate that appeared 7 years ago and remains uncleared. The only condition for success is to survive until sunrise. With this, Jin-ho becomes officially tied to the association and requests permission to stay in the association building. The president allows him to stay in a room there, and provides him with armor crafted by Kwon Noya, a legendary craftsman. Jin-ho asks if he can personally thank Kwon Noya, but the president reminds him that he is no longer known as Spectre, and people would become suspicious if he were to do so. Jin-ho puts on his armor and decides to enter the dungeon. Jin-ho confidently enters the gate, assuming it will be easy to survive until sunrise. He studies the data and discovers that the group who entered early in the morning had the longest survival time. Jin-ho patiently waits until the enemies spawn. As undead creatures appear, he swiftly eliminates them. Jin-ho activates a skill that helps him sense the presence of enemies, and he realizes there are many more of them. The zombies launch an attack, but Jin-ho skillfully defeats each one. After the intense battle, he takes a moment to rest. Suddenly, Jin-ho hears a voice asking for help. He traces the source to a coffin and inquires about the person inside. The individual explains that all of his friends have died, and he is the sole survivor. Jin-ho instructs him to shout loudly so he can pinpoint the exact location. Following the shout, Jin-ho locates the person's head and begins shooting through the coffin. He understands why this dungeon has claimed the lives of over 100 people. It is because of the monsters called Tricker inside the coffin. It bursts out, exclaiming, "How did you know?" Without giving it a chance to react, Jin-ho swiftly cuts it in half. He proceeds to eliminate the remaining zombies and successfully clears the dungeon. A message appears, indicating that Jin-ho has cleared the dungeon and advanced to level 4. As a reward, he acquires a new C-rank skill called Confessions of the Dead, which allows him to explore the memories of the dead. Jin-ho was excited about future. The world was shocked to discover that the infamous novice's grave, Curse of Dawn, had vanished overnight. The president was elated that the big guilds were being ignored. He asked Jin-ho once again if he had any intention of revealing himself, to which Jin-ho replied that it wasn't the right time. He wanted to be someone everyone desired but couldn't easily obtain, and eventually, people would figure out who he truly was. Jin-ho dedicated himself to training and improving his stats. While looking at the news, he came across an uncleared gate called Luf's Garden that had appeared 9 years ago, with monsters emerging from it. The government and association offered a substantial reward to anyone who could clear the gate, but despite many attempts across the country, nobody succeeded. Eventually, they had to seek help from other countries and spent a fortune to hire a super rookie from India named Tushar Vishi, who was a Bao genius. However, even Tushar Vishi, at 22 years old, failed, leaving everyone without hope. Jin-ho decided to be more cautious and prepared for any hidden threats that might lurk within the gate. He began using his frost skill. Upon entering the gate, the condition for clearing it was to defeat all the monsters. Jin-ho encountered a maze and wisely chose to avoid it for now. He found a place to rest, but as night fell, monsters started to appear and attacked him. With swift movements, Jin-ho killed the monsters. However, he soon noticed that more monsters were appearing, and he continued to eliminate them. He then realized that they were multiplying as he killed them. As Jin-ho runs, the monsters launch an attack, but he quickly defends himself with his ice shield. Skillfully, he defeats all the monsters, successfully clearing Luf's garden. However, he is left wondering how someone as skilled as Tushar Vishi, a super rookie, and his teammates couldn't defeat these monsters. Why did they fail? Curiosity gets the better of Jin-ho, and he decides to enter the maze. Inside, he comes across the corpses of dead players, including Tushar's. He recalls that Tushar possessed the Tempest Bow, which allowed arrows to fly around in a unique manner. Among the corpses, Jin-ho finds a notebook that belonged to Tushar. Intrigued, he picks it up and starts reading. In the notebook, Tushar recounts being commissioned to clear a gate in Korea, knowing that he might not return alive. However, without any hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Tushar's girlfriend, Zaya, asked him to take her along, and they promised to look out for each other. In addition to Zaya, one of her friends and one of Tushar's friends also joined the expedition. They enter the gate, and everyone is amazed by the beautiful scenery. However, at night, 8 monsters appear, and they start fighting them. To their surprise, the monsters multiply to 32 during the battle. Tragically, Tushar's friend gets severely injured, and they decide to seek refuge in the maze. Despite their efforts, Tushar's friend passes away, leaving a final request for Tushar to take care of his daughter. Before the next wave arrives, he prays for mercy. Somehow, they manage to defeat the 4th wave of 120 monsters, with the 5th wave approaching soon. Tushar remains determined to clear the gate, but exhaustion and grief begin to take a toll, and they hope there won't be a 6th wave. During the 5th wave, Tushar's lover tragically dies, breaking his heart. Shockingly, one of his team members attacks him from behind, but Tushar narrowly dodges the assault. He realizes that the attacker is a fiend. The fiend confesses that he was after Tushar's Tempest Bow. Unbeknownst to the fiend, more monsters are spawning behind him. Tushar manages to escape, leaving the fiend to face the wrath of the monsters he unknowingly attracted. Tushar hides in the maze, but his injuries worsen, and he reaches a dead end. He knows his time is limited and writes a diary detailing what happened, apologizing to anyone who finds it. Jin-ho, after reading the diary, realizes that the number of monsters scales with the number of players entering the gate. He understands that he was able to clear the gate because he entered alone, and it would have been much more difficult if he had a team. Jin-ho takes the diary and Tushar's Tempest Bow with him, making a promise to take revenge on the fiends. After returning from the gate, the president passed on a message to Jin-ho, thanking him for returning Tushar's diary to the Indian government and informing them about the families. Jin-ho felt relieved knowing that the right action was taken. The president mentioned the Tempest Bow, but Jin-ho already had it with him and showed it to him. The president goes crazy, as the bow belonged to the Indian government, and Jin-ho should have kept it hidden. Jin-ho assured him that he won't use it carelessly. He believed that the fiends were after the bow, and their boss would come for it, knowing that Jin-ho had cleared the gate. The president warned Jin-ho about a guy named Demon Bao Cal Singer, known for collecting bows, who might come after him. However, Jin-ho was confident that they would come for him at the next uncleared gate. Despite the president's worry, Jin-ho planned to use the bow as bait to capture the fiends. Their discussion was interrupted by a call from the media, requesting an interview with Jin-ho after discovering that he cleared Luff's garden. The president wanted to send them away, but Jin-ho stopped him, suggesting they hold a press conference to announce which gate he will go to next, luring the fiends into a fight. During the press conference, Jin-ho appeared in casual clothes, rejecting the need to dress up like his past persona, Spectre. He introduced himself, and answered some questions. When asked about his choice of the next gate, Jin-ho revealed that he wanted to enter the Eastern Sea Gate. The announcement shocked everyone present. After announcing his next gate, the Eastern Sea Gate, Jin-ho assured everyone that he would win even if he faced with a boss monster. The gate was the last uncleared dungeon in Korea, and rumors suggested that a powerful boss resided within. Together, the president and Jin-ho looked through the commission requests he had received. They settled on one where a father wants the cure for his terminally ill daughter, requiring the core of a cinder fox. Jin-ho recalled battling one before, an encounter that nearly cost him his life. The president presented the information about the gate, revealing that it had already claimed the lives of 7 teams. Jin-ho realized that this mission would be more challenging than before, especially with other teams also attempting it. The president disclosed that the one who commissioned the request was his friend, Seo Choi Pil-ho of the Manhwa group. He introduced Jin-ho to his new secretary and manager, Chae Sai-yoon. Understanding that it would seem suspicious if the president continued to handle everything for him, Jin-ho agreed to take on the request. On their way to meet the client, Chae Si-yoon explained the family's situation. The daughter suffered from 9-in severance syndrome, and one of the potential treatments involved using the core of a fox. She mentioned that the person who verified its effectiveness 29 years ago was none other than Spectre himself, which made Jin-ho feel embarrassed, not revealing his identity. Upon arrival, Choi Pil-ho personally greeted them, bowing and pleading for Jin-ho's help to save his daughter. After arriving to meet the client, Choi Pil-ho, he offered Jin-ho a payment of 15 billion won and promised to provide everything he needed from his company. Chae Si-yoon thought it was a generous offer and believed Jin-ho would accept. However, Jin-ho declined immediately, and when Pil-ho raised the amount, Jin-ho stopped him and said that 10 billion won was enough. When Yoon asked for his reason, he replied that he shared the same principles as Spectre, believing that one shouldn't take advantage of someone who is trying to save their family. After they left, Chae Si-yoon asked if Jin-ho had heard the story about Spectre from the president, to which he confirmed. She then asked if he believed it, and Jin-ho replied that he did, knowing that Spectre had witnessed the death of his own parents, and wouldn't want others to experience the same pain. Later, the president took Jin-ho to the vault to choose his weapon for fighting the Cinder Fox. Jin-ho learned that in the last 25 years, technology had significantly improved, resulting in better materials and weapons. He tried several weapons but was unimpressed, stating that they would be useless against true predators. However, he noticed a sword in the corner, and though the president believed it to be useless, Jin-ho showed him that sword is not useless. The next day, outside the gate, a large group of media people had gathered. Chae Si-yoon informed Jin-ho that 27 players would enter the gate before them. Jin-ho reminded her that after today, they would receive lots of commissions. As Jin-ho appeared, the media surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Other players also discussed him among themselves. Eventually, everyone entered the gate. Inside, one player introduced himself as Cham Min-woo, a member of the 13th rank in Korea. He proposed that they work together to clear the gate, offering a commission while he would claim the core as a clear award. The group agreed to his plan, but Jin-ho walked away and declined the invitation to join them. Another player beside Min-woo thought that the rumors about Jin-ho being a genius were exaggerated and that fighting alone was a bad decision. The Cinder Fox was a boss monster that grew 9 tails over 1,000 years. Once it grew all its tails, it would become a Millennium Fox, gaining the ability to command more soldiers. Jin-ho found a spot to scout and observe the other group. Meanwhile, the other group started getting attacked by firefoxes. They activated their traps and managed to fend off the attackers, gaining confidence in their weapons. Suddenly, the Cinder Fox appeared, enraged by its minions' defeat. One of the members noticed its 9 tails and was shocked. Cham Min-woo tried to rally the team, but some were already scared. He remained confident in their traps' effectiveness and believed he would kill the Cinder Fox, surpassing Spectre. In the next scene, everyone lay on the floor, injured and defeated. Cham Min-woo couldn't believe that none of their weapons or strategies had worked against the Cinder Fox. He thought it was impossible to defeat the monster. The Cinder Fox prepared to shoot a fireball to finish off Cham Min-woo, but just in time, Jin-ho arrived and sliced the fireball in half. Jin-ho told Min-woo to take the survivors and leave so that he could properly face the fox. The fox attacked Jin-ho with fireballs. Not wanting him to get close, he blocked some of the attacks with his ice shield, as he was trying to get close. Cinder Fox attacked him with a giant fireball. The fox noticed him inside the smoke and attacked. Jin-ho dodged by jumping into the air and used his ice as a foothold to get close to the monster, and slashed one of its tails off, which weakened Fox. Jin-ho taunted the monster as it was its first time being in pain, and it never imagined being the prey as it already killed many players. Cinder Fox attacked with a claw and Jin-ho countered by attacking one of its eyes as it was preparing for another giant fire. Jin-ho pierced it with a huge ice spike, killing it instantly. Jin-ho collapsed after the fight. A message showed that the Cinder Fox has been defeated, and he received the Cinder Fox's core as a reward. Outside the gate, everyone was excited to see them come out. Min-woo was carrying Jin-ho on his back, and the press assumed that Min-woo and his team had finished the gate. However, Min-woo told them the truth about what really happened inside the gate. In the hospital, Jin-ho woke up with Chae Si-yoon beside him. She informed him that they had received a lot of requests while he was unconscious. Jin-ho wasn't surprised and left the room to find the president. Chae Si-yoon tried to stop him, concerned that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Jin-ho reassured her, saying that he had only fainted and would rest after they saw the real patient, Choi Pilho's daughter. Pilho led Jin-ho to his daughter's room to begin the treatment. Upon entering, Jin-ho realized that the girl's condition was dire, so he had to act quickly. He removed the core, but he forgot that the core's power could be dangerous for ordinary people. He hurriedly sent Pilho out of the room. Jin-ho began the treatment, and he noticed that the girl's condition was even worse than the previous patient he had cured. He attempted to use the core cautiously, and to his surprise, a message appeared indicating that he could absorb yin energy using the frost skill, which would boost his magic stats. Jin-ho realized that the frost skill had become incredibly versatile, lacking weaknesses in both attack and defense, and it could now absorb energy. He carefully absorbed the yin energy from the girl and remembered that previous patients had experienced significant burdens after core usage. However, with the frost skill, it seemed much safer. After a while, Jin-ho emerged, exhausted but confident that there would be no side effects, assuring Pilho of his daughter's recovery. Pilho expressed his gratitude and intended to increase the payment, but he knew Jin-ho would decline. Instead, he offered the assistance of the manga group in the future, which was the #1 company in Korea. Choi Pilho's eldest son was the guild master of the Scarlet Tower, ranked 5th in the country. Jin-ho thanked him and promised not to tarnish the manga group's reputation. On their way back, Jin-ho expressed his gratitude to Chae Si-yoon for a job well done. In the president's office, Jin-ho presented the Cinder Fox core to the president, and explained that he hadn't used it on Pilho's daughter because he had absorbed the yin energy using his frost skill. The president was surprised by this revelation. Jin-ho then informed the president that he could absorb yin energy from any target and asked for his assistance in finding artifacts with yin energy. Jin-ho also decided to visit the black market to search for such artifacts. He entered a theater and used a secret teleportation feature in one of the seats to access the black market. Upon arriving at the black market, Jin-ho observed the liveliness of the place. Some people recognized him and tried to intimidate him, but when Jin-ho told them to move, they backed down. He was surprised at how easily they yielded. Inside a shop, an attendant recognized him and directed him to the shelves of artifacts. Jin-ho spotted some low-level energy items but asked the attendant to show him the room with the best items, revealing a cursed item with a frost attribute. Jin-ho decided to put it on and observed that it increased speed, stamina, and magic. It had an intermediate level of frost energy, making him happy that he could gain as much magic as last time. Jin-ho purchased the item and left. He entered a bar to use the teleportation service to return to Korea, but he had to wait for 10 minutes. 3 players approached him, attempting to intimidate him and ride on his fame. Jin-ho laughed at their attempts, referring to them as leeches who bullied weaker players to boost their own reputations. He invited them to attack him, drawing the attention of others in the bar who recognized him. The gang disregarded the crowd's opinion, driven by their desire for fame. Jin-ho pulled out a knife. Jin-ho moved closer to the gang, declaring it was ample time to play. The gang mocked him for his choice of weapon, but Jin-ho assured them it was sufficient to deal with pests, and that he didn't need his sword. One of the gang members attacked him, but Jin-ho dodged the strike and delivered a powerful elbow to the guy's face, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers were taken aback. The other gang member, a magic user, he conjured his magic confidently, but Jin-ho swiftly closed the distance, breaking the man's arm without hesitation. The magic user was bewildered and frightened, attacking with magic again. Jin-ho revealed his ability to read an opponent's breath, deftly parrying the attacks, and then impaled the attacker's hand on the wall. Jin-ho warned them not to cross his path again, and the remaining gang member agreed. Jin-ho headed for the teleportation, while the onlookers cheered him on. Jin-ho found it peculiar that these people were behaving as if they were in a game. Meanwhile, inside a car, a group of individuals observed Jinho's fight in the black market. One of them, known as Princess, displayed a keen interest in him. On the street, Jinho grew irritated as fans approached for pictures. However, one person stood out in the crowd, Gong Yuha, whom Jinho recognized as the Kibi's princess. Jinho knew that he was being scouted by the big guilds. He was relieved to escape the cafe's crowd and its attention. Gong Yuha complained about the heat, which struck Jinho as odd since she had fire abilities. She explained that she liked cold things, which puzzled him and raised doubts about her true identity as the Kibi princess. Gong Yuha asked Jinho to join their guild, stating that the vice master had sent her to scout him, and he had passed in terms of combat and potential. This intrigued her further, and she presented the incentives he'd receive upon joining. Jinho marveled at the rewards but declined, citing his reluctance to be tied to the guild's orders and missions. Gong Yuha understood his stance and warned him of the escalating fiend activity, even on the first floor. Jinho thanked her as she departed. In the office, Jinho informed President Duke about Gong Yuha's offer. President Duke questioned if Jinho would regret not joining a guild that could be more helpful to him. Jinho expressed his concern about the guild's strictness, and President Duke was moved by his loyalty, offering him an entire floor to stay in. Jinho also requested that the Eastern Gate conquest be set for a week from then to bait the fiends. News of Jinho's impending raid on the Eastern Sea Gate began to spread. Calciner watched and ordered his minion to retrieve the Tempest Bow from Jinho. Calciner sensed he was being watched, an issue that stemmed from Sword Saint Jia. Curious if the fiends would take the bait, Jinho became suspicious of the Shadow Brothers who joined him as medics. He asked Che Sayun for information about them, using his darkness skill to expand its reach for better magic training. He reviewed the gate's information, discovering it was named the Eastern Gate, Island of the Forgotten Dragon, with the clear condition of defeating the nameless dragon. He pondered how to deal with dragons without flying skills. Upon receiving information about the Shadow Brothers from Che Sayun, Jinho discovered that Vincent and Edward from America were veterans with 200 successful missions, both specializing in shadow skills. They admired Jinho and sought to help him clear Korea's last uncleared dungeon. On the day of the raid, a large crowd gathered outside the gate. In the car, President Duke scolded Jinho for not focusing on the mission. Jinho assured him that he had defeated the Ice Queen and wouldn't be easily killed by the nameless dragon. President Duke worried that the Shadow Brothers might be working with the fiends and contemplated calling off the raid, but Jinho reassured him that he had a plan. The Shadow Brothers greeted and praised Jinho, surprised when he replied in English. They entered the gate, and one of the brothers attempted to attack Jinho but missed, feeling Jinho's aura and hesitating. The brothers planned to find another chance to attack him while searching for the dragon. Suddenly, a massive shadow engulfed them, the Forgotten Dragon boss. They realized Jinho had vanished. Vincent attempted to distract the boss while Edward went to find Jinho, suspecting him to be the shadow. Edward attacked, but the shadow dissipated, and Jinho revealed himself, warning Edward to hide his scarlet eyes. Edward denied being a fiend, and Jinho explained the consequences of drinking demon blood and the use of mage. Edward attacked Jinho with his shadows, intending to strike his legs, but Jinho used his night-walking skill to disappear. Edward was terrified, surrounded by Jinho's darkness. Vincent struggled with the dragon, while Edward fled from the jungle, exclaiming that Jinho had hidden his strength. Vincent scolded him for falling for Jinho's bluffs and planned to attack the dragon's weakness, the reverse scale. The dragon attacked them, and Vincent summoned Edward to remove the reverse scale. However, this enraged the dragon, and it attacked them relentlessly. Vincent and Edward planned to divert the dragon's attention to Jinho, but their efforts failed. Jinho created arrows from darkness, firing them into the sky. They rained down on the dragon, causing it to collapse, immobilized. The Shadow Brothers were astonished, and Jinho revealed the Tempest Bow. One of the brothers attacked Jinho, who swiftly decapitated him. The second brother attacked in a frenzy, and Jinho killed him by stabbing him, remarking that they should repent in their next life. Jinho approached the nameless dragon and delivered the final blow. He decided to inspect the bodies of the two fiends, using his confession skill to read their memories. He saw their crimes, paused as he realized he had killed them too quickly, and sought information on the Fiends Association. His skill couldn't extract complete memories due to its low level, but he saw the man who had granted the brothers their powers. Then, he used the skill to read the dragon's memories, learning that it had once been a human emperor. Jinho felt guilty for killing his ancestor, paid his respects, and watched the dragon's soul ascend. This earned him the title, Helper of Ascension, and a unique item, the Flute of Tidal Breath. Returning from the gate, a press conference awaited. The media discussed the danger of the gates and the death of the Shadow Brothers. Jinho cried, blaming himself for their sacrifice. Calciner watched and planned to send watchdogs to the Las Vegas auction. At the office, Junho found himself overwhelmed by the numerous commission requests he had received. He felt confused, especially since he had mentioned in a conference that the Shadow Brothers did most of the work to clear the gate. Chaseyun, one of his colleagues, offered some wisdom, saying that luck is also a skill and recommended that he get a haircut. Junho, appreciating her advice, allowed her to leave early. She left with a smile, reminding him to get a haircut on his way out. As Junho walked outside, he couldn't help but think that wearing his mask made everything simpler. He decided to visit a comic library, where he discovered that there were no other visitors. Feeling a bit more at ease, he removed his mask and prepared to sit at his usual spot. However, his plans were interrupted when he saw a girl already sitting there, and to his surprise it was Chae Sayun. Both of them were taken aback by this unexpected encounter. Chae Sayun looked at him, and reassured him that there was nothing wrong with reading manhwa. Junho playfully teased her about the title of the manhwa she was reading, which caused her to get a bit irritated. She then inquired about his book, and Junho replied that his choice wasn't any better. Junho remarked on his surprise at seeing her in a manhwa cafe, considering she appeared to be one of the elites. However, she explained her love for the place, where she could find solace and enjoy the scent of old books. Junho agreed with her sentiments. After a friendly farewell, Junho couldn't help but be impressed by Chae Sayun's work ethic and decided he should put in more effort as well. Later, Junho informed Duke about his plan to go to the United States to find the Fiend's meeting place. He handed over dragon bones and asked Duke to deliver the rest to Quan Noya for making a sword. As Junho lay on his bed, he asked Chae Sayun to arrange a plane ticket to Las Vegas. He looked at his items and stats, realizing that it wouldn't be long before he could use sword aura and venture into the second and third floors. He wondered how strong the top players had become after 25 years. Upon arriving in Las Vegas, Junho complained about the tiring plane ride, reminiscing about the days when teleportation made travel easier. He quickly looked up the Fiend's meeting place, and resolved to finish his mission swiftly for some well-deserved rest. At the meeting place, two Fiends discussed the watchdogs and how they had been responsible for their boss's demise. 3 watchdogs arrived and inquired about their new orders. Upon learning that their mission had changed, they expressed their disappointment at not heading to the second floor. The watchdog's leader reviewed the orders, then burned them to ensure no traces remained. As the watchdogs departed, the two Fiends breathed a sigh of relief. Arma, the skeletal mage, had a notorious reputation, including the massacre in Turkey. Junho arrived and swiftly dispatched the two Fiends, lamenting their lack of useful information. He called Duke and asked for assistance in securing a ticket to participate in the Las Vegas auction. Junho visited the auction venue to familiarize himself with the surroundings. When Junho attempted to enter the casino, he was initially blocked by the guards, but one of them recognized him from when they had tried to recruit him alongside Gong Yuha. Junho was curious about their presence in Las Vegas and learned that they worked as security for the casino. He inquired about the reason for the alarm ringing when he attempted to enter the casino, and Inho explained that players were not allowed on the regular casino floor, as their abilities could lead to significant losses for the establishment. Instead, there was a separate casino for players where the dealers were also players themselves. Junho, surprised to see Gong Yuha, how badly she was losing, sat down beside her. Gong Yuha was surprised and questioning whether Junho had changed his mind about becoming her underling. Junho clarified that he was there for the auction and sought to explore the event further. Gong Yuha revealed her role as the head of security at the hotel, and they chatted while Junho marveled at her ability to gamble while working. The two engaged in a gambling game, where Gong Yuha advised Junho not to go all in and to get used to the dealer's speed. He was curious about why she kept losing despite her familiarity with the game. They continued to play, and eventually, Junho's luck turned as he won a round. And she stated that it was a beginning's luck. Two players approached them and Junho recognized them as Watchdogs members. He decided to keep playing to observe and potentially uncover information about the fiends. With more players joining, the dealer increased the number of cups to 5, and they continued to play. The dealer's actions were closely watched. But Junho and the fiend pointed at same cup and it was right. Junho thought that the male fiend will be the harder to deal with. He shared a mysterious artifact resembling a compass, saying that President Duke had lent it to him, and it would help him locate specific individuals when using mana. Gong Yuha got curious. Junho used the artifact, and it pointed in the direction of the watchdogs. Junho acted surprised and excused himself to the bathroom. The male watchdog member, believing the artifact allowed Junho to track fiends, followed him into an alley. There, Junho cleverly lured the watchdog into a trap. Then Junho broke the compass and fiend was confused and understood it wasn't a real artifact. He asked Junho if he lured him here and how much Junho knew about them. Junho told him about their schedule tomorrow. The fiend attacked Junho, and Junho was surprised at his speed and wondered if he is an accelerator user. The fiend was confident and told Junho that he can't dodge the next attack. Junho baited him to attack by closing his eyes. He attacked but missed. The fiend's arm was already frozen. Junho mocked him that speed is useless if he was predictable. The fiend attacked again, and Junho froze his other arm and gave the finishing blow. And obtained critical information about the watchdog's plans and schedule. Meanwhile, back at the watchdog's hideout, the two remaining members discussed their missing comrade. Their leader, Arma, showed her a list of players currently in Las Vegas and identified Junho as a potential threat. Arma realized that Junho was affiliated with the Shadow Brothers, raising concerns about his intentions. He designated Junho as a threat and decided to find a way to eliminate him during the auction. Junho proceeded to the auction, where Gong Yuha was astonished by the presence of numerous famous figures. She found her seat but was surprised to see Junho. She reminded him that seats were reserved and he couldn't just sit anywhere. Junho showed her his VIP invitation, leaving her surprised by his apparent connection to powerful individuals. She inquired about how he obtained the ticket, and he explained that President Duke had arranged it for him. Gong Yuha suspected Junho might be the president's proxy. Junho realized Duke's motive for sending him the expensive suit and planned to interrogate him upon his return. She emphasized her commitment to her job as a professional. Their conversation shifted as they observed the auction items. Gong Yuha was actively bidding on cold attribute items, Junho to remind her of her professional responsibilities. She teased him about his reluctance to make any purchases, and Junho eventually bought a necklace. When she probed whether it was for his girlfriend, he clarified that he didn't have one. She then suggested it might be for his mother, but he revealed that his mother had passed away, leading to a moment of sympathy. The auction continued with an item called the Unknown Ball, which captured Junho's curiosity due to his keen intuition. Others speculated about the item's mysterious nature, as it had remained unsolved for 20 years. Despite not knowing why his intuition reacted to it, Junho decided to bid on the item. The next item, Heaven's Breathe, piqued his interest, and Gong Yuha explained its price would depend on the country leader's spending capacity. During the auction, an unexpected attack occurred, causing panic among the attendees. One of the bodyguards swiftly created a protective shield, saving everyone from falling debris. Impressed by the guard's quick reaction, Junho noted the chaos and speculated which fiend might be responsible for summoning skeletons. Junho offered assistance, and Gong Yuha took command, issuing orders to evacuate the audience and protect the auction items. As Gong Yuha tried to manage the situation, she realized that Junho had already left. The attendees were in a hurry as they attempted to escape through the small doors. Gong Yuha decided to create an exit by punching a hole in the wall. In the midst of the chaos, an unexpected hole appeared, and a bullet struck one of her guards, causing the protective shield to collapse. As she witnessed the arrival of skeletons, Gong Yuha engaged in combat, demonstrating her exceptional abilities as a special attribute user. A member of the Watchdogs observed her incredible power, acknowledging her as one of the strongest special attribute users, possessing the rank of S, as the ruler of flames. She decided not to engage Gong Yuha directly. Arma inquired if she had obtained the item and instructed her to proceed to point B immediately. Despite her disappointment at not being able to eliminate Junho, she suddenly spotted him in the distance. Filled with excitement, she took aim, intending to take him out swiftly. She utilized her skill to teleport a bullet close to Junho's head, but to her disbelief, he easily dodged it. Frustrated, she took another shot. Junho, observing the portals created by her skill, swiftly activated his shadow step ability, disappearing from her line of sight. She was taken aback, realizing that even rankers couldn't evade her attacks. She soon noticed the direction in which he was headed, but it was too late. Junho was behind her and froze her legs, evoking terror. In a trembling voice, she asked him who he was. Junho replied that it didn't matter, as the watchdogs would vanish tonight. Amidst the chaos, Heaven's Breath went missing. Gong Yuha wondered if the skeleton mage had taken it, but Gong Yuha couldn't comprehend how it had disappeared. The armor the skeletons wore was identical to those of individuals who had gone missing 3 years prior, reminding her of the disappearance case on the second floor. They concluded that the missing players and the skeletons shared a connection. Meanwhile, Junho accessed the watchdog's memory to gather insights into their plans and their meeting location. Following the mission's completion, he didn't obtain extensive information about the Fiend Association. Arma, the watchdog's leader, had been controlling them. Junho made a strategy to confront Arma and considered that charging recklessly into the hideout with traps might not be the best approach. Junho noticed the Fiend's watch and devised a plan. Arma received a message indicating that one of his subordinates was being followed. He inquired about the item they had been carrying, and the subordinate confirmed, saying they hid the item in an alley and left a mark while aware that he was still being pursued. He grew curious about the identity of the person following him and decided to check the location mentioned in the message. Sensing the item in a trash can, Arma retrieved Heaven's Breath but was shocked when it suddenly exploded, freezing his arm. Arma realized he had fallen into a trap. Arma summoned his skeletons, preparing to face Junho. However, Junho spawned behind him swiftly and inflicted a fatal blow. With Arma's death, the skeletons at the auction vanished, leaving Gong Yuha to ponder whether the mage had recalled them or if he had been defeated. Junho gained levels after eliminating Arma, reflecting on how close he had come to being in Arma's position if he hadn't fallen for the trap. He accessed Arma's memory, witnessing the recruitment of the Fiends and Arma's rise to leadership within the Watchdogs. He also learned about the Fiend's ultimate goal, which was to dominate the tower, but his skill wasn't sufficient to recall all the memories. Enraged by the revelation that the Fiends turned orphans into fiends, treating them as expendable resources, Junho vowed to stop them from creating more victims like Arma. He also wondered if the man he saw in the memories was not Sid Hollow. Back in the auction hall, Gong Yuha was frustrated by their inability to locate Heaven's Breath. She vented her anger, lamenting that if it weren't for the fiends, she would have been sleeping peacefully. A guard approached her, informing her that a gift had been left for her by a fan. He hinted that the contents of the gift might come as a shock. As Gong Yuha opened it, she initially believed it to be a fantastic replica, but the guard confirmed that it was the original item. Her surprise escalated when she discovered a note within the gift. The note revealed that the skeleton mage and 2 fiends had been dealt with, Heaven's Breath had been retrieved, and the location of the skeleton mage's corpse was disclosed. The note was signed by a fan, leaving Gong Yuha both bewildered and curious about the identity of this mysterious benefactor. She expressed her desire to meet this person to the guard, but he explained that they hadn't found any leads from the area where the corpse was discovered. He speculated that the individual behind this act might be a professional, or at least a ranker. Junho entered the scene, catching their attention. She scolded him for leaving during an emergency, and he had run away like he did at the casino. Gong Yuha informed him about a mysterious gift she had received from a fan who had managed to retrieve Heaven's Breath, which had gone missing during the attack. She was curious to meet this fan and was convinced that they were a powerful individual, possibly a ranker. As the auction had concluded, Gong Yuha asked him why he was still there, and he mentioned his intention to pick up the items that he won at auction. She mentioned that the next time they crossed paths, it would probably be on the 2nd floor. She said if he managed to ascend to the 2nd floor within half a year, she would reward him with a present. However, if he couldn't, he would have to fulfill her wish. Junho was well aware that her request would likely involve him joining their guild, but he accepted the challenge. They sealed their agreement with a firm handshake. He got the 2 items he bought, the unknown ball and the necklace. He was still curious why his keen intuition skill reacts to the ball. He used magic on it but nothing happened. He kept it in his inventory and used magic on it from time to time. He arrived in Korea and was picked up by Chae Sayun. Junho was thankful that she came to pick him up. She told him that it was part of her job, then asked him if they were going straight to the association. He remembered something and gave her a present. Junho said that he didn't know what to buy, so he just looked for a book and wasn't sure if she will like it, and that it was the only one left. She was happy and said she looked everywhere for a copy but it was already sold out. Junho told her to wake him up when they arrive at the association. In the president's office, Junho told Duke what he found out during his Las Vegas trip. Duke was angered and drank the alcohol. He calmed down, and Duke told him Kwan Noya was looking for him. He said that the sword that he requested will be finished tomorrow, and wanted to give it to him in person. Duke assured that with Junho's current career there will be no suspicion even if they meet. Junho agreed. Duke told him to go tomorrow. Junho decided to take a rest. Junho arrived at Kwan Noya's shop and thought it was the same as it was 25 years ago. He entered and saw Kwan Noya's grandson on the forge and couldn't believe it was the same kid that he knew back then. He leads Junho to his grandfather. Noya couldn't believe after seeing him, as it was hard to see him around. Junho smiled and said it's been a while. The grandson was confused knowing that this was their first meeting. Noya asked his grandson to serve Agarathi for Junho. Junho praised the grandson's skill, but Noya said he still has a lot to learn. Junho joked that why has he not welcomed him back. Noya patted him on the shoulder and said he had already gone through a lot. Noya asked him why he came back as a player. Junho showed him the frost power he acquired, and Noya knew it was the Frost Queen's skill. He explained that he can save his teammates with it. Junho reminded Noya of that they made a contract together a long time ago, and Noya said with a serious face that his contract was with Spectre, not with a newbie named Seo Junho. Junho was stupefied. Noya laughed, as he was just joking with him, and wanted to see his stupid face since it's been a while. Junho thought Noya called him there to make fun of him. Noya showed him the sword he made. Noya says he wielded the hammer for him, and Junho wields the sword for Noya. That was their promise. Junho held the sword and thought it was perfect. Noya explained that he mixed new materials and the durability is better. Junho checked the sword stat, and saw it was called the Black Dragon Fang. A unique great item. He compared it with the swords that he used from the association storage and found it was on a different level. Noya said he has gotten even better after 25 years and invited him to play Go. Junho was surprised as Noya had never beaten him before in Go. Noya shouted, saying that he was far better now. The tea arrived and Junho was surprised, as he hasn't tasted this kind of tea before, and asked Noya what is it. Noya offered to tell him if he beats him at Go. Junho smiled and agreed. After a while Noya was fuming after losing to Junho. Junho calmed him down and reminded him about the tea. Noya explained about the second floor race. They are monsters that resembled humans like orcs and elves. He said that they have changed since the second floor opened and that they are intelligent enough to communicate with humans. Junho asked if even orcs can communicate with them. Noya confirmed, but not all second races can do it. Junho asked why he brought them up. Noya said that the agility came from the elves. Junho thought if he can get to the second floor then he can get some of the tea. Noya scoffed because unless he finds intelligent elves and make a connection with them, he can't get it for even 1 billion gold. Junho asked Noya if he knows something about the unknown ball he got from the auction. Noya scolded him that he is not a sage and doesn't know everything. But he knew it was an elven item and was sure because he met an elder of an elf tribe before and felt the same energy from the ball. Noya suggested he goes someplace where he can meet elves. Junho bid his farewell. The grandson gave him some agarite as Noya told him and said his grandfather must really like him. In the car chase Ayun informed him about a gate in England where dark elves appear. The gate is called Wild Forest and asked if he was interested. Junho said yes. She continued that even players all over the world are gathering. Junho asked for the info on the gate, and it is located in Grantham, England, and the goal is to kill the Dark Elves tribe leader. Party of capacity of gate is 200 people. Calciner was furious after finding out that the watchdogs have been annihilated. The minion thinks that we're caught in a trap while trying to take care of Junho. As they were talking, Natsude Halo arrived and asked him if Seo Junho killed his disciple. Calciner's answer was unsure. Natsude Halo slammed him on the wall as he didn't like his answer. Calciner begged for a chance, and he will bring Junho to him. Natsude Halo released him and give him half a year to bring Junho to him. Calciner reasoned that he can't bring Junho to the second floor as Junho needed to be at least level 30, and there was no way Junho can do it in 6 months. Natsude Halo warned him that his life was on the line and to make it happen. As he disappeared, Calciner asked his minion to look for a pathfinder. A pathfinder allows him to go down the dimensional elevator while evading the association. Calciner decided to go to the first floor himself. Meanwhile, Junho arrived early in England and plans to clear smaller gates as a warm-up. Junho thought that if 200 players can enter, the dungeon will be extremely difficult, and knew he can't protect all 200 people. At the day of the raid, strong players gathered near the gate. Cham Minwo was looking for someone. One of his teammates teased him if he was looking for Jun-ho. He remembered how Jun-ho fought the Cinder Fox and admired him. He was excited to show him how he has changed. They noticed Jun-ho and approached him. Jun-ho thanked Manhwa for carrying him out of the gate after fighting the Cinder Fox. Manhwa asked him if he would like to join their party. Jun-ho agreed as it would be inefficient to go alone. After they entered the gate, and Jun-ho was confused after seeing the other guilds going off on their own. Manhwa explained that they use terminals these days to communicate. After entering the gate, Jun-ho was clueless. One of the members teased him about being a time traveler from the past. Manhwa introduced the other members to Jun-ho. Choi Jinpyo was the healer, and the girl that teased him was Seo Mary. Her skill let her see the close future of whoever she look at. But it has a long cooldown. She also needs to tell the target what she saw. There will be a penalty if she doesn't. She sees Jun-ho's future and amazed by how he killed 10 dark elves by himself, and thought he's amazing. Jun-ho thought that she can tell him about his friends. Mary clarified that her skill is only a sneak peek and she can't see far into the future. It isn't always accurate as the future is ever-changing. They can use her skill to see if any danger lies ahead. Manhwa showed Juno other team's location as they communicated that they haven't seen any dark elves yet. Mary thought the reason they haven't found any dark elves is that the dark elves' numbers are low. Jun-ho thinks there is something wrong and that there was no way the enemy's numbers are low as the party capacity is too high, and was suspicious as to how they haven't found any dark elves. Jun-ho explained that dark elves are prideful beings that they wouldn't stand by when there are intruders. Juno asked Mary to tell him around what time they were fighting when she saw his future. She estimated it was at night. Jun-ho thought for a while, then took out a sleeping bag. He said the dark elves will probably make a surprise attack at night. Mary said she would notify the other guilds. Juno said they might not believe it. Jun-ho said he will take a nap first, and then they will take turns resting. Night came, then we see 2 players on watch talking in front of a bonfire. The other player said, what if the dark elves really made a surprise attack? The other player was doubtful and said it was nonsense. He mocked the dark elves' intelligence, and how they couldn't resist the temptation of power, and that they were incapable of organized attacks. They noticed multiple eyes in the darkness, and were relieved when they see it was just wall dogs, thinking they were afraid of the fire. The player who mocked the elves then saw figures in the trees and told the other player to wake the team up as they were surrounded by the dark elves. Jun-ho suddenly woke up feeling something was wrong. Mary told him nothing has happened yet, and he could go back to sleep. He asked about the other parties and she said night watches posting updates every 30 minutes. Mary was confused as to why no one has posted and thought there might be a problem with the communication. Jun-ho knew they have been attacked. As he saw with his hunter's night skill the dark elves surrounding them. Jun-ho smiled as he was excited seeing the dark elves making coordinated attacks with trained wall dogs. Juno ordered Mary to wake Manhwa. She wondered why, as she doesn't see anything as she was talking. A wool dog attacked her from behind and Jun-ho killed the monster, as the dark elf riding the wool dog fell into the bonfire. Jun-ho thought he shouldn't use the sword given to him by Noya to face these small fries. Jun-ho killed the attacking elves. He noticed one elf attacking him, but let it stab him in the back. Jun-ho was satisfied with the armor Kwan Nuya's grandson gave him. As the attack kills every elf, but Jun-ho intended to let one elf run to the forest, so he can use the confessions of the dead and read its memory without his party seeing him. One of the elves attacked, and Jun-ho killed him instantly, and told the other elf to run. After seeing the elf's memories, he comprehended that the dark elves ate the branches of the world tree and gained power in exchange for their intelligence. But the leader's intelligence wasn't affected, and saw they have 1,000 dark elves and the dark elven knights, the leader's bodyguards. Jun-ho came back to the party and made an excuse that he chased one elf. Jun-ho asked how are the other parties. Mary said that they can't reach anyone and probably they are in the middle of a battle, or may be wiped out. Juno said they need to save them. Meanwhile the other parties are overwhelmed by the attacks as one player asks for help. As he sees the elves attack to finish him, Jun-ho arrives and killed the elf and the wall dog. The party leader thanked Jun-ho, saying he was the savior of the Blue Whale party. Jun-ho asked how many casualties. The leader said they lost 5 people and blamed himself for what happened. Jun-ho asked the Blue Whale party to head north, saying they can fight together and minimize their casualties. Jun-ho estimated that there are at least 500 dark elves remaining and they had a chance at winning if they survived the night. Jun-ho told them to go north and gather the others, then come to the east after cleaning up. The leader has lost morale after what happened. Jun-ho told them they have to keep fighting and carry out revenge for their comrade. The leader thanked him and decided to follow Korea's new star. In the next scene, we see a player making his last stand and surrounded by wool dogs. He accepted his death, but was surprised to see the attacking wall dogs get killed. He saw a man and wonders who it was. The player was thankful, and if it wasn't for Junho they would have been annihilated. They survived the night, and Junho estimated that the elves lost half their forces and probably won't attack them anymore. Junho thought they should be on the offensive. He saw two players arguing about whether they had to clear the gate as fast as possible and send the critical players to a hospital with high-level healers. The other players reasoned that it isn't fair for everyone to sacrifice themselves for one person as they aren't prepared to fight. Junho sighed seeing this. Manhwa asked him what he thinks. Junho explained that both options have pros and cons, but thinks the best option is to clear the gate as soon as possible, and the reason for clearing it quickly is that they would be at a disadvantage the longer it takes. A player asked if they assumed that 500 dark elves left. What about the wall dogs? Junho assured them that there aren't any more of them, as he saw the size of the wall dogs chasing the last player they rescued and understood that they were pups. Dark elves used the pups as they lost all of their adult wall dogs, and they won't be able to attack them at night anymore. Junho continued that the dark elves may attack their camp with poison arrows until they are tired and then finish them. Everyone agreed. Junho approached Mary to look into his future as she saw where the dark elves' hideout is located and also saw a dark elf with an ominous aura and 5 dark elves with better armor surrounding it. Junho thought they might be the tribe chief and the dark elven knights. He was a bit disappointed as he already knew most of the information. Mary asked that he was holding something made of ice and asked if it was an artifact. Junho was surprised and asked her to go back to the camp. First he thought the tribe chief was strong enough for him to use the frost skill and was worried. After heading to east, they found the dark elves' lairs and that elves were not guarding the entrance. Junho stretched and asked if everyone is ready. All 147 players were ready. As they arrived at the dark elves' lair and noticed that there is only one entrance. Junho said the chief was smart, and if there was only one passageway, means that if they can't kill all the elves inside they won't reach the tribe chief. They went inside and found the dark elves gathering in a large chamber, and saw the tribe chief sitting on the throne. Everyone was nervous. Junho raised morale by saying the chief might give some elixirs that can save someone on death's door, and the distribution will be based on contribution. Everyone cheered and charged to the dark elves. As Junho swept the enemy, the other players were astonished, and had a hard time following him. Manhwa tried to follow Junho but was overwhelmed. Junho told him to fall back and that it will be dangerous, and Manhwa thought it was crazy to go alone. Junho told him he does a lot of crazy things. Manhwa knew he can't fight by his side yet, and he still have a long way to go. Manhwa thought he won't fall behind next time. Junho smiled and anticipated their next meeting. The dark elven knights blocked Junho, and he decided to take out the sword Noya gave him. These dark elven knights before became corrupted. They were elven knights that protected the kingdom. They used sword techniques and borrowed the strength of the spirits. Junho thought he couldn't defeat them normally, but since their spirit contracts are cancelled, he was confident that he can defeat them. One of the knights attacked, and Junho dodged while analyzing his enemy. Junho smiled as he was excited about the coming fights. He countered and cut the knight's arm off. The elder knight tried to run away, but Junho blocked him and then stabbed the dark elven knight. The other dark elven knights watched as Junho told them to try harder. Junho noticed that the players are struggling and starting to get overwhelmed by the dark elves. Players getting injured and the healers can't keep up. The players are getting exhausted. But then players see that dark elves running were getting killed by dark elven knight. As they noticed that Junho was luring the dark elven knights to the dark elves and destroying their formation. The players knew Junho was helping them. Manhwa rallied the players and attacked. Junho, seeing the players take the upper hand, and decided to finish the dark elven knight chasing him. The tribe chief watched as his minions died. The tribe chief was angered by Junho's mocking and was ready to fight. The chief took a tri-stance, and Junho was surprised because only elves with the power of spirits can use that technique called Genie Aminus, and the corrupted dark elves can't use it. The chief attacked and they clashed swords. After the exchange, Junho knew it was an original technique made by the tribe chief. The chief and Junho trade blows until Junho managed to injure him. The tribe chief, seeing his loyal followers dead, was enraged and attacked Junho. He was sent flying before crashing to the wall. The chief followed with another attack, but Junho dodged and thought this was the power they saw in Mary's vision. Junho took out a gun, but the tribe chief sliced the bullet and attacked Junho. Junho knew he can't win without his frost powers, but was hesitant seeing there were too many people watching him. The tribe chief landed a kick on Junho, which sent him flying to the walls. Jungo was severely injured and can barely move. The tribe chief was in the motion of killing Junho, but the other players grabbed the tribe chief, stopping his attacks. Manhwa ordered to protect Junho. The healers came up to Junho and found his ribs are broken and it will take 30 minutes to heal him. One of the players said that they saw him defeat the Dark Elven Knights and push the enemies alone, and told him that it was inspiring. There were only a few enemies left, which was why they were able to help him. Junho asked them to give him 10 minutes to recover. The players were struggling to hold the tribe's chief and doesn't know if they can hold on for that long. The chief broke free and started to attack the players. The tribe chief was furious seeing the players not giving up. The tribe chief felt nervous seeing Bai Junho looking at him. The tribe chief went on a killing spree, putting the players in desperation. Junho stood up and thanked the players. The tribe chief attacked, but Junho covered both of them with a screen blocking the players outside. The players thought it was the tribe chief's skill and was worried about Junho. Junho said that chief trapped him inside. Then chief asked Junho if he was hiding his true power. Junho froze the area while asking if this is what a boss monster feels when looking down on humans. Junho divided frost power into 3 categories. First was the utility, where he freezes the ground, giving him a field advantage and lowering his opponent's stamina. The second was intuitive, he covers his armor in ice to increase his defense. The final is by using the frost skill to attack. He covers the watchguard of darkness and ice, saving him mana. The tribe chief blocked Junho's attack and asked him why he hid his power. He answered that he couldn't help it, and asked the same question to the tribe chief. The chief explained that his ability allows him to borrow the power of a corrupt spirit, and something he can use for a long time. Then Junho told the tribe chief that he will only need 5 minutes to kill him. The chief laughed, but he stopped when Junho displayed a skill similar to a sword aura. Junho explained that it was a technique he created which strengthened the sword using his magic, and he called it Ramadet. Junho attacked and the tribe chief didn't have the time to react. In the next scene we see the tribe chief on the floor with Junho's sword embedded in his chest. The chief requested Junho to finish him in one strike. Junho showed him the unknown ball, asking if he knew what it was. The tribe chief was surprised to see that it was a spirit egg and that the spirit can be born wherever there is the power of the world tree. The tribe chief gave Junho his necklace which contained the power of the world tree, and told him to pour his magic into the egg to hatch it. The tribe chief prayed to the world tree to have mercy on his followers as he was dying. Junho couldn't believe that the ball was a spirit egg. If someone make a contract with a spirit, they can use powerful abilities without consuming mana. Junho remembered feeling jealous when he sees people with a spirit. Junho was sure it was a darkness spirit, as spirits make contracts with those who have good synergy with it. Then Junho hatched the egg with his magic. Outside, the smoke players were smiling that they have defeated the remaining dark elves and were waiting for Junho to come out. They were all worried. They then suddenly saw a message stating they have cleared the gate. They cheered for Junho. The smoke boundary disappeared and they saw Junho walking out. The players greeted and thanked him, but Junho just said he was fine and walked away. They thought it was because of the hard-fought battle. On the plane, Junho saw the news of him clearing the gate, but he didn't care, saying it was all useless. He was feeling bad as he didn't get a darkness spirit, but got a frost spirit instead, and it was the Frost Queen. She was curious how the planes could fly without magic. Junho was thinking that she was the one that froze his friends and terrorized people around the world, and that he was the one that killed her. He wondered why she'd become his spirit. The spirit said that she was called and was the most compatible with Junho's magic, meaning the element that he was most suited for is frost. Junho reasoned he only used frost for only 3 months while he used Watchguard of Darkness for 5 years. The spirit told him to stop being stubborn and make a contract with her. Junho told her that he won't because of the things she had done to the people. She asked him what she has done bad. Junho stopped because he can't think of anything. He said she froze the Pacific, but then he thought it stopped global warming. He thought of his friend, she was the one who froze them. The spirit explained she was not the one that froze them, and he and his friends were the one who came to kill her in dungeon. Her powers helped him melt the ice and insists she didn't do anything wrong, and she should be the one angry because that he killed her. Junho secretly messaged Duke and asked him what the Frost did wrong. He replied that she froze him and the 5 heroes and nothing more. The Frost Queen saw it and was curious. Junho asked her why he would want to make a contract with her. She offered to be his teacher, but Junho said that she lost to him. She agreed, but reasoned that Junho defeated her because she was in a weakened state and swore on her existence that she didn't lie. Junho knew the oath of existence that magicians use with their life on the line. He asked her how weak was she. She replied perhaps 100th of her power, but Junho was shocked and asked her swore on her existence again. She said no, if she do it too often then it will hurt her dignity. Junho finally agreed to make a contract with her. On one condition, that she will not endanger the people around him, and if she does it'll terminate the contract. She agreed, and the Frost Queen spirit and Junho formed the contract. In the association training room, Jun HK equipped the artifact that he obtained in Last Gate and thought it'll boost his magic stats and he'll easily clear the 1-star gate by himself. Then asked Frost Spirit to show her skills. She said he knows her powers better than anyone. Junho said it's different now that she is spirit. Frost Spirit starts demonstration of her powers. Junho remembers the feeling when he was entering her dungeon. However, the spirit abruptly stopped her demonstration. She said that she is not in a mood and no longer wanted to use her powers. Junho was surprised for a second and was so angry, and he felt a headache. Coming on the spirit, she explained that when she becomes curious about something she loses her concentration. Junho asked her what she was curious about. She said she wishes to explore human world. Later we see Junho taking the Frost Queen outside. She was amazed and continually asked Junho questions about everything she saw. Junho became frustrated and asked if others could see her. The Frost Spirit replied that only if she wanted them to see her. Then she spotted a cat and asked what is this adorable thing, and approached it, but cat tried to bite and swipe at her. She said that it was a ferocious beast and if it alright to wander around streets. Junho explained that it does not bite humans because they are bigger and only shows its weak side to those who are strong. The Frost Spirit became angry and promised to show Junho her powers. In the training room, the Frost Spirit started demonstrate of her power. She summoned various weapons in an instant, leaving Junho impressed. He thought she could wage war on her own. Junho told her not bad, which angered her, and she said she is weakened as a spirit and her true powers are immense. Junho thought that each one is finely crafted as if made by a master. Plus quality and strength is incredible. Then Jun said he can make these things at some point, all he need is time, and what he really wants from her is something that he can't do. The Frost Queen spirit thought for a while, then showed him. Junho was shocked and excited, and the Frost Spirit was pleased. At the president's office, Junho asked Duke if he knows what the Frost Queen looks like. He answered no because only Junho was the only one who saw her. Junho asked the Frost Spirit to show herself to Duke. Duke was scared and referred her as "what's that thing?" To which she gets offended and freezes the area. Junho calmed her down and explained to Duke how he got the Frost Queen and said that she will be a big help in battles. Duke explained Spritz has a class which goes from low to arch. To which they asked what's her class is. The Frost Spirit said she is obviously an arch spirit, don't ask her rude questions. But they didn't believe her, thinking she was over-exaggerate herself. Junho told Duke that he wants to clear a gate that is harder this time. To which Duke said the gates before he cleared was already harder. Junho said he wants to clear 1-star gates alone. With the Frost Spirit's help he can do it. Duke said that only 3 1-star gates are left on the Earth, located in South America, China, last one is in Antarctica. To which Junho plans to clear next gate named Winter Castle in Antarctica. Duke schedules a press conference for next day. Junho asked the Frost Spirit if she knows anything about the dimensional elevator. Junho thought that if they can find out its origins they can put an end to everything. Then she replied that she knows nothing and explained that when she was defeated by Junho, she forgot everything and can't remember any information about it. The Frost Spirit assured him that even though her memories disappeared, she will be of great help to him in the coming days. Junho asked her how does she use her power, as he knew spirits don't consume magic from their contractor. She explained that spirits use their contractor's mental strength, and if the contractor's mental strength weakens, the spirit would be unable to use their abilities. Before press conference, Chae Sayun enters the room where Junho was getting ready for conference. Chae Sayun asked if he's not gonna wear pajama in conference like last time he did. Junho said it's only fun if you do it once. Chae Sayun said he's looking good. In the press conference, journalists are gathered. People talk about Junho's outstanding growth in only 3 months. One journalist compared Junho with top players and said he won't be surprised if Junho announces clearing 1-star gate. But others didn't believe and said that's too much for him. Jun-ho enters the conference room and surprised that he's not wearing pajamas. Press conference begins. Jun-ho answers few questions, the journalist asked him if he's planning to clear Cave of Trials. To which Jun-ho replied yes, he's planning to clear Cave of Trials. Cave of Trials is a gate in a Tibet. Every time player clear the trial in a cave, they are given the choice of either continue the trial or give up where they are. Unlike other gates, they can leave gates safely. Before the conference ends, Jun-ho announces after clearing Cave of Trials, he is gonna challenge 1-star Gate Winter Castle. Every person in the conference room gets shocked and asks once again if he's talking about one of the 3 uncleared gate that has brutal difficulty. To which Jun-ho confirmed. Next day, news spread across the world. Frost Queen was worried about Jun-ho as many think it was too early for him to enter the Cave of Trials. Jun-ho explains that generally people enter that gate between 25 to 30. But they know that if player is low ranker then he'll receive more rewards. Jun-ho had already cleared Cave of Trials 25 years ago under the Spectre name. And Cave of Trials does not allow players to enter again once they receive the reward. But Jun-ho lost all his reward and his stats are now reset, so he might be allowed to go in again. Jun was exited to challenge those trials again, to meet his friends and to surpass his past self. He asks Frost Queen to help him in training when they get back. She was excited to become his master, and stated that his training will be difficult. In the Player Association building, the Frost Spirit informed Jun-ho about his ability to manipulate 2 elements, darkness and frost energy. She emphasized that mastery over energy depended on understanding, leading to more refined techniques. When asked about his perception of dark energy, Jun-ho described it as violent and prideful, earning the Frost Spirit's approval. However, his response about frost energy being ice cold disappointed her, considering he had been utilizing frost for 3 months. The Frost Spirit clarified that frost energy possesses a distinct elegance compared to other energies. While darkness, fire, and wind excel in attack but lack defense, water and earth energies lean towards defense. In contrast, frost energy stands out for excelling in both offense and defense. It was once renowned for creating one-man armies that dominated battlefields. To enhance his control over frost magic, training began. Yet, before the training could proceed, the Frost Queen requested Jun-ho to craft an exact replica of a sword using his frost skills. Jun-ho expressed reluctance, stating his disinterest in learning sword making. In response, the Frost Queen insisted that she wouldn't proceed with his training until he successfully crafted the weapon. In the next scene, we saw Jun-ho made a sword similar to original one. He asks if is this okay. She breaks the sword stating blade is not sharp enough and weight distribution is bad. She thought that he's quite impressive after only 34 minutes, he can recreate blade with 62% accuracy. She remembered that 25 years ago he was so powerful that she could not believe he was a human from Earth. She thought that maybe she's creating monster. And watching his progress is quite enjoyable. In the next scene, we see training room is all frozen. And Jun-ho breathing heavily. After many tries he shows the sword crafted by frost magic. He asked Frost Queen Spirit how is it? To which she replied he has finally made something useful. But broke the sword again saying she was annoyed. She patted Jun-ho saying this should be enough training for weapon creation. And get some sleep. Once he wake up she'll teach him how to use frost skill as he desires. Jun-ho said she's acting suspicious and worried she tells him to make spear this time. Jun-ho faints and Frost Spirit put blanket on Jun-ho. Desire he will become more stronger to protect his precious one. Few days later, Jun-ho and Frost Spirit reach a plateau in Tibet. To challenge Gate of Trials. Where Monk welcomes Jun-ho. And shows the players that have completed the trail before. Explaining the rules to Jun-ho. Jun-ho enters the cave where come across the gate. Jun-ho try entering, but error occurs stating to enter second time clearances from administrators is needed. Jun-ho was surprised. Suddenly a door appear in front of Jun-ho. From the door administrator of the dimensional elevator named Gray comes out. Jun-ho asks him if he's a god. Gary replied that he's just a public servant who has been appointed by them to manage this place. Administrator says that it been a long time since he have seen familiar faces. And referred to him as Spectre. surprising Junho, and congratulated him for his return. The queen was also surprised as he could see her too and referred to as sovereign of the Cold Frost Queen. The administrator told Junho that he already cleared the trials 25 years ago, and the rules stated that those who already received the rewards cannot enter a second time even if Junho changed his name. Junho reasoned that he already lost the rewards he received from the Cave of Trials. The administrator analyzed him and found that he is telling the truth. While releasing aura of Administrator Junho felt pressured. The administrator said that the problem isn't about breaking the rules but an issue of fairness. As Junho already knew what trials he will face in the cave, and that it will be unfair to the other players. Junho told the administrator to increase the difficulty to balance it out. The administrator asked him if he could handle it. Junho was confident. The administrator agreed and wished him luck. While leaving, the Frost Queen asked why her memories disappeared. The administrator answered that he cannot speak of that. Junho and Frost Queen teleported inside the Cave of Trials. The Frost Queen was frustrated that she has no memories related to the floors. Junho started the trials and completed the level 1 magic trial easily. The Queen praised him. The Frost Queen asked why Junho suddenly struggling to move, and Junho told her that the second trial changes the force of gravity on the body every minute, and the following trials are all things considered to be torture. He finished the trial and decided to continue. Frost Queen was worried and told her to rest first. Junho thought this would give him better rewards the more he suffers. The next was the Phantom Trial. Junho remembered the illusion where he fought to save his parents from monsters and had to remind himself that it isn't real. It ended after half a day. The illusions appeared. He saw it was his comrades calling him a liar and a traitor. Frost Queen told him to not listen to them, but Junho remembered how they sacrificed and sent him up knowing they would die. Junho shouted and wouldn't want them to be insulted like this. Junho knew that fighting them all at once will be suicide. He asked the Frost Queen to stop Skaya and Ramadet. The Frost Queen told him that it will take a huge toll on his mental energy. Junho replied it doesn't matter, and how long can she hold them? She estimated about 30 seconds. Junho decided to take out Gilberto and Mio because they have low defense, while the Frost Queen summoned a giant ice golems to attack them. Ramadet tried to attack Junho, but the Frost Queen froze him. As Junho advanced, Gilberto aimed and fired at him, but he managed to dodge the shot. Junho was worried that even though it was an illusion, Gilberto's magic bullet was flawless, and if he gets hit by his magic bullet he'll die. Gilbert takes aim at Junho, but he disappears. He was shocked. Junho appeared behind him using night walking skill, and killed him with one strike. Mio was furious, saying how could kills his friends, and swore to take revenge. Junho knew it would be challenging to defeat her in a sword fight, but he thought he might have an opportunity to attack as she was emotionally affected by Gilberto's death. She ran towards Junho to attack, but Junho dodged it. She got careless and gave Junho an opportunity to strike and killed her instantly. Junho sees that Ramadet was free from ice. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen was at her limits as her golems were destroyed by Skaya's magic one by one. Skaya attacks Frost Queen, but Junho came and blocked the attacks and protected the Frost Queen. He praised her for holding this long. Ramadet attacked while Skaya supported him from the back line. Junho knows the two have the strongest synergy, and will have to go all out to defeat them. Junho used skill to boost himself. He attacked Ramadet, but he just took it, and was unaffected and attacked Junho. Junho dodged the attack and thought his regenerative power is crazy. Skaya take aim at Junho, but he ran away while Skaya attacked with magic. Junho teased Ramadet, to which his got angered and blocked Junho. Ramadet punched him so hard that his broke through his ice shield and giving internal injuries. But Junho used this opportunity to attack and stabbed him. Ramadet was confident the attack won't affect him, but Junho used skill named Law of Life, which pierced through his body, killing him instantly. Skaya saw Ramadet die in front of her. Skaya went berserk seeing him die. Junho knew he can't win without giving in all. He summoned Death's Scythe using Darkness skill to break through the shield that protects Skaya. Death's Scythe consumes ton of magic, so he can't use it for long. She used all of her magic to kill Junho, but Junho swiftly kills Skaya. He finished the attack and was thankful that it was not the real Skya or he would have lost. Message appeared stating he has completed Phantom Trial and if he wants to proceed or quit. He decided to continue. In the next scene we saw Frost Queen waking Jun-ho. He woke up in the restroom. She tells him he was sleeping for 30 hours straight. She was astonished by the Death Side's power but knew it aftershocks are quite vicious. She asked how many trials are remain. Jun-ho was unsure because the administrator changed the contents of the trial and the difficulty. After exiting the restroom, the fourth trial begins and it was the insomnia trial. It is a trial in which he can't sleep for 10 days. 20 hours passed. Jun-ho was doing well and asked Frost Queen to help him waking up. After 60 hours Juno was miserable and Frost Queen throws an ice ball on his face. As she reminded him not to fall asleep. 98 hours and he was close to falling asleep but the Frost Queen woke him. Up 24 hours left. The Frost Queen was cheering for him. Jun-ho thought that he need to at least reach the 9th level to save his comrades. And to receive the stats reward. He remembered them and promised to save them. Jun-ho woke up screaming from his thoughts. When he heard the Frost Queen calling him and pointing to the timer that it was already over. He was relieved and lay down. Jun-ho rested then continued for next trial. He entered the sense trials which tested his sense of smell, taste, sight, and hearing. Next trial was the stillness trial which combined the sound and silence trial. The Frost Queen communicated with him using Morse code asking if he will eat. He thought she was having fun using it after teaching her. Jun-ho was determined to finish all the trials after enduring everything. He knew next was the void trials where most of the players give up and he remembered he was one of them. It's a nothingness where people loses their 5 cents and go mad. As he finished the stillness trial, a message appeared that the 9th void trial and 10th time trial will happen simultaneously. Jun-ho was surprised then a warning appeared saying to cancel if he can't handle the trial as his existence may disappear. Jun-ho knew he can be stuck and unable to feel anything. Even passing time. Jun-ho signaled to the Frost Queen that he will be back. She wished him good luck and will wait for his return. He began the trial and was surrounded by the void. Jun-ho was wondering how much time has passed and thought if he would give up just like the last time. He reminded himself that he made a choice and he refused to die in a place like this. Jun-ho woke up with the Frost Queen greeting him. He asked how much time has passed, and she said it was 10 days. Jun-ho cursed the cave as he thought he was there for a month. The Queen noticed that something has changed in him. Jun-ho checked his body and found that his magic loss rate was at 0%. Compared to 3% when he was Spectre, he was on the same level as Skya, who was blessed by magic. This gives him perfect magic control. He summoned a blade and attacked the cave walls. They were surprised and the Queen said it was much stronger than the previously he used. Message appeared stating he has cleared the trails and his rewards is in progress. He was impatient to see rewards and wondered why he hasn't received his reward yet. Warning appeared stating do not fret, reward is being calculated. Jun-ho saw that 2 of his skill increased by 2 and while his stats increased by 20. It was double the number of rewards he got in the past. He also noticed a new title limit breaker which gives him 1 random stat every time he levels up. Jun-ho estimated that by the time he reaches level 130 he would have 100 bonus stat in total, increasing the gap between him and the other players. The Frost Queen interrupted Jun-ho's daydreaming and said she wanted to leave the place. Outside the gate, a monk and a bodyguard were waiting for Jun-ho's return. They were worried that it'd been a month and he still haven't returned. But then they noticed the cave of trial rankings had been updated and Seo Jun-ho was now ranked number 1, having successfully cleared the 10th floor. The monk was surprised, exclaiming that the legend had just been born. Meanwhile we saw the mansion where kids were playing. Calciner is seen visiting an orphanage and a blonde man greets him at the entrance. The blonde man says that they are doing this for the heavenly demon. Calciner addresses the man as Milo Torres and tell him to be cautious about casually mentioning that name around children's. The blonde man snaps his fingers and all the children stop what they are doing. Torres Milo said they are being trained to become powerful fiends like him. He snaps his fingers and the children return to their previous activity. Then he invited Calciner inside. In the Italy, Rome. We see that Jun-ho and Frost wandering around the place. Frost was excited seeing Jun-ho on TV. He reminded her to not to get distracted from mission. Few days before, we see that Duke was so happy upon Jun-ho's return from Cave of Trials. He was happy because our Jun-ho Clearing the Gate Association got tons of donations. After that, Duke informed Jun-ho that the orphanage they were looking for is located in Rome, where Arma the skeleton mage and other children's raised as fiends. Duke showed him a picture of Torres Milo, a retired player. He was seen walking with children. He shows up wandering in downtown once every 2 months, and every time Torres Milo appears in the area, a missing persons report was always filed within a week. And next week will be exactly 2 months. In the present day, Jun-ho was fatigued and unable to locate the orphanage. The Frost Queen suggests they return to their lodgings and rest. As Jun-ho is walking, a child collides and was getting away. He attempts to steal from him, but Jun-ho apprehends the child and demands that he return the stolen item. The child returns the watch and Jun-ho threatens to call the police. He was scared. Jun-ho then inquires if the child is familiar with the area, to which the child confirms. Jun-ho treated the child a meal and found his name was Marco. He was eating, but he remembered his family at home. Jun-ho asked how many are they in the family and ordered takeaway for them. Jun-ho found that they don't have parents. Marco replied that they don't, but there is a priest who visits the family once a month and thinks they are from the Vatican. The priest said that to make them clean human beings, they take one child at a time to paradise, and said paradise is where they can study, wear clean clothes and eat 3 meals a day. But Macro doesn't want to go to paradise because the priest gives off a bad vibe. Jun-ho asked if they were able to see the kids that went to paradise. Marco replied that they can't see them, but the priest sometimes brings the letter that children wrote themselves. Jun-ho asked when is the priest's next visit, and create a fake story that he lost his sister, and maybe the priest could help him. Marco told him that he will help him meet the priest, and that he will be visiting them in 2 days. After that we see Vatican. Pope was walking through corridor and saw an unknown person. It was Spectre. Pope was shocked to see Spectre. The Pope was embarrassed that they were living comfortably while Spectre and the 5 heroes fought for peace. Jun-ho asked Pope if he knows something about paradise. But the Pope was unaware. Jun-ho thought that the people who were impersonating the priest and kidnapping children must be fiends. Before he left, Jun-ho warned the Pope that a fire may break out in the next few days. Then he disappears using darkness skill. In Marco's lodging, Jun-ho woke up while Marco was asking him why did he sleep there. Jun-ho told Marco to guide him to the priest. While they were walking, the Frost Queen noticed that Marco's steps were light, so Jun-ho asked Marco if he was an aspiring player. Marco was shocked, asked how did he know. He said he was practicing to be a player. Jun-ho told him it will be hard. Marco replied that he will do it to protect his family, and remembered the priest said there is a player training course inside paradise. Jun-ho thought this must be their way of capturing talented children. Marco plans to go when the priest next visits, and after he receives his license he will be able to earn and enter the gates. He intends to become an amazing player like Spectre. On their way to the church, Marco saw Torres Milo with a child. Marco knows the child and calls for her, and said she left the family 2 months ago to join paradise. Torres Milo instructed the child to greet Marco with a cheerful demeanor, and the child hugged Marco while smiling. Torres Milo also greeted Marco. Jun-ho approached them while pretending to scold Marco. Milo was suspicious of Jun-ho because he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Jun-ho introduced himself as Sunny as they shook hands. Torres noticed his grip and asked Jun-ho if he is a player. Jun-ho confirmed and said he was only level 27. Which disgusted Torres Milo, as he thought to himself that Jun-ho wasn't worth his time. Jun-ho asked Marco if Torres was the one from paradise. Torres was shocked and asked how did he know. Marco said he saw Torres with the priest. Torres was confused about how Jun-ho found out about paradise. Jun-ho told him the fake story while crying that his reason for coming here was to find his younger sibling that was lost 15 years ago, and he learned about paradise while searching for his sibling. Torres thought that he can't let Jun-ho go as the existence of paradise might be exposed to the world. So he decided to invite him to the orphanage. Jun-ho thanked him. They arrived at the orphanage and a teacher welcomed them. Torres secretly told the teacher to make sure that no one follows them. Torres brought them to the auditorium and showed the children training to be players. Torres asked Junho if he could teach the children a lesson and introduced him. Some of the teachers also entered the room. The eyes of the teacher and the children turned red. Marco was surprised. As Junho told him to remember, those eyes are proof that Torres is a demon. Junho asked if he fed the children demon's blood. Torres mocked him and said some children refused, but after killing some of them, they rushed to drink it. Marco was angered knowing that all of the kids that went were turned into demons. He tried to attack Torres, but he was stopped by one of the fiends. Torres laughed at him as Marco said they will be punished by Spectre. Torres said that he would have believed it 25 years ago, and no one will fear Spectre even if he returns. Junho stepped forward and said to Marco that if he wants to become a player, he must hold on to his weapon till the end, even when facing an opponent he can't beat. Junho wore Spectre's mask while saying to Marco that he wasn't a player yet, so he will help this time. Marco was confused if he was really Spectre, but he asked him to save his siblings. Torres and his minions laughed while mocking Junho, thinking he was an imposter. One of the fiend approached him while laughing and said if he was Spectre his head should go flying in the next 5 seconds. Junho replied it won't even take 5 seconds. As he attacked and killed the fiend, the other fiends were terrified as they recognized the Skull Darkness Warden, the dark-type ability that Spectre uses. Torres ordered the fiends to kill Junho while thinking that there was no way he was the real Spectre. Junho snapped his fingers and the 2 fiends got devoured by the darkness instantly. The other fiends tried to dodge. Junho thought it was useless. While feeling satisfied that there was no limit to his magic power, he killed the other fiends easily. Torres was terrified as he remembered the legend of Spectre killing 100 demons on the spot. He ordered the children to grab onto Junho to buy time until reinforcement arrives. Junho stopped the kids by covering them with darkness. Torres ran away, but he felt thinking he tripped, but he saw his foot cut off. Junho attacks him with darkness skill and asked him if he ever considered what it was like for the children to be forcibly turned into fiends. He begged for mercy, but Junho killed him, stating it won't be unfair if he dies. After hearing his confession of the dead on Torres, he saw how Torres wanted powers and became a fiend. In another scene, Torres was kneeling to a man called Chief Roxanne Azar. He tasted Torres's ability, and wondered how to make it taste like it. As a reward, he told Torres why the paradise was created 24 years ago. The fiend established an organization on the 2nd floor, and was scared that the 5 heroes will be awakened and kill them. Their solution was to create paradise, and make their own Spectre. Paradise is the ingredient factory to select children who have awakened as demons, and the chef takes the ingredients and manufactures them into a new grade. Then use the ultimate sense of taste to create the same abilities. Torres had the ability of mind manipulation, which will help them make second Spectre. As the Spectre, Junho also learned that the chief will be waiting for him on the 2nd floor. Junho felt guilt as he learned that the reason for thousands of children forcibly turned into fiends was to create a second Spectre, and felt it was all because of him. Frost said it's not his. He knew that once a player becomes a fiend, they can't become a human again. He has no choice but to end the children who have been turned into fiends. Junho went inside and saw Marco asking him to save his siblings. Junho told him that it was impossible and explained that if a normal person consumes the fiend's blood, they can only adapt and die or become a fiend. Anna woke up, but she tried to attack Marco. Junho pulled Marco back and used darkness magic to hold Anna. Then a message appeared saying a low level of demonic energy felt, and that he can absorb it using the Watchguard of Darkness's ability. Junho was surprised. He wondered if they can still be saved. Marco stood and said he should be one to take care of his siblings. Junho smiled and praised the boy, saying, "It was rare to find a player that will wait for others and that he will become a good player. But right now there's no need for him to carry such heavy responsibilities." After absorbing the demonic energy from the children, Junho sent them to the Vatican to be examined. A priest came out and said all of the children are confirmed to not be fiends. The Pope arrived and wants to publicly announce the incident and warn about the dangers of the fiend. Junho asked the Pope to take care of the rescued children as the Church has a part in what happened. The Pope agreed to provide housing and education to all the children involved. Marco thanked him and said he will work hard to be his underling. But Junho rejected him, saying he doesn't take underlings, he only accepts comrades. Cal Siner wake up from his sleep and saw message from Torres Milo calling for him. After learning about the incident from news and how Spectre destroyed Paradise, he was enraged and plans to kill him next after SEO Junho. In the Players Association, Spectre was waiting, then hears a noises from the outside. He went to take a look, then he saw that large crowd of people outside cheering and congratulating him for returning, and he was surprised. On their way to the conference, Duke asked Junho what was the announcement about. He asked if Duke remembered when he first woke up and thought the world was peaceful. But it wasn't, and in the absence of the 5 heroes, fiends thrive and the weak suffered, and that 25 years ago the fiends weren't able to do it. Duke said it was only because the 5 heroes were there to stop them. Junho said at the beginning he only wanted to free his comrades, but now that fiends become more dangerous, and he has to remind them of his presence. Duke cautioned, saying about the dangers of coming back as Spectre, explaining that many people would be targeting him and that people would look to him for answers in any incident that occurs. He also stated that he and his comrades have already done enough. Junho was aware of risks. Even though he don't have power, but he had influence, saying there was no one but him who can do it. Frost also praised him for his courage. Dukas was frustrated and also understands his point, and asked him what he need to do. Junho told Duke to increase the volume of the speaker as much as possible. At the conference hall, there were so many big guilds gathered to recruit him. Inho was observing and saw all the big 6 vice masters and team leaders gathered, but stopped when he noticed Yuha was not listening. Yuha was excited to see Spectre in person. Then Spectre and Duke arrived and the conference started. Reporter asked if he could provide proof that he was indeed Spectre. Junho stood up and displayed a sword aura. Everyone was stunned. The reporter then asked after the incident in Rome and if he will be returning to the field. Spectre replied that he had originally planned to retire, as he believed that the world had become peaceful thanks to him and his comrades' sacrifices, and felt relieved that they were no longer needed. But after seeing the horrors of Paradise, he realized that he couldn't retire. He told them that over the past 24 years 6,000 children have been kidnapped and killed by the fiend. The press was shocked by the numbers. Spectre continued that it could have been easily prevented if the players, the guilds and the association joined hands and make it as the fiends never shows up again. Spectre addressed the fiends and told them Spectre has returned. In Players Association, Junho was laying on the couch and satisfied that the announcement is gaining attention. He was startled when the Frost Queen screamed. When he got there, he found that she called him just to switch to second episode of drama. He was annoyed and took revenge by giving her a carbonated drink. She thought it was a normal drink and drank it. She went flying around and Junho was laughing. She was so mad, but Junho switched her mind by turning TV, and she was satisfied. As Junho was on his way to the training room, Duke called him to inform him that all of the leaders of the top 6 teams had come to see him. Junho wondered why the Big 6 was looking for him, as he asked Duke if they came for Spectre. Duke told him that they came for SEO Junho. He thought about it, and understood that the Big 6 were already on the first floor to recruit SEO Junho. Duke warned him that some of the Big 6 are violent, and that they rather break something if they can have it. Junho thought an idea. Junho arrived and greeted the Big 6 and asked what they wanted. One of them said they wanted to recruit him, as he was ranked first in the Cave of Trials. The others were there for the same reason. Junho apologized and said that he couldn't transfer to another organization. One of the Big 6 offered to pay any fees for breaking his contract, but Junho stopped them by putting Spectre's, the demon beheading sword, on the table. Junho explained that Spectre had given him the sword as a token of proof, and had chosen him to be his official delegate. The Big 6 were surprised by this. Yuha didn't think that Junho was this close to Spectre. The Big 6 thought Spectre is creating his own army, and if Junho and Spectre joins their guilds, they will get lots of PR. Junho continued that Spectre had proposed 3 conditions. First, Junho would continue his affiliation with the association to avoid bias towards any one guild. Second, the guilds that accepted the proposal would receive a great amount of information and influence on the second floor. And third, the guilds that accepted the proposal will provide any information that Spectre requests. and in return Spectre will publicly announce the guild's contribution. Yuha thought that the Big Six had no choice but to accept the offer, in order to receive his approval. As after Spectre's conference the guilds were blamed for not doing enough to stop the fiends, and were only concerned about filling their pockets, and thought Spectre is the only one who hold the power. The Big Six said they would need to consult with their guild masters. Junho left saying they should contact him if they made a decision. The Big Six knew that as long as Junho is Spectre's proxy they wouldn't be able to recruit him, and they thought Spectre saw potential in Junho to become as strong as the 5 heroes. They also knew that Spectre had an eye for spotting potential as he did with Gilberto Green, who only had 1 D-rank skill, but everyone ignored him. Only Spectre saw his potential. Yuha caught up to Junho. He joked that he wouldn't give her special treatment just because they were acquainted. Yuha denied it, and asked if he was close to Spectre. Junho told her that it was only a professional relationship. She asks if he has met him for in person, which he confirmed. She requested that Junho get her book autographed by Spectre. Junho reluctantly agreed. Then she requested to draw a heart with her name on it. Junho told her that he won't write something so cringe. She said she's not asking him to write. Then she thanked him and left. Later in the training room Junho reviewed his stats, and discovered they were similar to when he was at level 60 in the past. He realized that when he will enters the 2nd floor he will be at a disadvantage even with the use of Spectre's name, and will need information from the Big Six to succeed. Junho summoned 10 level 100 dummies and decided to relearn all the skills he had used in the past before heading to the 2nd floor. He demonstrated his abilities by dodging an attack from one of the dummies, and then countering with an attack infused with magic. The Frost Queen noticed this and Junho confirmed that it used a lot of magic energy. He remembered a technique taught by Skya called Booster, and used it to charge and unleash a powerful punch that destroyed the area, impressing the Frost Queen. However, after the display Junho was exhausted, and explained that even when he was Spectre he could only use the Booster technique for 10 minutes. Therefore he plans to train until he can use it effectively in battle, and then challenge the Winter Castle. 1 week later, during training the Frost Queen reminded Junho that his body temperature was too high and suggested that he use the Frost skill to lower it. Junho replied that he had tried, but if he used both the Frost and Booster techniques simultaneously, he couldn't control it. He estimated that it would take a few months for him to be able to use them effectively in battle. Despite this, he was satisfied with his training and contacted his secretary Cha, informing her that he will be heading to the Winter Castle Gate in Antarctica. Juno arrived in Antarctica with Duke, who was shivering. Duke left immediately as his only task was to bring Junho there. The Frost Queen remarked that Duke was too fragile for the harsh weather. Junho checked the information and saw that the clear objective was to defeat the Lord of the Winter Castle with a difficulty level of Brutal. He entered the gate and wondered where the castle was located. But the Frost Queen directed him to go northwest, and informed him that they were in the Ice Kingdom of Niflheim, the country she used to rule. The Frost Queen was perplexed as to how the Winter Castle still existed, since she had left it. Junho asked her for any information about the castle, such as the number of guards, or if there were any secret passages. The Frost Queen became angry as he was asking her to reveal the country's secrets. Junho jokingly suggested that their destinies were already connected, and they would be together forever. Eventually the Queen relented and shared what she knew, mentioning that they had initially intended to summon all of her knights to the previous gate that Junho had entered when he was Spectre. The Frost Queen remembered there were 27,000 soldiers in the Winter Castle, but believed the number to be lower because they were now inside a gate. She also mentioned that it might be possible that the only one in the castle was Sir Kis Bremen, who was the Lord of the Winter Castle and his loyal knight. Juno asked about his strength, to which the Frost Queen replied that Sir Kis would only need one finger to defeat him. Junho thought that Sir Kis was stronger than her, but she became angry and explained that she was extremely weakened when they fought. Junho was relieved as he thought that Sir Kis might also be weakened. They entered the castle and the Frost Queen explained that behind the door there was a hall where 100 knights awaited and he would have to fight each one to prove his strength. Junho exclaimed why she had only told him this now. She reasoned him that during the proof of knighthood the fights would be one at a time, As he opened the door, he saw the knights facing him. The door closed, and the knights drew their swords. A knight named Horin Simus asked him to state his purpose, and the Frost Queen instructed him to say that he came to prove his knighthood. Juno was doubtful, as the knight repeated his question and warned him that if he did not answer he would be considered a trespasser. Reluctantly, Junho said that he came to prove his knighthood. 3 months have passed, and Junho is shown sitting in front of a fire eating his bread. She recalls what had happened the first night. One knight stepped forward and pointed his sword at him. But Junho found the fight to be enjoyable. He noticed that all of the knights he fought were strong, and if they were compared to players, they were at least level 100. Their fighting techniques were almost flawless, and all of them used weapon aura that is unique to them. He wondered if they were more dangerous than players. Juno was not aware that sword aura could have diversity. The Frost Queen asked him to explain what he meant. He explained that the player only uses one type of weapon aura, infusing magic into their blade, to create an aura like a flame. However, the knights use auras like drills or sharp auras like spears. Junho asked if there were player systems in Niflheim, and the Frost Queen was certain that there were not. Junho assumed that the knights cannot obtain stats or skills. They achieve their level just through training their bodies and magic all their lives. The Frost Queen asked Junho if he had any insight on using his sword aura, to which he replied to create a aura all he needed is enough magic power and understanding. The Queen said that her knights found a weapon they could handle well, and created an aura that best suited for their fighting style and weapon. As a result, Junho decided to learn more about weapons and make a new sword aura. After training for 3 months, Junho challenged the knights again. The knight attacked him with a sword wave. Junho blocked the attack, but was still affected by the aftershock. Junho used the same technique that the knight used, and the other knights were surprised. Junho smiled and invited the other knights to attack. After a while, Junho defeated the knights. Horin Simus approached him and asked for his name. Junho introduced himself, and upon hearing his name, the knight told him that out of all the knights he had faced, Junho had left the greatest impression. Then he gave him a token of honor, a symbol that shows that he has proven his knighthood. The knight explained that those who have passed the test may request a meeting with the lord of the castle. The knights bid their farewell to Junho. As he leaves to meet the lord, he felt the pressure coming from Kiss Bremen, as he saw the lord sitting on his throne. Upon facing Kiss Bremen, Juno realized that he was a powerful adversary. The Frost Queen remarked that Kiss seemed to know that Juno was a player. He agreed, as evidenced by the intense aura of bloodlust emanating from Kiss. Junho took out his spear and launched in direct attack against Kiss. But his strike was effortlessly blocked. Despite this setback, Juno pressed on with multiple follow-up attacks, all of which were parried by Kiss without even trying hard. Junho surprised and used Skill Booster. Frost warned him about activating his booster ability too early in the fight, but Junho knew he couldn't hold back against such a formidable opponent. He inquired about the duration of the booster, and the Frost Queen informed him that he could sustain it for 1 minute and 2 seconds. With this knowledge, Juno resumed his assault on Kiss, and the two clashed fiercely. However, the confrontation ended abruptly when Kiss sent Junho flying into a wall, shattering his weapon. He realized the significant gap in weapon quality. Junho switched to his main weapon, while Kiss activated his ability, causing a thick mist to fill the room. The Frost Queen informed Junho that the mist was called a Shin Mist, and although it held no special properties, but it would impair his vision and make it difficult to anticipate Kiss's movements. Juno was frustrated by the decreased visibility, and decided to deactivate his booster ability and focus on locating Kiss. Suddenly, Kiss launched an attack from behind, but Juno managed to evade it. He counterattacked, but Kiss swiftly grabbed him and slammed him to the ground and attempted to stab him in the head. Junho narrowly avoided the attack but sustained an injury to his shoulder. Fortunately, the Frost Queen intervened and managed to push Kiss away from Juno. Junho acknowledged that he couldn't afford to let Kiss continue attacking him, and the Frost Queen proposed an ambush strategy. However, Juno rejected the idea, explaining that Kiss was too formidable for him to conceal his presence successfully. Juno realized that this was the worst possible scenario for him, and his mind was becoming increasingly clouded due to the strain of using the booster ability. Moreover, the mist was causing him additional problems while Kiss was taking advantage of the situation and gaining the upper hand. Jun-ho resolved that it was time to reverse the situation. Meanwhile, Kiss was impressed that Jun-ho had managed to evade him and remain hidden within the mist. However, Kiss could sense Jun-ho's presence and knew he was close. Kiss saw an outline in the mist and swiftly attacked. But Jun-ho was not there, and suddenly Kiss found himself frozen, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Jun-ho then emerged behind him and explains to Kiss that mist is formed by concentrated water vapor and can be turned into ice by lowering the temperature. Kiss attempted to retreat, but Jun-ho froze him and delivered a fatal blow. He was surprised to find that Kiss was still alive. Kiss asked for forgiveness from His Majesty. Jun-ho noticed this and asked the Frost Queen why she wasn't revealing herself. The Frost Queen replied that she didn't deserve to, because a monarch must protect their people, but she failed to protect the knights of the Winter Castle who were also citizens of Niflheim. The Frost Queen approached Kiss and spoke to him, stating that this was what it meant to be weak and cry out in silence with no one to answer. Jun-ho received a message indicating that he has successfully cleared the Winter Castle and received the armory key as a reward, along with an increase in his stats. Due to the limit breaker, he had also completed the hidden quest of the Winter Castle, resulting in an increase in his weapon mastery. Jun-ho was pleasantly surprised by the generous rewards and felt that his 3-month stay was worth it. Upon arriving at the armory, he was informed that he could only choose one weapon and would be teleported outside after making his selection. Jun-ho was disappointed. Frost Queen assumed that Gray, the administrator, may still be watching him. After analyzing the available weapons, Jun-ho chose the Cruel Executioner halberd, which had the ability to recover his stamina. He was satisfied with his choice as it would allow him to fight multiple opponents while continuously recovering his stamina. As they walked out of the castle, Jun-ho caught sight of a portrait of a woman and was struck by her beauty. However, upon closer examination, he recognized the woman's hair and clothing and began to suspect that it was the Frost Queen depicted in the portrait. He asked her about it and to remove her blindfold. Then she became flustered and refusing his request to remove her blindfold and urging him to leave the castle. After returning to the association, Chae Sa-yoon remarked that Jun-ho looked like a man who was rescued from a deserted island. Jun-ho asked if he really looked that bad, but Chae Sa-yoon thanked him for returning safely. Meanwhile, people discussed doubting whether Jun-ho was really part of the association. They get out of room. Then Chae Sa-yoon apologized to Jun-ho for the crowd's reaction upon his return and expressed the association's difficulties during Jun-ho's absence. The complaints from sponsors and commission requests had ceased, and some even demanded to have their funds returned. The president was having a tough time, but they could not do anything without Jun-ho, who had built the association's reputation. Then Jun-ho stated that they don't have to pay attention to people's opinions regardless of the association's reputation. Chae Sa-yoon expressed concern about the negative attitudes towards Jun-ho after only 3 months, but Jun-ho clarified that he fights for his own goals and not for others. Chae Sa-yoon admitted that Jun-ho is correct and wished she had realized it sooner. He then lightened the mood and joked about Chae Sai's occasional denseness. Chae Sa-yoon joked with Jun-ho that she was too dense to fulfill her duties, such as relaying messages from the Big Six. In the Dokabi's office, Messenger informed Guild Master Shin Sung-hyun that Spectres has requested to gather information about the fiends and send it within 30 minutes. The Dokabi Guild Master ordered the messenger to compile and send all information below mid-level. However, the messenger was hesitant and suspected that Spectre made a similar request to the other guilds. As he encountered other messengers from the Big Six, Sung-hyun realized that Spectre intended the guilds to compete against each other. He assumed that Spectre knew that the guilds had agreed to limit the information they provided. Spectre likely plans to discard those that do not provide valuable intelligence. Sung-hyun felt that they were all being controlled by Spectre. He then ordered to give all information except the classified and top-secret ones. Sung-hyun opted to make it clear to Spectre about their stance so that the Dokabi Guild would be the sole guild he would cooperate with. While waiting for the guilds to respond, Jun-ho reflected on the risk he took by setting a 30-minute deadline for the information request. He desired to turn the guild master's tactics against him. Jun-ho received the replies from the Big Six guilds, which came in earlier than he expected. He speculated that the guilds probably made an agreement to limit the level of information they provide him during the time he was gone. However, by forcing them to compete with each other, he was able to get valuable information that cannot be bought with money. Junho believes that despite being so-called the Big Six, they still have a lot to learn. Junho plans to enter the second-floor frontier in 10 days, and to prepare himself, he decided to memorize all the information sent by the Big Six. However, he felt like he was the only one working, while the Frost Queen was watching TV. She explained that she was studying human culture. Junho estimated that it would take him 4 days to read through all the information. The Big Six have been assimilating themselves into all corners of the empire for the past 25 years. There are 3 main factions. Silent Moon and Akibi are affiliated with the imperial family. Labyrinth and Sky Soul focus on gaining control of other regions, and Silver Constellation has control over the Church of the Sun. In addition, the Helm Guild has founded a new mercenary guild that covers the most ground in terms of activity, and is separate from the 3 factions. Junho expresses curiosity about the world of Frontier, which he has never experienced before, and wonders what kind of place it will be. Chae Sayun visited Duke and submitted a resignation letter. When Duke asked for a reason for resigning, Chae Sayun reminded him of the day she first came to the association. We then see Chae Sayun's story. A few years ago, there was a talented healer in the Shumer region on the 2nd floor. They called her a saintess. She spent her whole life helping others, but when she fell into a crisis, no one offered a helping hand to her except one. She tells Duke that she respects him, and Spectre equally, but while talking to Junho, she started to remember her passion that motivated her in the past. Duke congratulates her on finding her own path, and Chae Sayun requests to return the magic sealing ring on the day of her resignation. Duke allows her to do so and congratulates her on her return. In Duke's office, Duke expressed concern when Junho revealed that he had made the Big Six compete with each other, and shared the resulting information with him. Upon seeing the quality of the information, Duke's side admitted that it surpassed that of the association. Junho asked about the association's activities on the 2nd floor, and Duke explained that they had been recruiting players and restructuring their information network to expand their influence in Frontier. However, the association was struggling to catch up to the Big Six, who had already established dominance over the most valuable areas after 25 years, leaving the association to the outskirts. Junho suggested making a significant contribution in a war, but Duke explained it wouldn't be easy. Junho then revealed he would be going to the 2nd floor in a week. Duke felt ashamed that they couldn't provide more support for Junho, but Junho comforted him, saying they had already done enough, such as providing him with a new identity, player license, equipment, and lodgings. Junho expressed his gratitude for everything the association had done for him. Junho saw Chae Sayun at the association and asked why she was still there. Chae Sayun replied that she was helping the president sort through some documents, but Junho questioned why he was making her do it and said he would need to discuss it with him. He then advised her to go home since it was getting late and bid her good night. Duke came out and saw Junho, who questioned Duke about why he was making Chae Sayun work late. Duke remembered that Chae Sayun asked him to keep her resignation a secret. He then changed the topic and gave Junho a note with Arthur's address, Gilberto's son, and suggested that he should find and help him. Junho was unsure if Arthur would remember him, and Duke asked if he would be meeting Arthur as Spectre, but Junho hadn't decided yet. Junho went out to buy some food and was unaware that someone was watching him. When Junho was walking back, he was surprised to see someone who he assumed was a high-level player. Calciner took out his bow, Final Horizon, and suggested they go somewhere else to fight. Junho was confused as to why an archer would confront him at close range and questioned if Calciner had made a mistake. Calciner remarked that Junho was wrong, stating that the rule only applies when both sides are evenly matched in skills. Calciner then threatened Junho with the civilians near them and insisted that he should come with him unless he wanted everyone to die. Calciner and Junho moved to a secluded area. Calciner praised Junho for not fleeing and gave him 2 options: to put on magic restraining handcuffs and follow him, or for Calciner to cut off Junho's legs and drag him. Junho felt the weight of Calciner's magic and realized what it was like to face a level 100 ranker. Junho suggested a third option during their confrontation: to bury Calciner in the area. This angered Calciner, who attacked immediately, but Junho was able to deflect his arrows. Calciner was confused about how a rookie like Junho could do this. Junho explained that there are things in the world that go against common sense, and that he was just one of those things. Calciner admitted his mistake, realizing he had underestimated someone who had cleared a one-star gate on his own. Calciner acknowledged that Junho had reached a level where no one could go against him on the first floor, and that once he reached the second floor, he would climb rapidly. He realized that Junho was much more talented than he had initially thought, and that he had the potential to stand on equal footing with the Nine Heavens. Calciner felt it was a shame that a talented person like Junho would die by his hands, and he fired multiple arrows at Junho, who struggled to dodge them. Junho then realized that Calciner was controlling the arrows with his magic and filling the area with a thick layer of his magic, which was slowing down his movements. Junho realized he couldn't afford to get hit, so he activated Booster and destroyed the incoming arrows. Calciner acknowledged Junho's skills and decided to go all out. Junho sensed a shift in Calciner's magic from chaotic to calm, and then Calciner fired an arrow that destroyed the area where Junho had been standing. However, Calciner then felt a cold magic surrounding him as Junho activated his veil of darkness. Calciner was surprised to see that Junho had two attributes, and he witnessed his own attack being frozen by Junho. Junho revealed that he didn't want to use his frost skill but had no choice and intended to leave no witnesses alive. Calciner was eager to discover Junho's true identity, and summoned multiple arrows to finish the fight. Junho also wanted to end the battle quickly, as he was overusing his booster ability, which could overheat his brain. So, he decided to force close combat to kill Calciner. Junho charged towards Calciner, who laughed, thinking Junho was eager to die. But he was surprised when Junho disappeared and reappeared behind him using Shadow Teleport. Junho landed an attack, but Calciner twisted his body to avoid critical damage and countered, pushing Junho back. Junho cursed the regeneration abilities of a fiend as he saw Calciner's hand had already returned to normal. To become a fiend, one must drink a demon's blood. However, it is difficult for humans to handle demon powers, so most people dilute the blood with water before drinking it. Despite this, some people drink the blood undiluted for overwhelming power, and the rare few who survive become fiends and gain access to the demon's powers. Calciner commented that Junho's ability to suddenly disappear must have specific activation conditions since he didn't use it right away. Calciner then vowed to send Junho to hell for sure this time. Calciner offered to spare Junho's life if he put on magic restraining handcuffs, but Junho refused and launched an attack. Despite being close to his limits, Junho managed to destroy some of the arrows, but some still hit him. Despite being aware that Junho was reaching his limit, Calciner was surprised to see him charging towards him. As Junho closed in, Calciner managed to catch him, but it was only one of Junho's abilities. Junho then appeared behind Calciner and landed a crucial hit. He commanded his watchguard to consume Calciner, then Calciner realized that Junho was Spectre while cursing Junho and questioning why he hid his identity. Calciner received no response as the shadows engulfed him. The Frost Queen was watching TV when she remembered Junho's promise to come back soon, wondering where he was. Junho used his ability to read Calciner's memories and discovered that Calciner came to the first floor specifically to kill him. Despite being pursued by the High Blade, he became worried that he might get caught up in something due to killing Calciner. From the memories, he found out that the Fiend Association is located in the Shumer region on the second floor, consistent with information he obtained from the Dokabi Guild. He also saw that his Confession of the Dead skill rank had increased but realized that the skill could not be used on a target whose memory had already been read. As Junho reached for the final horizon bow, he felt a powerful force crushing him, and to his surprise he saw Kim Woo-young, the High Blade of the Nine Heavens' Seventh Heaven. He was amazed by Woo-young's speed, considering that he was still on the second floor, according to Calciner's memories. Woo-young mistook Junho for Calciner and expressed surprise that he had come down to earth. He explained that it was difficult to track Alcina's scent, and the stench of a fiend and the scent of trace incense would always linger on him. He vowed not to let Calciner go this time. Junho tried to explain to Wu Ying that he was not Calciner, but Wu Ying attacked him with an attack that narrowly missed him. Junho realized that Wu Ying was not willing to listen to him, and thought that things were going to get difficult, but he had no other choice. Junho admitted to killing Calciner and called someone. Later, Wu Ying talked with his guild master on the phone. After the call, he apologized to Junho. Junho said it was all right and that he would have done the same thing, but Wu Ying still wanted to compensate him for the inconvenience. Wu Ying healed Junho's wound using an elixir. Junho thought it was wasteful to use a legendary elixir for a small injury, but Wu Ying insisted on taking responsibility for his mistake. Wu Ying expressed his curiosity about how a level 30 player like Junho could defeat Demon Bao Calciner alone. Junho agreed to tell him only if he fulfilled his request to announce that he was the one who defeated Calciner, and never to reveal Junho's abilities to anyone else. He also asked for Wu Ying's help in the future if needed. Wu Ying agreed to help but warned Junho that if his powers strayed from the paths of humans, he wouldn't let it slide. Junho reassured him that it wouldn't be a problem. Junho showed Wu Ying his frost skill. Wu Ying was convinced that it was powerful enough to defeat the demon Bao and comparable to an S-rank ability. Wu Ying recognized that this was the association's key to calming the heat on the third floor. Junho stated that this information can never reach the ears of the fiends. Wu Ying agreed and destroyed the eye surrounding them while stating that an hour ago he defeated Calciner. Junho returned home looking disheveled and was surprised by the sudden appearance of the Frost Queen. She questioned him about his whereabouts, as he had said he would only be gone for a short while to meet his friend. Junho replied that something unexpected had happened. Upon seeing Junho's disheveled appearance, the Frost Queen asked about what had happened. Junho revealed that he had faced Calciner, a fiend much more powerful than any he had encountered before. When the Frost Queen expressed her lack of familiarity with Calciner, Junho elaborated on the fiend's strength, reflecting on his experience. Junho realized how powerful players have become over the past 25 years and how the truly strong ones reside on the second floor, known as the frontier. Despite his strength, Junho was impressed by Kim Wu Ying's pleasant personality. Junho felt that he needed to try harder. He knew that there are only 8 players on the same level as Kim Wu Ying, and one of them is an anime, the King of the Corpses and Natsid Halo. He is the master of Arma, the skeleton mage, and the fiend who ordered Calciner to capture him. Although Junho had prior knowledge about the first floor, he is worried about the unknown challenges that await him on the second floor. The Frost Queen noticed Junho's worried expression and comforted him by patting his head, saying he's been doing well so far. Junho was embarrassed but laughed it off, claiming to be a living legend of the world. And Junho remembered that he needed to say goodbye to some people before heading up to the second floor, planning to go out early the next day. Silent Moon Guildmaster Sun Chi-wan was questioning Wu Ying about the Final Horizon's whereabouts. She was irritated as Wu Ying wasn't responding. She asked if he had caught Calciner, to which he replied yes. Chi-wan then questioned why he didn't bring back the Bao, which was his actual mission, and asked if Calciner was stronger than he expected. Wu Ying thought that wasn't the case, as he could have easily defeated him. But before he could even arrive, Junho had already defeated Calciner on his own. He believed that since Junho had defeated Calciner, he deserved the spoils, and he had already made an agreement with him. Wu Ying admits that he accidentally killed Calciner before he could take out his Bao. Chi-wan is angry and confused about how Wu Ying, who is considered perfect, could make a mistake. Wu Ying apologizes, but Chi-wan forbids him from apologizing further and demands to know the real reason for his failure. Wu Ying then reveals that he was able to gain something more valuable than the Final Horizon, the future. Junho went to visit his comrades and discovered that his magic stat was still not high enough to remove the seal. However, he noticed that the message had changed, leading him to believe that he was getting closer to meeting the requirements. While he was there, he saw that the Frost Queen was feeling guilty about what had happened to his friends. He sighed and asked her if they were still alive. She confirmed that they were but that he needed to become much stronger if he wanted to break the seal. Jun-ho turned around and left. The Frost Queen tried to convince him to stay on Earth a bit longer, but he insisted that visiting Duke and Noya before heading to the second floor would be enough. As for his comrades, he reassured her that he would see them again once they were able to meet properly. Upon reaching the elevator that would take him to the second floor, Jun-ho said that he was almost late for his flight. This was because Noya had insisted on playing another game of Go even though they had already played for 7 hours. Noya reassured Jun-ho that he would be fine on his own and told him not to worry. He expressed confidence that Jun-ho would do well no matter where he went. The Frost Queen was in awe of the artificial island created by humans. They came across the dimensional elevator where they were greeted by an association member who warned them about the precautions they needed to take on the second floor in the frontier. The member advised Jun-ho that he would be living in the Ruben Empire and should avoid confronting the powerful nobles. Additionally, they must be wary of fiends and other players who take advantage of the area outside the association's jurisdiction to commit crimes. Jun-ho thanked the member for the advice. As Jun-ho entered the elevator, the association member wished him good luck. Jun-ho selected the second floor button and ascended quickly. He noticed that there were multiple elevators and realized this was why fiends were able to evade the association. Frost was scared a bit. Upon arriving at the second floor, the frontier, Jun-ho's Bringer of Spring title was activated, boosting his stats by 30. He was thrilled to find that there was even more magic power on the second floor than on Earth. People were looking to recruit newcomers and one of them noticed Jun-ho all excited, assuming he was just a newbie who had just arrived. One member of their guild arrives and asks what's commotion there, and recognized Jun-ho. The man that everyone is talking about. He was in a hurry to recruit Jun-ho, and assumed everyone was looking to recruit him. Soon, Yuha arrived and announced that she would be the one to take Jun-ho. While Jun-ho was admiring the surroundings, Frost scolded him for acting foolish. However, he soon noticed Yuha and called out to her. Yuha mentioned that Jun-ho's arrival was very close to the deadline, and she would have won a bet if he had been even a few days late. Jun-ho apologized, stating that he does not like to lose. Yuha asked if Jun-ho had any issues with the language barrier, but Jun-ho explained that she was the first person he had spoken to. Yuha laughed and offered to teach Jun-ho a few things, inviting him to come with her. Yuha took Jun-ho to a cafe that only nobles are allowed to enter, and Jun-ho was impressed by the exclusivity of the place. Yuha revealed that she is a baroness, and Jun-ho was surprised that she is a noble. Yuha asked for Jun-ho's first impressions of the frontier, and he admitted that he could feel the difference from Earth. Yuha asks about the coffee. Jun-ho said it tastes exactly like Earth's. Yuha said some things that are on Earth. Yuha mused about what would have happened if humanity hadn't stopped the gates 30 years ago. And if they hadn't been managed to fight monsters. Jun-ho's answer that it wouldn't be pleasant. Yuha explained that it actually happened on the frontier 1,000 years ago, where countless gates were unable to be fended off, and humanity was once annihilated. She mentioned that now all of the gates have disappeared from the frontier, though some of the monsters still remain due to their reproduction. While Jun-ho was lost in thought, Yuha reminded him of the autograph she requested from Spectre. After he retrieved it, Yuha was delighted and thanked him. She presented him letter. Jun-ho joked if it's a confession letter. She denied and said it's a gift she promised for winning the bet, a recommendation letter. She explained that the letter would allow him to dine with Viscount Hosio of the Maliva territory, and possibly receive a quest from him. Yuha also mentioned that completing requests from the locals would lead to rewards and that getting close to nobles was important for better rewards. She also pointed out that teleport gates were the easiest way to travel between cities, but he may not be able to use them. Jun-ho inquired as to why he couldn't use the teleport gate, and Yuha directed him to check his status window, pointing out his tourist status that only permits him to stay in the world for 90 days. She explained that completing quests and obtaining an identification card from the Adventurers Guild could extend his stay. As they were leaving, Yuha cautioned him to be cautious of other players and provided him with a map of the Empire and a guidebook exclusive to their guild members. Jun-ho expressed his gratitude but questioned whether it was appropriate to give such resources to an outsider like him. Yuha encouraged him to level up and promised that he would treat her to something good in return. She then left. Frost compared Yuha to a fox. Jun-ho compares Yuha with cat or dogs. But Frost expressed frustration about Jun-ho's lack of knowledge about women. Jun-ho suggested finding a place to stay in Gileon since they'll be there for a while. Frost recommended the luxurious Shangri-La, but Jun-ho chose the old, which disappoints Frost. He said he needs raw information from people. In the meantime, a group was mugging someone led by a person named Ply. Ply ridiculed the victim for coming to the frontier with low skills, and after beating him, they took his gold. Ply was pleased with the outcome. Upon entering the establishment, Jun-ho had the impression that he was in a tavern from a game, and realized that players from Earth were among the adventurers of second floor. He noticed that the only way to distinguish them was by the fact that players were the only ones wearing Vita on their hands. After sitting down, Jun-ho ordered a best meal they have and a drink. However, the server informed him that he needed to pay first, and it would cost 51 copper. Remembering Yuha's advice that 1 copper equals to $1, and 100 coppers equals 1 silver, and 100 silver equal 1 gold. Jun-ho acted confused and pulled out a bag of gold, causing the server to be surprised, and he took 1 gold and hands the change. And also tells him to be cautious about displaying that much money in public could be dangerous. Frost assumed he was showing off his wealth, but Jun-ho explained that people with a lot of money often attract flies. 3 individuals approached Jun-ho and demanded to have a conversation with him. Jun-ho complied and followed them to an alley. However, the leader quickly became afraid as Jun-ho easily defeated his companions. Jun-ho demanded to kneel, and revealed the location of their boss. He learned that their boss was named Ply and could be found in the gambling house. Jun-ho then made his way to the gambling house, recalling that Ply was involved in all entertainment-related activities in Jillian, and does business with nobles and have information about them. He sat at one of the gambling tables. A guy named Fiver noticed Jun-ho's presence, and commented on not recognizing him before. Jun-ho explained that he had just arrived in Jillian. Fiver mocked him for heading straight to the gambling house and made assumptions about Jun-ho's previous lifestyle. He questioned if Jun-ho could afford the high stakes, to which Jun-ho confidently replied that he could. As the game began, Fiver quickly realized he was losing to Jun-ho despite thinking he was a newbie. They continued for hours, and Fiver was in disbelief that some newbie can beat him, and thinks him as professional gambling player. Unbeknownst to him, Frost was secretly relaying the opponent's cards to Jun-ho. Ply was observing the scene, and he was taken aback as it was the first time he saw Fiver losing money. His subordinate thinks he must be incredibly skilled. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Jun-ho to him. After continued to lose, and he eventually signaled the dealer to cheat for him. However, Frost warned Jun-ho about the dealer's cheating tactics. Jun-ho was not surprised and decided to leave with his winnings, stating that it would be a shame if he lost them. Suddenly, a man approached Jun-ho and informed him that their boss wanted to meet him upstairs. He agreed to meet him. Upon arriving, Ply revealed to Jun-ho his reason for letting players cheat in his gambling house. He was confident in his ability to get his money back. Ply also recognized Jun-ho's fame and addressed him as Player Seo Jun-ho. Ply stated that he control over the entertainment industry in Jillian and his strong connections with the nobles. He claimed that no matter how powerful the players are, they are just outsiders from other world who cannot go against the nobles. Jun-ho acknowledged his statement, and proposed a deal to return all the chips he earned in exchange for information on the nobles. This angered Ply, who accused Jun-ho of cheating and warned him that taking his money by force would be easy. 2 men approached Jun-ho, and he expressed his disappointment in trying to solve things peacefully. One of the men attacked, but Jun-ho easily dodged the attack and slammed him to the ground, then took down the other man swiftly. Despite Ply's insistence, the men stood up again with weapons, but Jun-ho quickly took them down by flicking chips at them. Ply then drew his gun and threatened Jun-ho to leave the chips and leave. However, as Ply spoke, his gun suddenly disappeared, and he saw that Jun-ho was already pointing it at him. Ply warned Jun-ho that pulling the trigger would cause a lot of trouble for both of them. Jun-ho replied that Ply had more courage than he had thought. Ply eventually agreed to talk, but as he began to speak, Jun-ho still pulled the trigger. However, he managed to catch the bullet before it could hit Ply. He then invited Ply for a chat. Next day, Jun-ho acknowledged the hard work of Ply and his minions, thanking them for the valuable information they had provided about the second floor. After that, he asked them to leave. Then they run away. Jun-ho then turned his attention to finding a quest. He stumbled upon one that required him to hunt whip wolves, which he found to be suitable based on the information provided by Ply. He discovered that a hunting competition would be held in 10 days. With this in mind, Jun-ho intended to level up quickly, aiming to reach at least level 50 before the start of the competition. As Junho was making his way to start the quest, a group of people targeted him and decided to follow him, assuming that he was a newbie. In the jungle, Junho spotted tracks of the whipped wolves. Frost commented on judging by size of paw they must be strong, and wondered about their strength. As they were talking, they were surrounded by the whipped wolves. He used his weapon, Cruel Executioner, but was initially overpowered by the monsters. Junho then managed to cut off the tail of one of the wolves, realizing why no other players had taken the quest due to the difficulty level. Then he starts killing them aggressively. Unbeknownst to him, a group of players had been following him and planning to ambush him, impressed by his strength and weapon after defeating the wolves. Though they didn't saw properly because of thick fog surrounding them. One of the players mentioned that it's Seo Junho, a super rookie from Earth. They still plans to continue thinking he just a 30-level player who just arrived here. As Junho finished, Junho was happy that after completing quest his honor will be increased. With the higher honor he will receive more benefits. But he considered catching a criminal, as he believed increasing his honor with quests alone would not be easy. Frost alerted Junho that someone had been following them, and shortly after a man approached him. Junho asks if he is a fan of his. He said yes and asked for an autograph. While Junho was distracted, the man's accomplices tried to ambush him. Frost realized their plan and warned Junho. As they were shaking hands, Junho said they would need at least 40 men to catch him, and froze his arm. One of them charged at him, but Junho used his skill. As other members tried fire magic, but Junho quickly dispatched the attackers with ease, using one of them as a shield against an attack. The remaining attacker tried to flee but was taken down by Junho's frost skill. Junho realized that turning the attackers over to the guards would significantly increase his honor. Upon Adventurers Guild and submitted the whipped wolf pelts, the Adventurers Guild staff was taken aback by Junho's name and his previous accomplishment of capturing the criminals. As a result, his honor skyrocketed to 550. Junho expressed his relief that he no longer needed to rely on the quest board to increase his honor. Frost asked about his thoughts on the combat and frontier. Junho replied that it was enjoyable and felt like he was playing a game. Frost observed that Junho seemed to be having a good time while facing new challenges. While wandering around, Junho and Frost stumbled upon Ply seemingly harassing someone. Upon approaching, Junho smacked him and asks why is he harassing people. Ply denied the accusation and claimed that the old man was asking for an impossible request. Jun asked what kind of request is that. Old man take him into his office. They all went back to the office where Ply introduced the old man as Haken, a retired mercenary. Junho asked Haken about his request, and Ply revealed that Haken was trying to enter a dungeon despite being retired. Junho became intrigued as he knew that boss monster materials could be sold for a large sum of money. Junho asked Haken if he had any information about the dungeon, and he learned that it is the Phantom Thief Sheriff's tomb. Haken shared that he and his wife, both mercenaries, raided a dungeon 10 years ago and found ancient writings about a 5-colored goddess statue that could make its owner healthy. They had planned to find the statue before retiring, but last year, Haken's wife was diagnosed with an untreatable tumor. The goddess statue has now become Haken's sole mission to find, even if he has to do it alone. He received information that the goddess statue was located in Sheriff's tomb but was unable to get past the monsters. Ply expressed his sympathy but declined to accompany him. Junho offered to help, and they decided to leave at dawn. Haken was grateful, and Ply promised to help find a caregiver for his wife. Junho acknowledged that clearing quests was more valuable to him than dungeon rewards but couldn't ignore Haken's request. Upon arriving at the tomb, Haken informed Junho that the area was filled with level 60 kobolds with red fur, twice the size of ordinary ones, and he suspected that there were even stronger ones deeper inside. As they made their way forward, a kobold approached them, but Haken managed to stop it with his crossbow. Suddenly, ground was shaking. They suspected that there are at least 20 of them. They found themselves surrounded by multiple kobolds, and Haken estimated their number to be around 50. Junho assumed that the kobolds remembered Haken's scent. Knowing that they had no hope of winning against the monster's horde, Haken thought of his wife and urged Junho to run away and come back with reinforcements. He issued a final request for Junho to find the goddess statue and give it to his wife, Sophia. However, Junho rejected the request and insisted that he should be the one to give it to her. Junho then attacked the kobolds, killing multiple monsters and continuing to fight against the remaining ones. Junho froze the monsters and smashed them to pieces. He thought his training was worth it. Haken, surprised with his strength as it's his first time seeing someone this skilled. Haken expressed gratitude towards Junho, and they continued to explore the tomb together. After defeating more monsters, Haken warned Junho about the traps on the floor, which soon collapsed, revealing a trap. Haken reminded him of the importance of remaining cautious, especially for strong individuals who are more prone to falling into traps. Frost spotted more traps ahead, and Haken taught Junho how to disarm some of them. Junho thought of combining his knowledge with his frost skill. As they entered a room, Haken immediately spotted the five-colored goddess statue, but Junho remained cautious. Suddenly, a blood kobold champion appeared behind Haken. Junho managed to stop it from attacking and noticed that it was using artificial energy, Kai, which led him to wonder if the Fiend Association was involved. Junho attacked, but the monster caught his weapon, so he took out his gun and fired at it. Despite being hit, the monster continued its attack, which Junho managed to evade. Junho then decided to fight with hands. He landed attacks, causing the monster to fall to the ground, and continued his assault with multiple punches, intending to test how much damage it could take. He landed a final blow, killing it instantly. Junho was happy that his training was worth it. Haken was worried about Junho as his body was hot, but Junho assured him it was nothing to worry about and insisted that he take the treasure of the goddess. Haken insisted Junho take the remaining treasure since he cleared the gate. Junho found a gemstone and wondered about it. As he checked the information, stating that spirits enjoy eating it and it enhances the power of the spirits. Junho offered it to Frost, to which she denied, stating she is the queen, and eating the stone is against her pride. After gathering everything, they decided to leave the dungeon. At Haken's home, his wife was happy, and they decided to live as they wanted. Junho commented on Ply's kindness for taking care of Haken's wife. Ply reveals that when he was young, they took care of him and offered meals, and he's just repaying his debt. Haken and his wife expressed their gratitude and promised to treat him. As they leave, Junho offered money to Ply and asked him to take care of Haken and his wife. Ply asks why he's going to such lengths to help them. Junho answered there's no particular reason. They seemed like honest people, and he decided to help them. Next day, Junho woke up and was surprised by lots of messages. He realized that his reputation has increased due to the last dungeon he cleared. He also acquired a new title called Opener of Spring and 2 more. His reputation had surpassed over 1,000, which will be enough to approach the noble of the frontier. Junho brought a special treat for Frost. Frost inquired about it and why he was giving treats. Junho replied that he was happy after his reputation had increased. Frost took a bite, and Junho asked her if it was tasty. She was overjoyed and claimed it was perfect. Unknown to her, Junho had put spirit stone in the cake. Junho then decided to focus on leveling and search for the information about monsters that unleash magic powers in the community. However, he realized that his information board and news board was locked. To unlock them, he needed to collect player points. When Frost asked about player points, he explained it was digital currency earned through community activities. He thought doing such activities all day just for player points was impractical. Junho called Yuha and asked if there was a faster way to collect player points. She tells him about the video board, where he can upload hunting videos or boss raid videos. The more views he gets, the more player points he can accumulate. Junho thought that he can level up while earning player points. Yuha asks if he wants to ask about anything else. Junho asks if she heard about monsters that use lethal magic. She was surprised and said she had never heard of it before. She wondered why Junho would bring something like that. Junho thanked her for the information and ended the call. Frost said she's being too innocent, she must be pretending not to know. Junho said there's a possibility that Big Six knows the information and agreed to keep it hidden. But there is another possibility that they don't know about it. It has been 25 years since the second floor opened. Yet there is no information about monsters that can use magic. It means that these entities have appeared recently. He decides not to waste any time. Frost asked if he planned on going to the hunting ground, to which he confirmed positively. In the hunting ground, Junho discussed improving teamwork. First, he asked Frost to do a slime quest, to assess how much her power had increased after consuming the spirit stone. He inquired if she needed any weapons. She explained that her power relied on his mental strength, which needed to remain sharp, and she was excited to showcase her hunting skills. As they were talking, a group of slimes surrounded them. Frost snapped her fingers, freezing the area, and then proceeded to destroy the slimes into pieces. She was pleased to display her abilities, but Junho pointed out that her quest was to gather slime cores, not annihilate them. As they moved to different locations, slimes continued to follow them. Frost froze them again, this time creating spears to extract their slime cores. Junho was impressed and praised her for the speed with which she created those spears and her accuracy. He designated her as a supporter, and then asked her to summon an ice golem. Upon summoning the ice golem, Junho inquired if they had their own consciousness. Frost explained they do, but they are extremely dumb. So she controls them in a fight. He asked if she could support him and control the golem simultaneously. Frost, asserting her position as the Frost Queen who froze the world, stated not to underestimate her. After gathering numerous slime cores, Junho praised her. He mused about whether the golem could possess even a bit of intelligence but expressed satisfaction with the outcome. He mentioned they needed to prepare various things once they reached the city. Frost asked if he wouldn't focus on leveling. Junho replied that she was much more powerful than he had imagined, and their main objective would be a kobold hunting tournament. He believed that with his skills, he could catch the noble's attention. After their training, he brought more treats for Frost, who was delighted. Junho mentioned he needed to meet someone. He was looking for an alchemist named Sha Alkini, who was indebted to Ply. He noted that alchemy on the frontier surpassed that of Earth's. He remembered a document mentioning important families and nobles, including a fallen noble, Charlotte Chemist. She was skilled enough to catch the attention of Big Six. However, he wondered why she was hiding behind a fake name. After arriving at the abandoned house, he rang the bell and called her name. She came out and asked why he was there. Junho replied he has come because of Ply. She thought he had come to collect a debt. She responded that she didn't have any money. Junho clarified that he wasn't there to collect money. Instead, he could assist her in repaying all her debts. Surprised by his response, she invited Junho in. He had something to request, considering she was an alchemist. However, she quickly rejected his request, stating she was tired. He insisted after listening to his request. She would definitely accept the request. He displayed the core of a cinder fox. She was astonished by it. He requested to make a potion using core. Initially skeptical, she stated that she wouldn't have fallen for his tricks, but seeing the core, she couldn't refuse the request. She inquired about what he wanted to make from it. He requested a potion that would strengthen his mind. She answered that it wasn't impossible to make and emphasized the need for fair payment. He promised to repay all her debts and add an extra 50 gold for her. She appreciated the offer and instructed him to return after 5 days. He thought 5 days would be enough time for him to reach level 50. In the next scene, Frost was sleeping, and Junho took her blanket, making her furious. He explained that it was time to hunt. She questioned what they wanted to hunt in the middle of the night. Junho answered thunder bears. Junho stated that they would focus on 3 main objectives: reaching level 50, improving teamwork, and filming a video to upload on the community board to earn player points. She asked if he was going to display Frost's skills, to which he replied that he would not use Frost's skill while recording. Suddenly, they saw a thunder bear charging at them to attack. He swiftly dodged the attack and countered with his blade, killing it instantly. He asked Frost if she had recorded that. As they reviewed the footage, Junho affirmed that it came out clear and clean. However, Frost questioned the purpose of anyone watching it if it wasn't entertaining or informative. Junho explained that such footage served as valuable information for creating strategies and learning combat techniques. Their next focus shifted to teamwork. As a massive thunder bear charged at them again, Junho inquired if Frost was ready. When the bear came forward with its claws, Junho aimed for the bear's vulnerable spot, striking with precision. Despite Junho's aggressive attacks, the bear retaliated, closing in on him. In a swift move, Frost summoned a giant shield just in time, effectively blocking the bear's attack and protecting Junho. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the shield, Frost swiftly ended the bear's advance by summoning ice spears, dealing a lethal blow that took down the thunder bear. Jun-ho expressed that they could create a great video by battling a boss monster. However, Frost suggested watching videos of others first to learn from their experiences. He then opened a regional channel where someone was requesting assistance. In the next scene, a group of people were seen being chased by thunder bears. One of them, in desperation, ordered the others to shoot flares into the sky as a distress signal. However, his teammate questioned whether anyone would come to their aid. He mentioned the presence of another hunting party in the area and expressed a wish for someone to come to their rescue. At the same time, Jun-ho and Frost noticed the flares in the sky. Frost urged Jun-ho to go and help them. She emphasized that if they could film the rescue, it would get a lot of views and earn player points. However, Jun-ho hesitated, wondering if it could potentially be a trap set by someone. Frost suggested that if the request turned out to be a lie, they could film the hunters targeting the players. This way, regardless of the outcome, they wouldn't incur a loss. It would be a win-win situation for them. A group was still being chased, receiving a call from another party stating they were on their way but a bit far off. It would take approximately 15 minutes for them to arrive. Suddenly, a thunder bear charged towards them, launching an attack. The team leader raised a shield to block the bear's attack, but the impact was massive. The bear attempted to attack again, but the leader countered back with his weapon. It merely scratched the bear. Meanwhile, the rest of the teammates were struggling to fend off the surrounding thunder bears. The team leader regretfully expressed that they should have run away while he was holding them. However, as the bears closed in, intent on finishing the leader, Jun-ho suddenly entered the scene. He struck the thunder bear with a single powerful blow, instantly killing it. The group was in shock, and Jun-ho stated that he was there to help them. Frost praised him for his great entrance. Jun-ho thought that he couldn't show too much of his strength, nor could he make himself appear weaker. Director Frost instructed him to continue with the dagger, mentioning that it would look cool. Jun-ho thought that people usually don't hunt with a dagger, but it might be a good idea to showcase his skill. A thunder bear charged at Jun-ho, aiming to strike him. With fast reflexes, he evaded the bear's attack. He wielded his dagger, landing multiple blows on the thunder bear with remarkable agility and precision. As the thunder bear fell, he noticed the other bears becoming more aggressive. The group of people witnessing his skill wondered who he was. Jun-ho decided it was time to demonstrate his strength. Advancing towards the bear, prepared to confront it head-on, Jun-ho intercepted the bear's retaliatory swipe of its claws aimed to block his advance. He absorbed the impact of the bear's strike and then swiftly cuts off its fingers. Creating an opening, Jun-ho delivered a powerful blow that beheaded the thunder bear. Others were in disbelief, and two bears ran away. Frost suggested going after them, but Jun-ho replied, "Let them go." One of the members expressed their gratitude to Jun-ho for saving them. The team leader recognized Jun-ho and expressed gratitude, mentioning that he had always rooted for him. They insisted that Jun-ho take player points as a reward, explaining that it's hard to gather player points when players first arrive at the frontier. Jun-ho wasn't expecting any reward, but he gladly accepted and thanked them. Later, they reviewed the footage, and it turned out to be good. Jun-ho praised her for the quality of the video. She suggested a title called Black Knight Returns for the video, but he refused, deciding to go with the title test video only. After defeating multiple thunder bears, Jun-ho remarked that out of the 3 goals they had set, they had achieved 2, teamwork and reaching level 50. Frost suggested checking the audience's reaction. When Jun-ho opened the video board, they were surprised by the views they received, stating that it was more than he had imagined. He also checked that they had obtained a significant amount of player points. Frost was delighted with the outcome. They checked the comments, finding discussions about Jun-ho's level and skills. There were numerous positive comments along with some negative ones. Some people argued that he didn't chase down 2 bears and labeled him as an amateur. Additionally, there were arguments suggesting that his wealth and access to Noya's smith's armor made it easy for him to defeat bears. Jun-ho decided to prove his skills at the kobold hunt, so they will not doubt him again. Yuha and her secretary watched the video and found him impressive. They understood why Spectre chose him as his proxy. Yuha pondered whether Jun-ho was trained by Spectre. When asked why she thought that, she pointed out that Jun-ho's way of holding the dagger was similar to Spectre's. However, she also mentioned that if Jun-ho had been learning from Spectre, he would have learned swordsmanship rather than how to use a dagger. In the Fiend Associations, Nazad Hallow was seated on his throne. One of his subordinates greeted him and informed him about Jun-ho's location. Nazad Hallow instructed the subordinate to keep an eye on Jun-ho and make a move when the time was right. Additionally, he was informed that Jun-ho's movements in the video were impressive, and sending a 90-level fiend would be adequate. Nazad ordered to send 2 more fiends along with him, totaling 4 fiends in total. He mentioned that Jun-ho survived 3 crises, and one of them was his superior Kalsinger, prompting him to seek revenge. Nazad stated that if Jun-ho survived this encounter as well, he would take matters into his own hands. On the frontier, Jun-ho was prepared to participate in the kobold hunt. He arrived at the location where the hunt was organized. People were discussing their skills and rewards. Upon seeing Jun-ho, they started discussing him, recognizing him from the dagger video. Jun-ho thought that there were too many players and adventurers participating. He caught the eye of the guard captain, who introduced himself as Max and complimented Jun-ho, mentioning that he had heard about him from the guards. He asked Jun-ho to follow him to meet the commander. Leading Jun-ho to a training arena where players were being tested for the hunt, the guard captain introduced him to the commander. The commander remarked that Jun-ho looked strong and inquired about his level. Jun-ho replied, stating he was at level 50. The commander explained their aim to minimize casualties by assessing applicants' skills, requesting Jun-ho to wait until they called for him. Jun-ho noticed that their opponents were Gillian knights, known for their strength. He observed a fight between an adventurer and a knight. The adventurer asked the knight if a wooden sword would suffice, to which the knight expressed confidence. The adventurer charged at the knight with a spear, but the knight swiftly blocked the attack. He sent the adventurer's weapon flying through the air, showcasing his skill. Jun-ho was impressed, noting that the standards were quite high. Next, a player named Beak Jianhua stepped up. The knight asked him if he was going to fight barehanded, to which Beak confirmed. As the fight began, Beak charged at the knight with full force punches, but the knight swiftly blocked each strike. During the fight, the players discussed that Beak had debuted 16 years ago, but hadn't shown much progress. He was infamous for being talentless despite his training. He continued training to become stronger because his family was killed by fiends, causing Jun-ho to notice some potential in him. Despite being repeatedly blocked and beaten, Beak kept getting up. He prepared for another attack, but the commander intervened, stating he didn't have to push himself that far during a skill test. The commander warned him that the hunt wouldn't be easy and that he could die. However, Beak answered that he didn't care. Seeing Beak's stubbornness, the commander agreed to take him on a hunt. Jun-ho thought that Beak reminded him of Gilberto. After losing his wife, Gilberto became a hunter to protect his son. Despite having a D-rank skill, Gilberto became one of the 5 heroes, but Jun-ho remarked that Gilberto was more talented than himself. Next was Jun-ho's turn. Beak also recognized him from the Thunder Bear video. When Jun-ho stepped foot inside the arena, the knight immediately swung his sword at him, but Jun-ho swiftly dodged it. He reacted quickly, grabbing the knight's neck and slamming him onto the floor. The commander quickly stopped the match and announced the results. He invited Jun-ho to the hunt after 3 days. The next day, Frost was asleep on her new bed. Jun-ho woke her up and asked how she liked her new house. She replied that it was good. Meanwhile, Jun-ho was searching for news related to Beak. He found discussions about fiends killing his family, and his perceived lack of talent. Feeling empathetic, Frost asked Jun-ho who Beak was. Jun-ho replied that he had seen him during the test. Jun-ho checked his own stats and thought that if he were to reach a 200 magic stat, he might have the possibility of releasing his friends. He visited Sasha and remarked that she looked like a mess. She admitted that it had been extremely difficult, but she managed to brew the potion. Sasha warned Jun-ho that the mind-strengthening potion was highly potent, and it would be difficult to absorb. She cautioned that it could potentially damage his mind. Despite the warning, Jun-ho drank the potion in one sip. He began feeling symptoms as his body temperature rose. Frost started cooling his body and urged him to hold on a little longer to absorb it fully. His body began glowing, and he sensed a different feeling within him, confirming that it had worked. Jun-ho paid her 50 gold, clearing Ply's debt as promised, and mentioned that he would return with another request soon. Sasha was impressed that her potion had worked so effectively on him. On the day of the hunt, everyone gathered together. The commander delivered a speech, expressing gratitude to all the participants. He explained that in the past few months, the Gillian's eastern gate had been shut down due to an increase in violent kobolds who had taken residence in the mountains. Their primary goal would be to hunt down every kobold and take down their leader. He further explained that the reward would be based on each individual's contribution. Jun-ho thought that in order to meet the city lord, he would have to take down the kobold lord. The commander announced that they would be heading to Gillian Mountain. On the eastern mountain of Gillian, everyone appeared relaxed as they made their way towards the mountain. Jun-ho decided to observe the situation and began moving slowly to avoid drawing attention from others. As the hunting party ventured into the depths of Gillian Mountain, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of kobolds. Commander orders everyone to get in formation. Everyone quickly came into action. The commander took down several of the kobolds with strikes from his blade. Jun-ho blocked attacks and countered swiftly with his daggers. His quick and calculated movements allowed him to neutralize the immediate threats, taking down several kobolds. While engaged in battle, Jun-ho observed Beak's strong punches and concluded that Beak definitely had more experience reflected in his fighting style. As the number of kobolds decreased, the remaining ones fled the scene. Jun-ho managed to eliminate 5 kobolds, realizing that being at the forefront provided a significant advantage. He noticed more kobolds on the mountain and wondered if they were blood kobolds. Jun-ho felt something strange and thought that they might have ambushed them to test their strength, as if someone had given them orders to do so. As night fell, everyone rested in their tents. Beak sat alone, eating, when Jun-ho approached and sat next to him. Jun-ho asked him why he didn't use weapons. Beak replied that it was related to his ability, something he couldn't reveal. Then Beak left to patrol the area. Frost remarked that Jun-ho wouldn't gain anything from befriending Beak. Jun-ho agreed, but he believed that Beak seemed destined to become stronger and felt compelled to help him bear the pain. The next day, they were heading towards the mountain when Jun-ho noticed a blood kobold on the cliff. Suddenly, the ground began shaking due to a landslide triggered by the kobolds. They attempted to descend the mountain. Jun-ho anticipated that once the landslide passed, the kobolds would come charging down the mountain. He decided to confront them alone. Rushing towards the mountain, he prepared to block the blood kobolds. As they noticed Jun-ho, they attacked him with large stones. Swiftly, he drew his weapon and cut the stones to defend himself. Realizing there were hundreds of kobolds, he threw his weapon, taking down multiple kobolds with a single powerful strike. Switching to his bow, Jun-ho began picking off the kobolds with his arrows, quickly eliminating several of them. As the arrows ran out, with a remarkable speed, he charged at the kobolds, managing to dispatch more of them before his weapons started wearing out and getting destroyed. Jun-ho threw his shield towards the kobolds and then he ran towards the cliff, luring the blood kobolds, taking out his main weapon. Cutting swift and precise strikes, he efficiently eliminated multiple kobolds, showcasing his combat skills. In the following scene, Beak was emerging from the landslide while Frost was aiding everyone in regaining consciousness. Upon realizing that someone was still engaged in battle on the cliff, Beak promptly decided to climb up to offer assistance. Upon reaching the top, to his surprise, he witnessed Jun-ho in the midst of battling the kobolds single-handedly, having already killing a large number of them. A kobold attempted to attack Jun-ho from behind, but Beak intervened, successfully blocking the attack. Jun-ho expressed his gratitude for the assistance, and asked about the other's condition. Other adventurers and players also climbed up, astonished to see Jun-ho's feat of taking down hundreds of kobolds on his own. Feeling relieved, Jun-ho prepared to face more kobolds as they began to appear, and the adventurers and players swiftly charged at them. Meanwhile, a blood kobold lord observed the case and launched an attack. Beak assured Jun-ho that they would handle the remaining kobolds and urged him to focus on defeating the blood kobold lord. Concerned about Jun-ho's mental strength after expending a lot of energy to wake everyone up, Frost inquired about his well-being. Jun-ho assured her that he was fine and that Sasha's potion was effectively working. Frost mentioned that he would have a lot of scolding after the fight. He approached near the cliff and called out for Blood Kobold Lord for battle. As the Blood Kobold Lord descended from the cliff to face off with Jun-ho, it charged quickly towards him. Jun-ho swiftly dodged the attack, swinging his sword, but it merely scratched the Lord's armor, causing minimal damage. Jun-ho continued his assault with multiple strikes. The Kobold Lord retaliated, but Jun-ho evaded its attacks. With incredible speed, Jun-ho reached to the Lord's back, piercing it with his sword. Enraged, the Kobold Lord unleashed a ferocious surge of demonic energy. The alarming display of demonic power caught everyone's attention. Jun-ho found himself reaching his limits. Suddenly, the Kobold Lord conjured a barrier, trapping both of them inside. Junho knew time was running out, his boots about to lose, urging him to end the battle quickly. Pulling out his dagger, the Kobold Lord charged aggressively. Despite the Lord's relentless attacks, Junho adeptly dodged each strike. With swift movements, Junho launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful blow to the Kobold Lord. However, the impact affected him, sending Junho flying back against the wall. The Kobold Lord aimed a devastating blow towards Junho. He swiftly activated flow manipulation to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, he reached for his blade and activates darkness energy to strike down the Kobold Lord, finally defeating it. Frost inquired about his condition. He asked Frost to look for the others and make sure no one was watching him. Frost asked for the reason. He replied that he was going to perform the confession of the dead. The Kobold Lord was destined for greatness from the moment of his birth. His power expanded day by day, leading to the growth of his kingdom. He captured other tribes through invasions and wars. 2 fiends, their faces covered, appeared and annihilated every kobold. Junho wonders if they are stronger than Cal Singer. They were searching for kobolds and were plotting something with them. These 2 fiends attempted to feed a gem to the Kobold King, forcefully implanting the gem into the kobold's heart, which made him go berserk with power. After consuming the gem, the kobold evolved into a blood kobold lord. 2 fiends were having a conversation, noting that they've skipped a few steps and that other teams are pressuring them to achieve significant results despite it being their field. One of them inquires about the experimental results on the kobold, asking if they were successful. The other responds that the kobold's power has significantly improved without losing control, and he gains his intelligence, so they can consider it a success. She then asks the kobold if he knows the location of Gillian Castle and commands him to attack and occupy the castle. After reviewing the memories, Junho realized that the kobold was still in the experimental stage. However, he speculated that with more data, they might be able to create the most powerful monster yet, compelling even the Big Six Guild to intervene. Junho made the decision to acquire more power as quickly as possible. In the next scene, Frost suggested to Junho that he should give his best performance for the outro. She mentioned that if it appeared dull, the scene wouldn't come to life like in the movies. On the sidelines, spectators were observing the fight scene, waiting anxiously. As the atmosphere grew quieter, a shadow emerged from the smoke, leaving the party wondering who it could be. Eventually, the shadow revealed itself to be Junho. The crowd cheered for Junho, shouting and celebrating their victory. They asked him about the video and when he planned to upload it. They offers for guild membership and promising fair payment for his efforts. Everyone was happy about the victory. Beak observed that Junho seemed tired after the battle. Junho replied that it felt amazing to win the battle and he felt relaxed. He also realized the comfort of leaning on someone's shoulders. The commander expressed his gratitude and praised Junho for keeping everyone alive. He mentioned that the captain would call him for his reward. Everyone bid their goodbyes to Junho. Beak mentioned it was a good decision to participate in the expedition as he had leveled up significantly and learned many things. He then gave his community ID to Junho and said if he ever needed help, he could contact him. Junho appreciated his offer and mentioned that when they meet again, Beak should become even stronger. Beak replied that he would work hard to live up to Junho's expectations. After the battle ended, Frost scolded Junho for putting himself in danger, emphasizing that he was no longer a hero. She scolded him about various things, but Junho was not listening and ignored her. Frost advised him to consult with her before engaging in battles from the next time. Frustrated, Junho seemed lost in his own thoughts. Frost expressed her concern, worried that he might end up getting hurt or worse. Recognizing his mistake, Junho assured her that he would be more cautious from now on. She starts babbling again. As she continued to speak, Frost suddenly began to glow, surprising both of them. It turns out that Frost got a promotion. In the next scene, Frost was sitting in the bathtub feeling upset about receiving a promotion. Junho picked her saying she looks cute, but she didn't like such treatment, stating she was the queen. Junho remarked that he suspected she was a low-rank spirit. Embarrassed, Frost explained that she was at the 2nd stage of the highest rank. He didn't believe and dropped her. Frost clarified that she was the first spirit to reach this level, and then she ran away from there. Junho pondered if there were still ranks he wasn't aware of and speculated that even if there weren't, she would eventually reach the highest ranks someday. The next day, the city lord called for Junho. He asked Frost if she wanted to accompany him, but she declined, mentioning she had work to do. Upon arriving at the Gillian Lord's mansion, he found the Gillian Lord and commander waiting for him. Introducing himself as Viscount Gillian, the lord of the city, he praised Junho's confidence, noticing that most players get scared upon entering the room, but sensed something different about him. Suddenly, a maid came screaming that the young lord was in critical condition. He immediately rushed out of the room. The commander apologized to Junho and asked him to leave for the moment. Junho requested to stay and observe the young lord's condition. The commander asked why, and Junho replied that it might be a disease known only to players and he could possibly help. After some consideration, the commander agreed and allowed him to watch from a distance. The young lord was in a severe condition, experiencing a sudden high fever, even after the treatments. The Viscount, extremely worried, asked the priest to do something, but the priest mentioned they had done all they could. Viscount staggered, overwhelmed by concern. In the midst of this, Junho noticed the young lord's condition and approached him. The commander instructed him to step back and observe from a distance. However, Junho, lost in thought, observed that the young lord's condition was severe. Upon examining his body, he discovered that the magic was tangled and disorderly. In addition to that, he sensed the demonic energy within him. Junho assured them that he could dissolve the demonic energy within the young lord's body. The commander expressed disbelief, stating that even the priests of Gillian couldn't achieve such a feat. Junho asserted that he could do it with his abilities. The commander warned him that if something seemed off, he would intervene. After grasping his hands, a message appeared stating that he could absorb the demonic energy using his Watchguard of Darkness skill. Junho began the absorption process, but the demonic energy resisted. Despite his efforts to dissolve the demonic energy, he could only manage to suppress it. The Viscount and his wife arrived, concerned about their son's condition. Thanks to Junho's intervention, the young lord showed signs of improvement. Grateful for Junho's help, the Viscount sought to express his gratitude and inquired about Junho's whereabouts. The commander explained that Junho had departed for his own world. Before leaving, he mentioned having a friend capable of completely curing the illness and expressed intentions to bring that person to help. In the Players' Association, Duke entered his office and was surprised to find Junho eating noodles there. Duke inquired why Junho had come without contacting him first. Junho explained that he had come to meet his friend. Duke asks if he missed him that badly. In confusion, Junho clarified that he wasn't referring to him. Duke mentioned that he didn't have any friends besides him. He then told him that he had come to release his friends from the ice. Duke expressed his happiness, stating that the past 5 heroes would reunite once again. Then, Junho shared the information he had gathered from the frontier. He spoke about a demonic gem and suspected that fiends were plotting something big. He managed to stop them this time, but he won't be able to stop them once they tame powerful monsters on a large scale. Additionally, he also instructed him to provide this information to the Big 6 guilds and inquire if they are aware of it. Duke asked if the fiends getting closer to the city lord's son meant that normal people could also have demonic gems. Junho replied that it was hard to tell at the moment. He found traces of demonic energy in that boy, but he didn't become a fiend. He thinks they made him consume a smaller fragment of demonic gem. Duke assured him he would raise this topic at the World Conference. Duke expressed his wish for a world free from fiends. Junho responded, telling him that he could fulfill that wish if he managed to awaken all the heroes. He was thinking of announcing that Spectre would head for the 2nd floor before them. Duke thought that the news of the 5 heroes joining forces would be significant. He then inquired about Frost's whereabouts. Frost was behind the couch and waved her hand in response. Duke jokingly asked if she was catching up on dramas and movies. Junho informed him that she was actually editing the video they had filmed on the 2nd floor. Additionally, he mentioned that she had been promoted. Before leaving for the museum, Junho gave Duke a tablet and asked him to load some dramas and movies onto it. Duke asked if there were any preferences, to which Frost mentioned classical dramas. They arrived at the museum, standing before his frozen friends. Junho reflected on the experiences and bonds he had forged throughout his journey since waking up. He felt bad that he was the only one who had all these experiences. Upon touching the statue, he received lots of messages revealing that he could remove the seal on the ice statue. However, his magic stat will permanently decrease by 70 points and a 50% drop in all other stats for a month. Furthermore, he could only lift the seal from one statue and would be unable to do so for any other statues for the next 90 days. Perplexed, Junho asked Frost why there were so many penalties involved. Frost explained that his understanding of Frost is considerably lower than she had. Junho considered the curse cast 26 years ago, and wondered how strong she was. He speculated that if he developed his Frost skill, the penalties might decrease. However, he faced the issue of deciding which one of them he should awaken. Junho reflected that Gilberto would level up quickly for his son's sake, Mio would prioritize her family, Ramadat would rush to the second floor upon learning about stronger monsters and fiends without listening to him, and Skaya would go wild the moment she found out about the fantasy world. He thought about awakening someone who could immediately assist and contribute on a large scale. Frost asked if he had decided yet. Junho answered yes and lifted the seal. As the ice shattered, Junho immediately felt the aftershock, catching Skaya as she fell to the ground. Skaya slowly regained consciousness, seeing Junho in front of her eyes, and greeted him. In the next scene, Skaya was thrilled to see the beautiful scenery and amazed by seeing people walking the streets without any fear. Junho joined her and mentioned it's a monster-free world they created. She became emotional, and Junho teased her if she's crying. He then mentioned that he had woken up a year ago, and now she is no longer older than him. She became upset and firmly stated that she would always treat him like a little brother. Junho asks if she remembers the Frost Queen. She answered that she does remember. Junho told her that their battle had lasted for 3 days, and expressed guilt for not being able to help them sooner. Sky comforted him by saying he fought well, and if he hadn't been there, they would have never defeated the Frost Queen. Then she asked him how he had defrosted her. Junho replied that it would be faster if she saw for herself. He froze a cup of coffee, and she immediately understood that it wasn't magic, but a skill. Junho explained that it was an X-rank skill called Frost, and he was probably the first one to obtain this skill. She then asked if he received a title like holder of the X-rank. He got confused and mentioned that he didn't get any title. She told him that when she became the first person to create magic, she got the title called Archmage. Junho mentioned that he did get a title when he became the first person to clear 10 floors of a cave of trials. Then she mentioned that he only cleared 9 floors, and re-entry was not allowed. Junho asked her to check her stats. Skaya checked her stats and found that she was level 80. Junho was shocked and asked Frost why Skaya's stats hadn't reset. Frost thought maybe it was because Junho came in direct contact with her core. Skaya asked who he was talking to. Junho gave a signal, and then Frost revealed herself to Skaya. Overjoyed with her cuteness, Skaya quickly grabbed her. Frost told her that she was the Queen of Niflheim, the one who froze them, the Frost Queen. She explained her actions and apologized to Skaya, who forgave her and asked her to help in her research. They quickly departed for Duke's office. Skaya congratulated Duke for becoming the president of the Player Association, and he thanked her. Duke asked Junho about the penalty. Junho told him that he lost 70 points in magic stats, and all his stats dropped by 50% for a month. Duke mentioned that he can't go to the second floor with such stats and suggested Junho should rest for a month after treating Gillian Lord's kid. Junho didn't like the idea and stated he was going to stay at Gillian to raise his fame. He asked Skaya about her plans, and she expressed her interest in heading to the frontier to explore new magic. Duke suggested they should announce Skaya's return but raised concern about the need to move statues of other heroes somewhere else. Junho replied that when Skaya woke up, she had already moved them to her magic lair. Junho suggested a change in the plan of Spectre's journey on the frontier. He proposed having Spectre on the earth and Archmage on the frontier. This way, fiends would be immobilized between them. Duke liked the idea and planned to announce it in a conference. Before that, Duke decided to circulate pictures of the frozen heroes on the internet to bait the fiends. Junho was thinking that when they reached inside the museum, he would eliminate them steadily. In the following scene, Junho headed for a conference. Skaya told him to hype everyone up before her entrance. Junho entered the conference room. He apologized for gathering them on short notice and began the conference. He mentioned 3 terror cases caused by fiends on Earth in the past few months. Junho explained that while crime rates on Earth had decreased, they increased by 37% on the frontier. He contemplated how to deal with fiends in 2 places simultaneously but realized he couldn't be in 2 places at the same time. When a reporter asked if he had found a solution, Spectre responded that he had, introducing his teammate, the Archmage Skaya Killerland. News quickly spread worldwide about Skaya's return. The Big Six held a meeting where they discussed their passive cooperation to maintain their image. However, now with the possibility of all 5 heroes returning, they considered uprooting the fiends altogether. Outside of the museum, 2 security guards were talking. Suddenly, 2 fiends swiftly dispatched them. One fiend expressed disappointment that he couldn't kill them. The other fiend explained that players from associations have vitas, and when they die, a notification is sent. They quickly dispatched all the players outside the museum and proceeded inside. After dispatching everyone, they came across a door which they burst open. A fiend attempted to touch the eye statue to shrink it, but his skill didn't work. Trying again, an ice golem burst out of the statues to attack. He managed to evade its attack, but behind him Spectre was stood with his blade at the fiend's neck. The fiend retaliated, but Junho swiftly swung his sword, eliminating him. Another fiend was fleeing, but Skaya caught him with her magic. He unleashed his power, bursting out of the magic barrier created by Skaya. Junho appeared, greeting him. Exhausted, the fiend stated he wouldn't die easily. Junho summoned the Watchguard of Darkness. The fiend retaliated against the summoned Watchguard's attack. Struggling against the relentless attack, Junho swiftly appeared behind the fiend. Although the fiend noticed Junho's presence and launched an attack, Junho defended himself with his sword. The fiend attempted multiple strikes, but Junho skillfully blocked each one. When the fiend attacked with his magic, Junho countered it using his darkness skill, effectively neutralizing the attack. However, the fiend continued to charge at Junho, but he sliced the fiend with a swift strike. Desperate, the fiend utilized a hidden ability to unleash a powerful blow. Junho summoned multiple golems to block the impending attack, shocking the fiend. Wondered how could Archmage's magic interfere in his attack. Then he realized that it wasn't magic but Junho's ability. After the battle, Skaya sat on the rooftop and asked Junho about the fiend's fate. He explained that he had hunted and read all of the fiend's memories. Curious, she inquired how he managed to read those memories. Junho disclosed that he possessed a skill called Confession of the Dead, which enabled him to access the memories of the dead. He further explained that he extracted a lot of memories from the fiend as he had been a fiend for 30 years. Skaya suggested a new plan where she would hunt the fiends alone, bringing them to Junho afterward to efficiently collect their memories and allow him to regain his power safely. Junho agreed to her proposal but expressed concern about the burden it would place on her. Skaya assured him that it was nothing compared to the sacrifices he had made in the past few months. On the frontier, Skaya enjoyed every moment as she set foot there. Junho reminded her about the condition of Gillian Lord's son. Commander asked Junho if Skaya was the friend he had mentioned, to which he confirmed and introduced her as Archmage Skaya Killerland, one of the Great 5 heroes. The commander immediately recognized her name, acknowledging the legends of the 5 great heroes that had spread throughout the frontier. He greeted Skaya warmly and welcomed her. They escorted her to the Gillian mansion, where the lord and his wife expressed their gratitude to Junho, and found out one of the Great 5 heroes came to treat his son. He expressed his gratitude to her. They then took her to their son, Simus, who was reading in a book. Junho asked if Simus remembered him, and although Simus apologized for being unconscious earlier, Skaya began treating him. Skaya puts Simus to sleep and begins her treatment, placing her hand on his chest to control and repair his magic circuits. After some time, she completed her treatment, stabilizing his circuits. Skaya felt immense satisfaction in being able to help someone after 26 years. Returning to the conversation, the Gillian Lord informed Junho and Skaya that his son had dreamt of becoming a mage, but due to his condition, that dream seemed unattainable. He inquired if there was any chance Simus could still pursue his dream. Skaya regretfully explained that once magic circuits expanded or contracted, they could never return to their previous state. Even though Simus's magic was now stable, he would never be able to train his magic again, as Junho had mentioned earlier. Blaming the fiends for his son's condition after finding demonic energy in him, the Gillian Lord requested Junho and Skaya to hunt down those fiends and seek revenge for his son. They accepted his request, and suddenly a window popped up, displaying the quest details. Junho handed a book to Skaya, thinking it might be helpful for her. However, Skaya pointed out that it might be what he needed at the moment, mentioning that he could double his stats using that book. Confused, Junho asked Skaya if he could double his stats. Skaya asked for his hand and started performing something. She reminded him of her studies in science and summoned an image of a computer. Junho recalled it was being referenced for boosters and his desire for something better than boosters. Skaya confirmed his thoughts, saying he met both conditions now. Perplexed, Junho inquired about the other condition, mentioning that he only had sturdier mana circuits. Skaya clarified that he needed coolant to overclock himself beyond his limits, and frost worked perfectly for that. Junho shared his struggles, having attempted multiple times but failing to stop overheating. Skaya explained it wasn't his body needing coolant, but rather his magical essence needing cooling to ensure his brain didn't melt from overclocking. She suggested creating energy that could surpass overheating and sustain his magic circuits, admitting it was a riskier move but would help him grow much faster than boosters. Skaya left the decision to him, stating he would find his answers. Junho asked if Skaya was going somewhere, to which she replied she was going sightseeing. Tossing a coin at him, she mentioned it was her lucky coin and always kept it with her. Skaya then asked about Frost's whereabouts, and if she had returned from the spirit realm. Junho requested her to be patient. Skaya stated she'd consider it after dealing with the fiends. Frost glanced at the coin, realizing she mistook Skaya for a mage but discovered she was a spiritualist. Junho felt concerned that Skaya would strain herself, knowing he fought alone for the past year, and now it was her turn to shoulder the burden. He realized that quickly leveling up and returning to normal stat was the only way to catch up to Skaya. Determined, he decided to master overclocking to reduce the gap. At Noya's shop, Junho brought his black armor in for repairs. Shocked at its state, Noya's grandson informed him that while he could fix it, it wouldn't be as durable as before due to the armor's condition. Junho requested a new black armor. Noya's grandson specified that he wanted to add some materials and asking if he can find mithril. He realized that the museum's door was made of mithril, so he obtained a large amount of the material. Noya arrived and scolded Junho for not greeting him first, then was surprised to see the mithril. Junho explained that he entrusted Noya's grandsons to make a new armor for him. Noya grew upset, but his grandson asked if they could work together. Noya refused, claiming the customer hadn't requested his craftsmanship. Junho asks if he was available for the task, and Noya mentioned there are a lot of reservations, and it would take years for his turn. However, his grandson exposed the truth that they hadn't taken any reservations. Ashamed, Noya eventually agreed to take on the request. Noya mentioned that he had seen news about Skaya and questioned why she hadn't visited him yet. Junho explained that Skaya immediately headed for the frontier after awakening, and had been occupied since then. Noya praised Junho for his efforts so far, but Junho reminded him that it was too early to be complimented as he hadn't awakened others yet. Nonetheless, Noya expressed his faith in Junho, believing that he would soon awaken the others. On the frontier, Junho was training to use his mana as coolant through overclocking. He felt changes within himself. While training, he threw a ball at full speed but felt the aftershock as his body temperature started rising. He attempted to use Frost's skill as a coolant to flow through his mana veins, but accidentally hit his head against the wall. Frost suggested using 15% of Frost as coolant initially, and then gradually increasing by 1%. Junho insisted on 5% increments each time, but Frost warned him about the risk of blacking out his magic circuits, potentially losing his ability to use magic forever. Reluctantly, he agreed to stick with 1%. He asked Frost to leave him and finish editing the video. After 5 days, Frost returned to the training room and found Junho lying on the floor. Frost inquired about Junho's training progress. He expressed that it was a lot harder than he had anticipated. She then informed him that she had completed editing the video and utilized all of his player points in the editing process. This caused Junho to get upset and demand an explanation. Frost explained that the new video would cover up to 10 times more player points than before. Junho watched the video and upon finishing, asked Frost if she had experience in this field before. She denied any prior experience, and asked why he was questioning that. Junho explained that the video was likely to generate 20 times more player points than before, which filled Frost with joy. They proceeded to upload the video. The next day, Frost was eager to know how the video was doing. Junho suggested that her to check the statistics herself. She mentioned she would check the analytics. Junho asked her about her expectations. Frost revealed she hoped the video would become #1 on the chart. Junho commented that she's hoping for too much, noting that there were currently 2.7 million active players on the frontier. He mentioned that the current chart-topping video by the Dakibi Guild, featuring giants hunting, has 123 million views. This revelation left Frost shocked. Suddenly, Skaya sent her community ID to Junho. He checked her profile and was shocked to find out that she had gained 1.4 million followers in just a week. Frost compared Junho's 7,000 followers with Skaya's massive following. He checked out Skaya's video and noticed that she appeared to be having fun while taking down fiends. He concluded that the reason behind her success must be her charisma and looks. He congratulated Skaya on her success, and she mentioned his video and the numerous responses it received. Frost suggested they look at the response from people. As they read the comments, most of them were positive, praising the video's quality and editing work. They then checked the video's ranking and found it was 43rd on the chart. Junho was happy with this achievement, but Frost expressed disappointment and hoped for a higher ranking. They proceeded to check the player points generated from the video, which amounted to more than 38,000. Junho assured her that it would generate more points and praised her on doing a great job. The Dakibi Guild Master watched the video and praised Junho's skills. His assistant informed him that after the Big Six meeting, they had conducted a background check on Junho. The Guild Master ordered his assistant to bring all the information they had gathered. He expressed suspicion about Junho's background, noting that he was raised in an orphanage, attended school normally, and then became a player. He doubted that someone with such an ordinary background could possess exceptional abilities, and the Guild Master suspected that the association might have fabricated his story. The Guild Master inquired about when Yuha had gone to scout for Junho. His secretary informed him that Junho had rejected the offer and preferred to be free rather than work under someone. Additionally, the secretary mentioned that Yuha and Junho maintained a good relationship. The Guild Master instructed his assistant to tell Yuha to invite Junho on the next dungeon expedition. In the training room, Junho was exhausted after the training. Frost arrived and asked Junho about what had happened. Junho explained that he could now control the overclock for 40 minutes, but after that time, he lost control. Frost asked if he wasn't satisfied yet. Junho told her that he was going to push his limits as far as he could. Suddenly, Skaya appeared, and Frost was scared. Skaya brought a fiend to Junho for him to read its memory, stating that it was strong. After reviewing the fiend's memory, Junho told her that it was just a small fry, a 120-level player. Skaya asked how come there were so many players with a higher level. Junho explained they had more time to level up. Then Skaya inquired about his training. He told her he was close to using 50% of his mana as coolant. She praised his progress in only 2 weeks. Then mentioned Frost, asking why she never sees her whenever she comes by. As they were leaving, a messenger from the Gillian family approached them and told Junho that they wanted to meet him. In the Gillian mansion, Junho greeted everyone, including Gillian Lord's son, Simus, inquiring about his health. Simus expressed his gratitude for saving his life. The commander mentioned that they wanted to reward him but didn't want to disturb him, considering he hadn't left his lodging in days due to training. Gillian Lord offered the use of their personal training hall. They presented Junho with a reward for the kobold hunt. Junho was astonished to see an elixir called snow granite, which was extremely rare to find. He asked if it was really okay for him to take it. They explained that due to him, there were minimal casualties, and he also cured Gillian Lord's son. He thanked them and accepted the reward. In the training hall, after consuming snow granite, all of Junho's stats increased by 10. He found himself able to control the overclock for a little longer than before. He wore a new belt given by Noya, capable of transforming into full body armor. Junho activated the belt, summoning white and blue armor. Utilizing 60% of his mana as coolant, he swiftly slashed through wooden blocks and aimed for the candle. He managed to reach 67% coolant without losing control. He was eager to level up as his penalties would lift the next day. Meanwhile, a fiend sitting on the cliff informed his comrades that Junho had entered the field. Another fiend, based on Skaya's community account, mentioned she was in Wulung Forest, which was quite far. The fiends began their hunt for Junho. On the hunting ground, Junho was excited to hunt again after a while. He encountered a pack of whipped wolves. Initially attacking without using a booster or overclock, he realized their attacks were weaker than before. Junho grabbed one of their tails and threw it away, countering another attacking whipped wolf with a powerful punch. As more whip wolves appeared, he drew his weapon to kill them. In the forest, an old man was seen cutting wood when a fiend ordered others to kill the old man and set a trap for Junho. Junho discussed with Frost that he felt much stronger than before. Frost suggested finding a fiend to test his abilities further. Frost suggested there might be a fiend in a nearby cabin. As they investigated, they noticed a trap that seemed to have been set by mercenaries or hunters for monsters. Then Frost noticed blood and discovered a body. Junho decided to read its memories. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and asked if he had killed the person. Junho immediately killed the fiend. Other fiends appeared, trapping Junho inside the dimension. Junho found himself facing 3 fiends, recalling one of them from Cal Singer's memories. Ready to finish this quickly, Junho prepared for the battle. The fiends charged at him with multiple strikes, but Junho managed to dodge each one despite their incredible speed. He was swift enough to anticipate their moves. Suddenly, one of the fiends lifted the ground, and both attacked Junho at full speed. However, Junho closed the distance and swiftly eliminated one of the fiends. Enraged, the remaining fiend considered a different approach, suggesting long-range attacks. Summoning numerous arrows, they launched an assault on Junho. Reacting quickly, Junho activated his armor and engaged his overclock, dodging each arrow with incredible speed, surprising fiends. He charged at him with full speed. Using shadow shifting, Junho appeared behind one of the fiends, swiftly killing it. He then targeted the other fiend, delivering a powerful blow. As the barrier trapping him began to fade, Junho lost control over his overclock. However, Skaya suddenly appeared, helping to slow him down and bring the situation under control. After the battle ended, Junho and Skaya went to the tavern, where Junho shared everything he had learned from those fiends. He informed her about a bunch of fiends in the Cannel Mountain. Skaya asked him if they should make a move or lie low. Junho told her their meeting time was set for the night of the full moon, with 5 days remaining. Skaya expressed frustration, reminiscing about the time when everything was peaceful before the situation took a turn. Junho warned that after facing such formidable opponents, they couldn't afford any more mistakes. Junho suggested Skaya take action against the enemies while he trained in Overlock. She immediately rejected the idea, highlighting their lack of knowledge about their enemies' firepower and the risk of being overrun by stronger fiends if they rushed recklessly. Junho countered that this might be their last chance to track them down. Skaya proposed a different approach, disguising themselves. Junho asked how, and Skaya revealed her plan to brew a potion that would transform him into one of the defeated fiends, allowing him to infiltrate their fiend association and gather information discreetly. She instructed him to find out how strong the fiends were, with her ready to support him when he signaled. Skaya also suggested that while they still had time, he should practice Overlock during their hunts. Junho agreed to the plan. Junho and Frost arrived at an open area, and Junho inquired why they had to travel so far for their hunt. Frost explained the necessity of avoiding attention from others. Junho reassured her that there were no other players nearby. Spotting a steel bear, Frost queried Junho about its strength. Junho admitted he had never encountered one before. Observing its steel-made physique, Frost marveled at its composition. Junho asserted his confidence in capturing it with his energy but opted not to use it today. Instead, he decided to use an overclock, but its stabilization took longer than expected. As Junho concentrated, the steel bear slowly approached, prompting Frost to alert him. Fearful of losing control, Junho remained focused as the bear closed in. Swiftly, the steel bear attacked, but Junho managed to evade its attack. He was amazed by its power. He thought if this thing had spawned in a gate on Earth, the people there wouldn't be able to land a single attack. Lost in his thoughts, Junho was caught off guard as the steel bear launched another attack with its fierce claws, landing a blow on him. Junho blocked the attack with his sword but was forced back by the force of the impact. Frost told him fighting with brute force is pointless. Acknowledging the truth in her words, Junho activated Overlock and sprinted toward the bear, delivering a powerful blow with his sword that pierced through its defenses, ultimately killing it completely. Junho was taken aback by how easily the steel bear had fallen. Frost approached, commenting on Junho's lack of control over his powers and remarking that he was still not prepared for battle. Frustrated by his limited time for the meeting, Junho pondered his options. Frost suggested that he should remain in overclock at all times while hunting. Jun-ho recognized the difficulty but considered it a viable strategy. Later, they encountered more steel bears while in overclock mode. The bears screamed and charged, but Jun-ho was ready. With a swift swing of his sword, he delivered multiple strikes, breaking through their thick steel skin and cutting the bear's hand. Jun-ho maintained his overclock at 15%, realizing he could control his pace as long as he stayed below that threshold. As Jun-ho reached level 65, Frost informed him that it was a full moon and it was time to meet Skaya. Despite Frost's anxiety, Jun-ho reassured her that the curse of bitter cold would lift in 7 hours. They reach to the Skaya. She tells him when the curse lifts upon him, he will have to be more careful since it will affect his overclock. Jun-ho assured her he understood and inquired about the duration of the shape-shifting potion. Skaya informed him it would last for 6 hours and also handed him a sticker, a location-tracking magic sticker which also works as a listening device, for added assistance. Fully equipped, Jun-ho prepared to set out. Frost questioned his confidence in his acting abilities, to which Jun-ho confidently replied that he had absorbed all of Goof's memories and wouldn't get suspicion. As Jun-ho approached the fiend's hideout, nerves tingle within him. Guards interrogate him, questioning why he is here. They mocked him, insinuating he should have died along with his mentor, Cal Singer. In response, Jun-ho threatened them, if he dared insult his mentor then he would make sure they wouldn't speak again. Other fiends mocked him, labeling him the loyal dog of Singer. Suddenly, a man appeared, capturing everyone's attention. He introduced himself as Wangian, a fiend in the Squadron of Pride. Jun-ho recognized him from the Goof's memories. Wangian declared that they had gathered to assist him in raiding the dungeon. He warned that his commands within the dungeon would be absolute, and disobedience would result in death. Everyone agreed to his authority. With a leap, Wangian descended from the railings, announcing it was time to depart. Jun-ho calculated that his shape-shifting potion would wear off in 2.5 hours. If the curse of the bitter cold also lifted, it would be too risky to rely on overclock. Jun-ho resolved to use his Watchguard of Darkness and Frost skills in the upcoming battle. They arrived at the dungeon door, where Wangian explained that it was a door-type dungeon, meaning no one could leave until the raid was complete. Opening the door, Wangian went inside, and a bright light flashed them as they were transported into the dungeon. Confused, one of the individuals questioned their whereabouts and the whereabouts of Lord Wangian. Another person, a girl, shared the same confusion, finding trapped and wondering if Goof was behind it. Jun-ho reassured them, explaining that similar gates existed on Earth, and upon entry, groups would separate. Frost voiced her concerns, but Jun-ho assured her that everything would be fine. He told her that this was a maze-type gate, requiring parties to split up and defeat monsters, reminiscing about how gates like these were his favorite during his Spectre days. The fiends decided to gather with Commander Wangian. Another fiend inquired if there were other options, but a female fiend asserted that sticking with Wangian would guarantee their safety. He agreed. Jun-ho contemplated that by dealing with these fiends, he could learn about Wangian's skills through the confessions of the dead. However, he had to proceed cautiously, unsure of the dungeon's size and if rooms were interconnected. As Jun-ho attempts to leave the room, the fiends stop him, insisting they go first. Observing their surroundings, Jun-ho noted the high walls and absence of traps. Progressing further, they discovered the dungeon was huge, yet encountered no monsters. A fiend suggested they should get to know each other, but Jun-ho doubted they would understand him. A female fiend was irritated by him, recalling his admiration for the bully Cal Singer. Jun-ho activated his Watchguard of Darkness skill to scan for any nearby threats. Frost asked what he would do. Jun-ho said that sounds from here won't escape, so it will work out. Interrupting, a female fiend confronted Jun-ho, drawing her sword. Sensing his transformation will wear off soon, Jun-ho quickly activated the booster. Mocking him, a male fiend laughed, taunting that his master wouldn't come to his help. Meanwhile, Jun-ho warned them to watch their backs, and they turned around, and saw huge mantises standing behind them. A mantis quickly slashed him, cutting him in half. She was terrified. Jun-ho realized that they are the true terror of the maze dungeon. The wall mantises began consuming the corpses. A girl was standing and suddenly a wall appeared in front of her. It was Jun-ho's skill. Assuming it to be Goof's doing, she said she wouldn't die easily. However, suddenly a mantis grabbed her head and destroyed it completely. Jun-ho pondered how wall mantises could go anywhere which was considered a wall. He thought he would gather info without getting blood on his hands. Jun-ho decided to use the confessions of the dead before the scent of blood attract attention. In their memories, he saw a girl named Banjo accompanying Wangian. He discovered that her main skill was called Death Casualty, allowing her to determine the cause of death for any person whom she marked. Jun-ho recalled how she had tapped each of them before entering the dungeon. He saw Wangian's skill, Discerning Eyes, was an A-rank ability capable of assessing opponents' states and movements. When Frost asked about his next move, Jun-ho replied that he would have to go with milder tactics. Wangian's crew praised him for his incredible skills, as Wangian unleashed his skill named Crew Jubilee, shattering the wall mantis into pieces. Banjo informed them that the number of fiends falling to the wall mantises was increasing. However, she found it suspicious since they were all above level 90. Wangian suggested they might have fallen victim to surprise attacks. Banjo countered that all the deaths were identical, and the monsters weren't particularly strong, leading her to doubt this. Wangian suspected that there must be a traitor among them. Jun-ho dispatched most of the fiends with the assistance of the wall mantises, manipulating their movements with his Watchguard of Darkness skill. With a swift stroke of his sword, he killed the remaining wall mantises. Jun-ho remarked that his face was twitching, suspecting that his potion was wearing off. Frost reassured him that his curse would soon lift as well. With an hour left until then, they discussed their situation. Unbeknownst to them, one of Wangian's men was eavesdropping. Just as Jun-ho prepared to extract the fiend's memories, a fiend attempted to attack him from behind. However, Jun-ho swiftly countered the attack, seizing his neck. Impressed by the fiend's stealth, Jun-ho praised him. In bewilderment, he noted that even Wangian couldn't detect the assailant's skill. Nevertheless, Jun-ho swiftly dispatched him and used the confession of the dead. From the fiend's memories, Jun-ho learned that they suspected a traitor among them. They tasked a fiend named Hicks with gathering the survivors, and he agreed. Another fiend, Stan, assured Hicks that as soon as he used his homing instinct, they would be teleported to his location. Jun-ho was shocked to discover that he had been exposed. Suddenly, Hicks' body began to glow, indicating that his skill had been activated. Wangian confronted Jun-ho, finding it amusing that the killer was Goof. Frost expressed concern about the situation and asked how much time was left for the curse to lift. Jun-ho replied that there were still 50 minutes remaining. Stan questioned why Goof would betray them. Jun-ho was stronger than Cal Singer when he fought, but he was still affected by the bitter cold and hadn't fully mastered overclock. He realized that he would need to rely on Frost's powers. He asked didn't Natsude Hello take him under his wing. He was in an even better position, so he asked why he would pull this stunt. Wangian swiftly closed the distance, determined to uncover the truth. As his punch neared, Jun-ho quickly drew his sword to block the blow, impressing Wangian with his agility. Undeterred, Wangian launched another attack, only to have Juno block it once again. Wangian asked if he really is Goof, landing multiple punches that were deflected by Jun-ho's sword. Jun-ho recognized Wangian as a heavy hitter and realized the danger of taking a direct hit. Wangian was excited for the fight. Stan asked if they should intervene. Banjo told him he will handle it. Frost cautioned that the booster alone would not be sufficient. Jun-ho activated his Watchguard of Darkness. Wangian to suspect it must be his otherworldly battlefield skill, revealing that he always wondered why his chief thinks he is so valuable. Wangian charged forward, prompting Jun-ho to ponder why Goof was valuable according to his chief and thought he will have to read Wanghyan's memories as well. Jun-ho unleashed Watchdog's shadows, but Wangian effortlessly destroyed them with a single punch, shocking Jun-ho. He closed in, said he understood why his chief thinks he is valuable. Because using him it might be possible to create a new specter. Jun-ho countered with his frost skill, creating ice to block Wangian's attack. However, Wangian shattered the ice with a powerful blow, sending Jun-ho flying. In midair, Jun-ho activated overclock at 30%, narrowly evading Wangian's relentless attack and engaging him in a fierce battle on equal footing. They exchanged multiple blows, with Jun-ho barely hanging on. Wangian unleashed his skill, Dispel, landing a devastating punch on Jun-ho's face, propelling him into the ceiling, causing it to collapse. Wangian was perplexed by the crumbling ceiling in the otherworldly battlefield and shocked to discover that Jun-ho wasn't Goof at all. He questioned if Jun-ho was a spy and how he could utilize Goof's skill, realizing Jun-ho had never used the otherworldly battlefield skill. Meanwhile, Jun-ho received a message indicating that the curse of bitter cold was resisting the skill Dispel, accelerating his curse by an hour. Wang Yan was confused that he has memories that only real Goof would have had. And skill can even replicate Goof's skill. Nevertheless, he was thrilled to face a strong opponent. Jun Ho, utilizing both frost and darkness skills, appeared fatigued to Wang Yan. However, Jun Ho stood up, ready for the battle. With the curse of bitter cold lifted, all his stats returned to normal. As Wang Yan charged towards him, Jun Ho landed a powerful blow to Wang Yan's face, sending him flying. Wang Yan realized he was faster than before and that Wang Yan couldn't dodge his attacks despite seeing them coming. Jun Ho closed the distance and landed another punch, but Wang Yan retaliated. Throwing a punch, Jun Ho swiftly dodged Wang Yan's punch and reappeared behind him. They exchanged powerful blows, resulting in a massive explosion that sent them flying in different directions. As Wang Yan's subordinate inquired about his well-being, he instructed them to hunt down the boss and clear the dungeon. They followed his command. Wang Yan quickly went for the attack, prompting Jun Ho to activate overclock at 15% and charge towards him with lightning speed. Wang Yan released an aura and acknowledged him as a greater threat than Goof. They exchanged powerful blows, clashing and throwing punches repeatedly. Wang Yan thought he could see every move and thought. But Jun Ho's speed outmatches his advantage. Jun Ho utilized his frost skill to freeze Wang Yan, moving with lightning-fast movement before delivering a powerful strike that shattered the ice and ultimately defeated him. With a swift motion, Jun Ho sheathed his sword, and behind him, a massive explosion erupted. Meanwhile, Jun Ho's subordinates successfully defeated the dungeon's boss monster and awaited their commander. However, inside the dungeon, they were unable to communicate with each other, concerned that he might be struggling. As they discussed, Stan was suddenly frozen. She thought there might be another monster. Her hands also started to freeze. It was Frost who froze them. Jun Ho recalled that Frost had used the same technique to freeze them before. Frost reminded him that he had requested her to do so. Although he agreed, but he said getting below freezing point the whole area is way too dangerous to use carelessly. Frost explained that if she hadn't frozen them, the boss monster would have died. Jun Ho acknowledged the necessity, and realized he needed to deliver the final blow. He activated Watchguard of Darkness to summon watchdogs, which killed the boss monster and dropped a core. After the battle ended, the boss monster dropped the core. Jun Ho picked it up, and Frost asked what the thing was. Jun Ho said it was a Mantis Queen's core and mentioned that she had also dropped a core after losing to him. Frost was surprised and disgusted upon hearing that. Jun Ho assured her that 95% of boss monsters have cores. Frost tried to recall when she made such a contract. Jun Ho asked about the contract, and she told him about the one she made with the floor administrator. Frost suddenly remembered something. After Frost's kingdom fell to ruins, she met the floor administrator. Jun Ho asked if she was talking about Administrator Gray. Frost told him it wasn't a man. She couldn't remember her face, but the floor administrator mentioned giving her another chance. That's all she could remember. Jun Ho told her to share more when she remembers. Jun Ho thought maybe this happened because her spirit ranking went up, and he decided he would have to slip more spirit crystals into her food from now on. Jun Ho and Frost reached a treasure room. He received 100 gold and a skill book. It contained a skill called Shadow's Wall, which allows the user to melt into a shadow to travel through walls. Jun Ho recalled it's the same technique that Wall Mantises uses. Frost told him it could be useful for sneaking anywhere. Suddenly, a window popped up stating the same element as the Watchguard of Darkness detected, and he could merge these two skills. Jun Ho immediately merged the skills. The merging process continued and successfully completed. Jun Ho activated the Watchguard of Darkness. Shadows emerged from his body. Frost said she didn't see any difference. Suddenly, he vanished and turned into a shadow. Jun Ho was shocked to see it worked fine. Frost inquired if he was alright. Then the shadow stopped moving, and Jun Ho emerged from it. He was really happy and said this was the technique he had lost hope in mastering, but now he finally achieved it in this way. Outside the dungeon, Skya was seen drilling. Jun Ho approached and asked her what she was doing. Skya was happy to see him in one piece. She said she was breaking into the dungeon so she could save him. Then she asked where the Frost Queen was. He told her she was asleep on top of him right now. Skya was surprised and said she would have to research it. After leaving the dungeon, Jun Ho told Skya there were 7 fiend squadrons well enough to almost rival the Big Six. There weren't a lot of fiends in each squadron, but each one was monstrously strong. The 7 squadrons were the Pride Squadron, Despair Squadron, Wrath Squadron, Gluttony Squadron, Sloth Squadron, and Envy Squadron. Wang Hun, the guy Junho defeated, belonged to the Pride Squadron. Skaya asked if each squadron's job was different. Junho confirmed and said that was why he couldn't find any intel on the demonic gem. He said in 2 months, the entire Pride Squadron would head to Port Lane for a joint operation. Skaya expressed concern that if that happened, things would get messy. So Skaya proposed she would look into things. Junho agreed. Skaya said she was thinking of dropping by the Dokayabi Guild because their guild master asked to meet her. Junho asked if he should go with her. Skaya assured him not to worry and said if she got new intel, she would let him know. Junho received a new message. He opened the message and was shocked to see that it was from one of the 9 Heaven, Kim Woojung. He was asking for his help. Junho was really confused if it was true and asked if he was really a sword saint. Woojung laughed and confirmed it was true. Junho thought, why would he need his help? Seeking Spectre's help is one thing, but people only know him as player Seo Junho. He asked for his picture as proof. Kim Woojung sent a picture with his name carved with a knife. Junho thought his selfie skills sucked. He asked what kind of help he was asking for. Junho waited for a while, thinking he must be writing something important. Woojung wrote that he wanted to meet him in person and accidentally sent another pic too. In the next scene, it was a snowy mountain, and Junho was walking across the snow. Frost asked where they were going. He told her about the Brahma snowfield. Frost was feeling extremely cold. Junho thought it must be related to her leveling up. They reached the place and knocked on the door. Woojung opened the door, and they greeted each other. Woojung invited him inside and thanked him for traveling so far to help him. He asked Junho if he knew about the dwarves. Junho told him he had heard of them but had never actually seen one. Woojung said right now they live in a large cave in the Brahms Canyons. Junho was surprised and wondered how they were able to live in freezing temperatures. Woojung told him they used dwarves' technology to keep the cold outside. He asked if Junho must have heard stereotypes about the dwarves, like they are hot-tempered, stubborn, and heavy drinkers. Woojung explained that once every few centuries, they migrate to different locations, and this time they chose the Hamel Ice Canyon. He was assisting their migration, but a problem arose at the destination. The canyon was overrun by monsters. Junho said he was a sword saint, so he could easily get rid of the monsters without his help. He told him the boss monster there is an ice witch, the phantom of the snowfield. He tried to clear the dungeon, but he couldn't get through because of the heavy cold. Woojung said if he was willing to help the dwarves, he would support him in every way. Frost told Junho to inquire if they could fully claim the reward for defeating the ice witch. Woojung said the reward would be all theirs, and he wouldn't steal others' credits. Frost was surprised that he could see and hear her. Woojung said he learned how to communicate with spirits from elves. Frost praised him, saying he must be stronger than average players. Then she ordered him to address her with respect. Woojung apologized. In the next scene, Junho and Woojung headed to meet the dwarves. Woojung told him to let him know if he was moving too fast or if he needed a break. Junho said picking up the pace was fine too. Woojung thought he always exceeded his expectations every time. Woojung ran with lightning-fast speed. Junho activated overclock at 25% and dashed towards him, catching up with his speed. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the fiends were frustrated. The dungeon was a mess, and there were no survivors. They searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of the culprit. One of the fiends said there could be a high-ranking player near the dungeon. Other fiends rejected his opinion, saying they had already taken all those into consideration. A fiend mentioned that apart from Kim Woojung and Lightning Lord, Skya Killerland was a possibility because her whereabouts were unknown. But she had been trapped for years, so he doubted she could do this. The fiend chief told him he had never faced them in battle, so he shouldn't make any judgments. The fiend said he was worrying too much, and he would handle things. Meanwhile, Junho and Woojung arrived at the White Endel dwarves' abode, named Del Ice. Woojung asked him again if he had never seen dwarves, and Junho confirmed. Junho said he couldn't imagine what a dwarves' town looked like, and he always imagined what he saw in the movies. They reached a town square and saw 2 kids. Junho thought there weren't any grown-ups around. He summoned a candy to make a good impression and offered it to them. The kid asked Woojung who this guy was, and he seemed as dense as Woojing was the first time. The other kid laughed at him. Junho was so confused and didn't understand anything. Junho asked Woojing if he had made any mistakes. Woojing told Junho that they were the head of the White Anvil tribe, Chief Graham Goulder. He said they didn't have any beards and they were not like those stereotypes. And the chief was about 250 years old. Junho thought being alive for 51 years was nothing close. The dwarves' chief told Junho that only a few people know what dwarves look like, and despite their age, they look the same as human children. And the only thing that is true about them is their dexterity. Dwarves build their furnace and kingdom where the land emits good energy. But the energy from Del Ice has decreased, so they must move to a new place. However, when they finished construction in Hamal Canyon, an ice witch moved in. Woojing said he could deal with the ice witch, but no damage could be done to the area. Junho asked if they knew anything about Ice Witch. The dwarves' chief said he didn't know much, but he would help him with the supplies. He requested Junho to reclaim their new territory. In the next scene, Junho and Woojing headed for the dungeon. Suddenly, a giant yeti appeared in front of them. Woojing said not to move. Junho asked what he was going to do. Woojing pulled his sword from his sheath. He leaped into the air and activated his skill. He landed a devastating blow, killing it completely, leaving nothing behind. Junho looked at his unbelievable power. Woojing told him they could move now. They started walking again and reached the place. Woojing told him he would have to proceed alone from here. He told him Hamal Canyon was behind the snowstorm. Junho understood and thanked him for escorting him. Junho proceeded alone and reached the gate of the dungeon. The place was filled with houses built by dwarves. Suddenly, some spirits appeared, warning him not to come closer or else he would die. Frost got scared, asking if they would really be okay and insisted on going back. Junho teased her, saying that she was scared of the Ice Witch. She got mad and said she was afraid of no one. Junho fired a flare to light up the place. Frost was creeping out, and asked him if he had ever heard of a banshee. Junho said it was a weeping spirit, an omen of death. Frost said the odds of dying became nearly certain if someone heard a banshee, and they were vengeful spirits who had met with unfortunate deaths. Junho said his watchguard of darkness could easily devour them. Suddenly, screams got louder, and the Ice Witch appeared. Frost was terrified. The Ice Witch screamed again to instill fear, and Frost lost her spirit completely. Junho used watchguard of darkness and rushed straight towards the Ice Witch. He grabbed her face and slammed it on the floor. She asked him why he wasn't frozen yet. Junho said he had already been frozen for a long time. Junho was about to kill the Ice Witch, but she revealed that she was not the Ice Witch. In the next scene, on the snowy mountains inside the cabin, a fire burns, and a little girl asks her big sister when their mom and dad will be back. Big sis assures them that they will be back soon. The kid asks what if they got lost and the Ice Witch caught them. Big sis tells them they are just running late due to customers. The kid says he is tired. Big sis tells them not to sleep and when their parents come, they have to eat. They fall asleep and wake up in the morning. The girl is searching for their parents. Someone knocks on their door. She is relieved and asks them what took them so long. The door opens, and the girl was terrified. After hearing about her backstory, Frost says the real Ice Witch needed someone to take its identity so it could focus on something else. The Ice Witch placed a curse on the child after taking down her and her family. The child was turned into the Banshee and forced to be its decoy for centuries. The spirit was calling for her mom and dad. Other spirits were calling her big sis. Frost asks what they should do now. Junho says they are going to find the Ice Witch and kill her. Inside the cave, the Ice Witch was brewing potions. She completed the potion and poured it onto a corpse. The Ice Witch looked at it with disappointment and said she needed much more life force. She ordered her goblins to capture more creatures for her tests, and threatened them that if they couldn't, she would use them for the test instead. The goblins understood the command and immediately went for the job. The Ice Witch sat on her throne and looked at a photo. She said that as an immortal mage, she had failed countless times and expressed her desire to become human again. Junho and Frost reached the cave where the Ice Witch resided. The Banshee warned them not to go, or else they would die. Junho said he must help her and her siblings since they had been trapped for hundreds of years. She asked if he was sure he could defeat her. Junho expressed confidence, and told her that no matter what, he would lift their curse. Junho used Watchguard of Darkness, which immediately went inside and captured goblins and cave pillars. With his command, it broke the pillars, and the cave was falling apart. The Ice Witch was confused and wondered what could have caused this. Goblins were falling, and the Ice Witch ordered her troops to find out what happened. Junho came in front of them and used Watchguard of Darkness, which devoured them all. He said to the Ice Witch to come out of her hideout. With the snap of his fingers, he summoned a shadow army to clear his path. They finally came across the Ice Witch, who was furious. She was in disbelief that he reached her despite her traps. Junho used his skill to destroy her base completely. She saw her records and research scattered around, and she became even more furious. She summoned her army from the ground, and Junho was surrounded by them. The Ice Witch was determined to destroy him and return to the living world. She summoned a giant snake with wings. Junho was cutting down her troops one by one. The Banshee was afraid that the Ice Witch was too powerful to defeat. Frost assured her that she should not be worried. The Ice Witch entered the battlefield with a flying snake, while Junho was busy fighting her minions. The Ice Witch charged towards Junho to attack. Junho reacted, but the Ice Witch was already so close. Suddenly, Frost came to his aid and said she would handle this. She said she could not let someone use Frost for evil. Frost lifted her mask and summoned ice horses, commanding them to attack. The Ice Witch was in disbelief, thinking she could be related to those people. But then she questioned why they would make her their enemy. Frost told Junho to make his move. Junho was surprised and told her that her eyes were blue. Frost told him that they were white and to focus on the battle. Junho immediately put on his armor and charged towards the Ice Witch. Her minions blocked his path, but he made it through with his Watchguard of Darkness skill and finished her. The Ice Witch accepted her defeat in front of overwhelming power. Inside the cabin, the Banshee was fearful, and someone knocked on the door. She begged the Ice Witch to have mercy and not to turn her siblings into banshees. The door opened, and it was her parents who apologized to her for being late. The girl cried and asked what took them so long, and finally, her family reunited together. Junho asked if those kids made it to heaven. To which Frost replied she doesn't know anything about heaven, she doesn't have memories of that. Regardless, they hope that they are happy. And it was the end of the Ice Witch. After the battle ended, Junho decided to view Ice Witch's memories because she said something strange during the fight. Frost questioned him, and Junho said the Ice Witch mentioned those people. He used the confession of the dead. She was brewing a potion, but suddenly, someone visited her and greeted her. The Ice Witch asked who he was and suddenly attacked him for setting foot in her terrain. The fiend was unimpressed and shattered the ice. He introduced himself as a magic wilderness who roamed in search of monsters like her, and he was the fifth to become one of the 9 heavens. His name was Isaac Dvor. Frost was shocked to see that he was one of the 9 heavens. Junho said he had only heard rumors about Isaac but never seen him. Frost asked how the players and fiends are together in the 9 heavens. Junho told her that the 9 heavens were formed recently. The first person to call himself the god of heavens was a fiend 11 years ago. At first, everyone thought he was crazy and laughed at him. He didn't endure it and killed every last one of them. It was one hell of a debut. He climbed up the mountain of bodies and made a declaration that he was a fiend god. From that moment, the fiend association became so strong. This shocking incident was enough to cause panic. Fiends on the first and second floors were fired up. Some powerful players stood against the fiend god to stop him. The lightning god, the second god of the heavens, Yakesa from the Dakibi Guild, and the sword saint from the Silent Moon Guild, and more players proved their position as gods, creating the 9 heavens. Then, 5 years ago, a fiend god appeared in the capital of the Ruben Empire, ready to crush the new elite from the big. They fought fiercely, but the fiend god was too powerful, and they were struggling against him. In the end, 4 of the 9 heavens ambushed the fiend god together. If the fiend god was a little stronger, all the heavens would have been wiped out that day. The subordinate of the fiend god, called Valencia Citrin, defeated all the exhausted heavens and vanished with the fiend god, who was too injured. She was also recognized as a god later. Junho was sitting on the railings, watching fireworks and thinking that the 9 heavens used all their strength and still couldn't stop him. He was thinking that the fiend god hasn't made any moves since, but not because he is recovering. Before vanishing, he declared that he would return in 6 years, so they better prepare. That's why Junho needs to get stronger. The world could fall into ruins just because of one person. Woojing asked Junho if he had decided what to ask the dwarves to make. Junho replied that he had thought of some weapons. Woojing asked if he was asking for more than one. Junho said they never said he could only ask for one. Woojing agreed with him and hoped that he would reach the third floor soon. Junho asked what the entry conditions for the third floor were. Woojing said he couldn't reveal them even if he wanted to and told him to recall how it was with the Cave of Trials. Junho understood his reason. Woojing told him that there are floor masters in odd-numbered floors. The Frost Queen was the final boss of the first floor, and the second floor doesn't have any final boss. Junho wondered what would permit entry into the third floor. There are several players who've met the entry conditions for the third floor, but they couldn't do anything because of the environment there. Woojing asked if Junho still had the Horizon Edge with him. Junho confirmed that he did have it. Then Woojing suggested that he should pay a visit to Duke Schubert, who is one of the two powerhouses in the Empire. Suddenly, they got a new announcement that has been released from the second floor, where the administrator Reyes announced that the shops were opening in a week. Junho said that this is the first message he got and asked why the administrator sounded like that. Woojing said it's just his personality, and asked how many player points Junho has. Junho said he has over 8,000 player points. Woojing said that's too little. He should have at least 20,000 player points if he wants a better item. Junho asked if Woojing knows any other good methods for obtaining player points. Woojing suggested checking the matching forum under the community tab. Woojing had to leave and thanked Junho again for his help. Woojing said when they meet next time, they should talk formally because they are close enough in age. Junho laughed awkwardly, thinking mentally that he is close to his dad's age. Woojing jumped from the railing and vanished with a bright light. The dwarves' chief was surprised that Junho was asking for so many items, but he agreed to complete his request. He ordered everyone to light up the furnace. After burning the furnace, the dwarves' chief and others began their job. Junho decided to check out the matching forum, but he would have to pay 500 player points to open it. Frost stopped him, stating it was too costly. Junho said he had no other option than this, so he opened the matching forum. He quickly entered the arena where there were other players. Junho quickly understood it was an arena. Frost asked what the arena was. Junho explained that there's an option to go anonymous, and a system to gain more player points by challenging people. The higher the player level and ranking you challenge, the more player points you get. Since the shop needs at least 20,000 player points, he decided to challenge a player. A player was happy with his winning streak and found an opponent. The opponent had played 0 matches, and he thought he would win this one quickly against the newbie. The battle started. His opponent was Junho, who kept his profile information hidden. The player was very happy that he would get lots of player points. He took out a knife. The countdown started. He was desperate to finish this quickly. He sprinted quickly towards Junho, who stood still and watched him approach. As the player came closer, Junho quickly dodged his attack and knocked him to the ground with one punch. One by one, all of the players were defeated and accused Junho of hacking. Players were getting defeated by different weapons and requesting the administration to intervene in this matter. One of the players charged to attack Junho, but he quickly dodged the attack. The player tried again, but Junho spotted an opening and shot right through him. He swiftly defeated the opponents and won the round. He was waiting for the next opponent, but no one was accepting his challenge. Frost said he was freshly accused of cheating. Frost asked how many player points are considered wealthy. Junho guessed maybe 10 million. As they were talking, he suddenly got a message from Administrator Reyes, who wanted to meet him. They quickly teleported to Administrator Reyes. There were so many messages complaining about Junho's actions. Reyes asked him what his deal was and why he was making a fuss. She said she couldn't even sleep due to all the messages she got. She summoned them closer and said she was going to investigate them if they were cheating. She looked at his profile and found out that his name is Junho from South Korea. She was surprised by seeing that he is in his 50s and said plastic surgery has gotten so good on Earth. She saw his achievements of defeating the first floor tower master 26 years ago. She then realized that it was Spectre who defeated the Frost Queen. She asked if he was Spectre. Frost said how Reyes didn't realize even after seeing her. Reyes was amazed to meet one of the 5 heroes and said that the tiny thing must be the Frost Queen. Frost warned her not to call her that again. Reyes asked Junho to clear the 10th floor so she could retire. She apologized for summoning him suddenly, and told him she would make up for it. Junho asked how she would make up for it. She said since the store is opening soon, she advised him to gather 800,000 player points. Junho said he would try his best. Rei said if he would gather that many points, he could buy something really interesting. In the Dakibi Guild, Yuha was making coffee when she overheard her coworker talking about a player. They were speaking that a player who has an unbreakable streak is actually not cheating, and the administration confirmed it. Others were impressed by his achievement. Yuha asked what they were talking about. They explained that there is a newbie who is even beating level 120 players and was suspected of cheating. They added that this player is level 76 and has a winning streak of 27-0. Yuha was amazed by this. She quickly challenged Junho to a fight. She couldn't even hear him draw his sword. She was really confused if he was really level 76. The match started, and Junho quickly charged towards Yuha. She was impressed and quickly heated up the ground. She saw his great speed. Junho swiftly swung his sword through the flames. Yuha was astonished by his movements. Then she realized that she had to quickly dodge. She used her skill and deflected the attack. Her opponent was level 76, so she couldn't afford to lose. Suddenly, a sword was drawn at her face. She was stunned and felt pathetic. Junho gave her another chance. She was furious, saying she is the team leader of the Dakibi Guild. She was more serious this time. She used her skill Ignis to attack with fireballs, but Junho dodged swiftly. A big fire explosion happened, but Junho managed to stay safe. Yuha quickly came to attack, but Junho dodged her attack again. They traded a bunch of attacks. She liked him, and Junho used the same style as her. Then he quickly changed his body's trajectory to regain balance. Yuha fell down but quickly fired the fireballs. Junho cut down the fireball in half. Yuha understood that he is a monster. Junho asked if she knows Spectre. Yuha said he is the person she looks up to the most. Junho said that's why her fighting style is similar. Junho advised her that when she is on the offensive with the elemental skill, she shouldn't worry about defense, which only stiffens movement. And also, to mix normal attacks while attacking with elemental skills. Yuha asked why he was telling her, a complete stranger. Junho said that's because she's cute. She got flattered and forfeited the match. And she received 180,000 points. She thanked him for the lessons. And they exited the battleground. Junho finally collected over 800,000 points, and the shop was about to open in an hour. He decided to contact Skaya. Frost quickly stopped him from contacting her. She heard her voice, and Skaya was already there. Junho asked how her meeting with Shin Seung-hyun went. She said it went well and decided that she will kill him soon. Junho asked what happened there. Frost was hiding due to Skaya's presence. Skaya expressed her frustration due to how rude Shin Seung-hyun was. Junho asked her to tell him in detail. When she went to the Dakibi Guild, Shin Seung-hyun first introduced himself as the controller of the space. He asked her not to post her hunts on her community tabs. Skaya asked why. He said she just woke up from her frozen state, and it will be reckless to hunt alone. And she is giving away her location through community tabs. A fiend might target her. Skaya said he was asking her to stay low because she is weak. He said yes, or else she will die. Skaya asked if he was asking or ordering. He said both. He reminded her that these aren't the good old days when she was the absolute strongest, and told her to be extremely careful. An assistant asked her if she enjoyed the tea. Skaya said it didn't taste well. After she left, the assistant asked the guild master what he was doing, reminding him that no matter what, Skaya is someone recorded in books. He said what he said was true. The assistant said she is in a much higher position than him. He compared Skaya's level to the same as Yuha's level, or a little higher. Shin asked him if he told Yuha to invite Seo Junho to the next raid. He said he is waiting for the right moment to invite him. Shin said there is no need to rush, everything is going to be fun. Skaya was so furious and couldn't control her anger. Junho said everything Shin said was true. Skaya stated that if only they weren't frozen, they would have been in a better position now. Junho said once she becomes the absolute strongest again, she should go to Shin Seung-hyun and teach him how to behave with elders. Skaya calmed down and asked why he contacted her, saying he had a request. Junho gave her a mithril bracelet and asked her to enchant something for him. She said she can do it, but it takes a long time and is a pain. Junho said in return, he will give her Lich's magic book. He said he reviewed it, and it will be helpful for her. Skaya quickly tried to snatch it, but Junho said he will give her if she can cast 3 spells on the bracelet. She said it will take a month, but she can do it. When she left, Frost was on the floor, depressed. Junho asked what happened to her. Frost said Skaya attached a location tracker, so she can't escape her. Junho said if she promised to listen to him, he would erase it with a watchguard of darkness. After Skaya left, Junho received a message informing him that the admin store was open and he was now being teleported there. Both Junho and Frost were shocked, as they hadn't requested entry. Frost remarked, "That crazy woman is calling them on her own again." They were teleported into the store, where Reyes was sitting at a table. She asked if Junho had gathered all the points. Junho remarked that the store was much smaller than he had imagined. Reyes explained, different stores have different items, and different admins have different themes. She also mentioned that item descriptions were blocked, so he would need to choose wisely. Junho asked why she had requested him to collect 800,000 points. Reyes acted confused and asked what he was talking about. She then mentioned that the store was under surveillance, and that higher-ups were watching. She advised him to be quiet and search for the things he needed. Junho found an elixir he was interested in buying. Reyes interrupted, saying, "It has a nice smell but is hardly effective, and the price is 300,000, which is not worth it." Pretending to read the newspaper, she continued to give him information. Junho picked up a scent, and Reyes commented, "It is great for improving physical health, but it leaves a floral aroma, making stealth attacks or hiding impossible." Junho was confused and couldn't decide what to purchase without descriptions. He considered buying a core of Pachaclops for 700,000 points. Reyes scolded him, asking why he was wasting so much time. "He is a hero, so how can he be so dense?" she remarked. Junho realized there must be an item worth 800,000 points, which was why Reyes had insisted he gather that amount. After searching, he found 2 items, Amiba's holy water and the Heart of Shade. Reyes explained, Amiba's holy water is made of yin energy, and those who can't handle its severe cold can freeze to death. As for the Heart of Shade, people without any darkness attribute cannot even touch it. She added that each box was worth 400,000 points, so both together would cost 800,000 points. Junho realized these might be the best items he could get. He purchased them. Junho thanked Reyes and asked if he could ask a question. Reyes told him to ask quickly. Junho noted that the shop was open to every player, including fiends, and asked Reyes why she allowed such people to shop there. Reyes replied that admins couldn't get involved in players' business, or rather, they weren't allowed to. When he asked why, Reyes explained it was a rule set by the higher-ups. Junho speculated that the higher-ups must be gods. Reyes quickly changed the topic, saying it was her nap time and that he had to leave. Junho was teleported back to his room, still curious about the gods. Frost remarked that the yin energy seemed much stronger than he could handle. Junho couldn't believe that Frost's great skills couldn't manage it. So, he decided to consume the Heart of Shade. Upon opening the box, he was surrounded by shadows. He slowly consumed the Heart of Shade and immediately felt its aftershocks. Concentrating hard, he resisted the aftershocks and finally managed to consume it fully. He received 50 magic points and his darkness attribute affinity increased. With this, his stats had completely surpassed what he had as a specter. Now, he could awaken one more comrade, but his stats would be nerfed again. Junho and Skya reached the dwarves' chief. The chief stated that they never make weapons for the dark-hearted, but they fully trusted Junho and assured him that the other weapons would be completed soon. Junho thanked him and said he was looking forward to receiving the rest of his weapons. In the next scene, Junho was running through the forest, thinking about the upcoming huge battle at Port Lane. He thought it would be great if they had one more hero by their side. However, he still wasn't sure if his combat power was higher than it was 25 years ago. Running so fast that he was catching up with deer, he realized that his stats had surpassed those of his past life. Despite this, he had never felt so lacking in confidence. The world was now filled with overwhelmingly strong people. Determined, he dashed forward, resolving that no matter what, he would have to face them head-on. In the next scene, they reached Port Lane and stood at the shores. Frost was thrilled to see the sea up close for the first time. Junho saw Cliff and thought it would be a great spot for sniping. He could use the horizon of edge to its fullest potential. However, he realized the fiends might have the same idea. He asked Frost which was higher between the cliff and the tower. Frost said the cliff looked higher. Junho decided he needed to secure the cliff. Junho started digging on the cliff, ensuring the enemy wouldn't have any advantage in terrain. He set traps, knowing the fiends would likely try to take the higher ground. Junho was exhausted. Frost mentioned she never thought the dwarves would make a bomb for him. The bombs had been planted and could be activated once Junho pressed the button. Frost was freaking out due to Junho's seemingly careless actions. Suddenly, they received a message from Dyaku, saying that Gilbert's son was in danger and they needed to hurry back. Junho was in shock. Junho and Frost reached the Players Association Guild and immediately asked about Arthur. Dyaku was trembling and blaming himself. Junho asked if Arthur wasn't doing fine in Dustong, to which Dyaku replied that he was far from fine. Dyaku then asked if Junho knew about the Watchguards. Junho, thinking Dyaku was referring to his skill Watchguard of Darkness, said he knows about it. But Dyaku clarified that he wasn't talking about that. The Watchguards is the name of the group Arthur created a decade ago. The name comes from Junho's skill. They chose that title to carry on Spectre's will. Their main purpose is to wipe out fiends. Junho asked Dyaku why he hadn't mentioned this earlier. Dyaku said Arthur had asked him not to, as he didn't want to be a burden. Junho insisted he should have been told, and said how is he going to face Gilbert if anything happens to him. Dyaku confessed that after hearing about Junho's level reset, he agreed with Arthur. And Junho is the type of person who would push himself to help, regardless of his situation. Junho thought Dyaku was right. He wasn't strong enough. Dyaku reminded him that Arthur was not a kid anymore and would soon turn 30. 6 months ago, Arthur had reached level 113 and was tracking an executive of the Fiend Association, which led him to Dustong. Arthur had been on this person's tail for years and finally received a report today. Junho looked at the report, which stated that the Squadron of Gluttony was in contact with the chef for their end goal. Junho remembered that the chef was the one who could absorb skills. Frost mentioned the 7 squadrons of the Fiend Association: Pride, Despair, Wrath, Silence, Envy, Sloth, and Gluttony. Arthur was in pursuit of the Gluttony Squadron. Dyaku added that after receiving the report, he couldn't contact Arthur, and Arthur's home was destroyed. Junho told him to contact Skaya immediately, and bring everything she was working on. Dyaku understood and got to work. Skaya arrived at the Players Association and asked Junho why he was in such a rush, explaining that she was working on what he had requested. He told her that Arthur was in danger. Initially, Skaya couldn't remember who Arthur was, but after some thought, she recalled that he was Gilbert's son. She was shocked to find out he was in danger. Junho then asked her to open the lair because he needed to wake up his father. Dyaku, feeling responsible for failing to protect Arthur, pleaded with Junho to save Arthur and bring him back. They entered Skaya's lair. Skaya asked Junho if he was okay with his stats being nerfed. Junho said he didn't care much since his magic stats had recently received a big boost. He placed his hands on the statue, and a message appeared stating that 30 points of magic stats would permanently go away and all of his stats would drop by 50% for 20 days. Junho realized the penalties were lower than the last time. Without much thought, he released Gilberto. The ice shattered, and Junho faced the backlash from the curse of bitter cold. Gilberto fell to the ground, and Junho asked if he was okay. Junho touched Gilberto's hat, but Gilberto grabbed his hand and told him not to touch it. They were happy to see he was the same as ever. Gilberto asked why they were in such a disgusting place. Skaya, irritated, said it was her lair. Gilberto asked where the other 2 were. Junho explained that he couldn't help them right now, but once it was time, he would help them just as he did for him and Skaya. Gilberto said they were glad they had put their trust in Junho. Then suddenly, he pulled out a weapon and pointed it at Frost. Junho intervened, stopping him and explaining that she was an ally. Gilberto, confused, asked what was going on. Junho said he would explain everything, but first, there was an urgent matter. His son Arthur had gone missing. Gilberto was shocked. Junho explained that it had been 26 years since they were all frozen, and Arthur was now an adult, tailing fiends. He acknowledged how confusing this must be for Gilberto. Gilberto said they should explain everything to him on the way. Before they left, Junho asked Skaya for the bracelet he had requested. Skaya mentioned that it wasn't finished yet. Junho said they had no choice because both he and Gilberto were under the curse of frost, making it the perfect time to use the bracelet. When Junho met a fiend named Wang Hian and witnessed his skill, dispel, he thought the curse could be lifted. Gilberto asked how long it would take to lift it. Skaya explained that time was subjective. She cast the dispel, but Junho would have to continuously pour his mana into the bracelet without rest. Junho immediately began pouring his mana. The curse resisted his efforts, but he persisted. Slowly, the power of the dispel began to weaken, and the curse of frost was reduced to only 30 minutes. Exhausted, Junho noted that even the mithril, the highest grade material with the highest mana conductivity, was getting hot. He realized the backlash was intense. Junho believed Skaya had already done her best, and Gilberto needed to find his son. Deciding to push his limits, Junho attempted to dispel the curse again, shocking Skaya and Gilberto. He faced an intense backlash but refused to give up. Suddenly, Frost came to his aid and shared her mana. With intense mana flowing from the bracelet, Skaya asked if he was okay. Finally, Junho was able to lift the curse upon himself, but he apologized to Gilberto, saying he couldn't lift his curse right now. Skaya scolded him for being reckless, and Junho put up his mask, getting ready to rescue Arthur. They asked Skaya to teleport them out of the lair, and she prepared the magic to do so. Meanwhile, in Dustang Outland, fiends were chasing someone, ordered to capture them alive. It was Arthur and his comrade running away from the fiends. His comrade asked that point was near and what they should do now. Arthur ordered him to jump in. They both jumped into the water. As they were drowning, they received a message saying watchguards had been detected and were moving to target location. They teleported to their hideout. Arthur's expression changed when he saw the door was open. There was fog around. It was Arthur's companion's skill. He asked what had happened here, then saw their faces were covered as they were all captured. An unknown man said the captain is here, saying the fiends would be there soon. Arthur was in shock and asked why he had betrayed them. The fiend revealed that his comrade had died long ago and had been devoured by him, which is how he came to know of Arthur's existence. The fiend knew that Arthur was Gilberto Green's son. Meanwhile, on the first floor, players were shocked to see Skaya and Spectre. And they saw there was one more person among them, possibly a gray sniper. 3 heroes were advancing to the second floor, and people cheered for them. On the other side, the fiend mentioned that their fiend association had also put in a lot of effort to find Arthur. Arthur knew the reason the fiend hadn't killed him yet was so they could target Junho. The fiend threatened Arthur, saying if he came with them quietly, he would spare his comrades' lives. However, if other fiends arrived, he couldn't guarantee their safety. Arthur knew that even if he surrendered, there was no guarantee they would spare their lives. He breathed heavily and quickly pulled out the gun, shooting at him. Junho and the others reached the second floor, where Gilberto discovered that his son was 800 kilometers away from them. Junho suggested they start running, as using teleportation would alert the fiends due to magical waves. He said to Gilberto if he will have trouble running, then Skaya and he will go ahead. Gilberto insisted that his son needed his help, so they had to get there quickly. He knew he was pushing his limits as soon as he woke up, but he couldn't afford to lose Arthur. Meanwhile, fog enveloped the surroundings. The fiend sighed heavily, saying this was going to be troublesome. Arthur was defeated by the fiend and captured. The fiend mentioned that if it weren't for the orders, Arthur's arms and legs would have been severed. As the fiend talked to Arthur, one of the captives whispered to everyone to hold on to each other tightly. The fiend noticed something behind him. Arthur's comrade had already grabbed all of his companions and was running away with them to the teleportation gate. Despite sensing an attack coming in his direction, he was determined to save them. He reached a safe place with his comrades and then collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He released all of them, and one of them suggested they should go to the big guilds for help. On the TV, news was broadcasting about the advancement of Spectre and the great mage to the second floor. It was confirmed that the gray sniper was also present at the scene. They were drawing attention to buy some time. The fiends were discussing the news about Spectre reaching the second floor. The fiend commander said they would catch them within a few hours. So they decided to increase security measures. Meanwhile, Arthur's comrade was secretly following them, but a fiend had already sneaked up behind him and captured him, praising his bravery for attempting to save his captain. The fiend commander ordered to kill him. Arthur's comrade realized he had acted recklessly and felt too weak. The fiend was about to kill him when suddenly his head was blown away. The fiends immediately raised their guard against the sniper. The fiend commander realized it was Spectre and threatened to kill his nephew if Spectre didn't come out. Suddenly, all of the fiend's feet were ensnared by tree roots. Confused, they didn't know what was happening, and in the next moment, they were surrounded by darkness. Jun-ho appeared behind them with the skilled death scythe. He swung the scythe and killed 2 fiends. The fiend commander was impressed by his skills and expressed a desire to devour those abilities. As he was speaking, Gilberto took aim and shot a bullet straight at him, piercing through his stomach. Arthur fell to the ground. Gilberto told him that if he couldn't handle it, he shouldn't bark. Jun-ho devoured all of the remaining fiends. Arthur saw that his uncle had come to rescue him. His ropes started to untie with magic. He realized his aunt Skaya was also there. Skaya said she was impressed that he recognized her right away. Arthur mentioned that she had been all over the news, after all, and thanked Jun-ho and Skaya for their help, apologizing for making them worry. Arthur mentioned that he was able to hold out for a while thanks to the necklace Jun-ho had given him, and thanked him once again. Suddenly, Arthur noticed someone standing in the forest. Gilberto approached near and said he had grown so much, asking if he was okay. Arthur realized it was his father, and ran straight towards him, crying, and hugged him tightly. Arthur cried in his father's arms, and Gilberto apologized for being late. Jun-ho and Skaya were emotional after watching their reunion. Arthur's comrades were thrilled to see Spectre, the Archmage, and the Grey Sniper all together. Arthur said that all of his teammates survived thanks to his teammate, River. However, now that their hideout was revealed, they needed to find a new one quickly. Frost asked Jun-ho what he had learned from using the Confession of the Dead on the fiends. Jun-ho explained that a fiend had captured some people and told them he would make them stronger through an enhancement procedure. The fiend fed them a red gemstone and threatened that if they resisted, they would die. The success rate of the enhancement procedure was only 10%. The fiends creating new fiends were from the Gluttony Squadron, and their numbers rivaled any large guild. Their leader was named Gillidan. Jun-ho wondered how they could surpass them, while Frost pointed out that the power differences were increasing. On the other hand, Skaya told Arthur that she knew of a place where they could establish a new hideout. She cast a spell and immediately teleported all of them at once. Everyone was impressed that she managed to teleport all 30 people at once, and Skaya was embarrassed by their compliments. Arthur ordered everyone to unpack and do some personal maintenance. Gilberto watched him, seeing how much he had grown. Arthur thanked Jun-ho and Skaya once again for their help and for bringing his father back. Jun-ho told him there was no need to thank him. Arthur then said he wanted to talk to him as the leader of the watchguards. Jun-ho asked Arthur what he wanted to discuss. Arthur said he could take off his mask, but Jun-ho replied that he still couldn't trust all of his subordinates yet. Jun-ho then asked about their skills and levels. Arthur explained that most of them were non-combatants, with 9 warriors among them. Jun-ho told him that he wanted to train his crew, including Arthur himself, because he needed allies. Arthur asked if Jun-ho was working with the Big Six. Jun-ho replied that they were just using him politically, and could turn their backs at any time. Arthur acknowledged that being taught by a hero was a great opportunity, but they needed time to recover. As the leader of the group, his top priority was to reorganize his team. Arthur then asked if his father used to be known as the Trash, and Jun-ho explained that Gilberto once took on all the dirty work, but he never saw Arthur as a burden. Rather, Arthur was the hope that gave him strength. Gilberto was watching the moon, remarking that even after 26 years, the stars were as bright as ever. Arthur approached and told him he was still the same as he was 26 years ago. Gilberto couldn't believe his little son was now the leader of his own team. From his perspective, it had only been a few days since he last saw him. Arthur brought him a drink, and Gilberto was surprised that he drank. Arthur told him that he was an adult now, and had always wanted to have a drink with his father if he ever got the chance. He asked if he would like it. Gilberto said that when it came to drinking, he liked everything. They sat together, talking about their struggles. Gilberto assured him that now he was here, Arthur didn't have to worry about fiends. Arthur told him he had decided to train under Jun-ho, along with his companions. Gilberto was surprised and asked why he would do that. Arthur said he didn't make the decision carelessly. He wanted to learn and become a source of strength for them. After all, Spectre would need more allies. Gilberto couldn't believe how much he had grown. He told him to make his own decision, and handed him a diary. He had been writing it, thinking he would show it to his children when they grew up. Then he remembered Arthur had been player longer than him. He asked him how he had lived. Meanwhile, the leader of the Gluttony Squadron received news about the annihilation of their team. He was informed that it was the work of Spectre and the Archmage. The squad leader instructed his servant to contact the leader of the Despair Squadron. He confirmed that if he couldn't prove his worth, he would be cast out. He declared that he would personally join the upcoming battle. Frost asked Jun-ho what kind of training he planned to give. Jun-ho replied that he would conduct stamina training first, followed by actual combat training. Frost suspected that before facing the fiends at Port Lane, Jun-ho should also train himself. She noted that his Frost skill was still underdeveloped. She reminded him that he was Spectre's representative, the one who would use Frost on the third floor. By setting this stage, Jun-ho would be the one to catch the fiend's attention. He agreed. In the next scene, all the watch guards were exhausted from training. Jun-ho said that growth starts at the point where they feel like they're dying. To become strong, they would need talent, luck, and a lot of effort, which applies to both combatants and non-combatants. All of them had climbed to the second floor, meeting the basic requirement. Now was the time to develop individual talents. Spectre told them they would begin one-on-one battles with him and that anyone who wanted to challenge him first could step forward. Arthur stepped forward, asking if he could use guns. Spectre said he could even launch missiles if he wanted. Arthur sneaked behind Spectre with his speed, took aim, and shot at him. But Spectre was prepared and blocked it with his sword. He used his Watchguard of Darkness skill. Everyone was worried. Suddenly, Arthur used his skill and threw some knives, but Spectre blocked them with his shadow dogs. Arthur was astonished by his powers. Jun-ho charged forward, slashing through the darkness and knocking Arthur down. They all realized the significant skill difference they had. In the next scene, Gilberto was resting in bed. Skaya asked how he felt after meeting his son. He said Arthur had become so responsible, and he could see some of his mother's appearance in him. He felt confused, sorry, and relieved. Skaya said enough time had passed for both his body and mind to change. Then Jun-ho came in and told Gilberto that Arthur was in non-stop training mode. Gilberto asked why he was making him do that. Jun-ho said Arthur was doing it himself. Gilberto said Arthur looked up to him so much and would definitely try to confront stronger enemies for his sake. Jun-ho corrected him, saying it was for their sake. On the news, there was a broadcast about the return of the third hero, and the president of the Sky Guild was holding a conference. Skaya was amazed that the old guy was still alive. Jun-ho told her to watch her tones since he was Mio's dad. Skaya said she didn't like him, or any of his people. A reporter asked who they thought the next hero to awaken would be. The guild president said his daughter, Tenmei Mio, was a strong possibility. Gilberto remarked that they were making a big fuss about little things. He was drinking, but Skaya snatched it from his hands, telling him no alcohol until the big operation at Port Lane. Skaya reminded them that there was only a month left for the Port Lane operation. Jun-ho said they should use all the time they had left to grind levels and improve their condition, and then meet again once they got stronger. In the next scene, Ply was bowing his head to the floor, asking for forgiveness and promising to train his juniors properly. Jun-ho told him to get up and warned that if he heard any bad rumors about him, he would blow up the building. Ply assured him that he had lowered his profile and was living a happy life. Ply wondered why Jun-ho had suddenly come out of the blue making a fuss. Jun-ho asked him what the best way to make lots of money was. Ply told him about the bounty quest, in which he had to hunt down dangerous monsters. Jun-ho asked how much gold he could get. Ply replied, 150 gold. Ply warned him that the monster was so strong it had eaten over 100 players and mercenaries who had tried to take it down. Ply suggested he should go there before the big guilds intervened. Jun-ho decided to use this hunt as a warm-up. He activated a teleportation gate to the location, then they reached a place called Twin Peaks. Frost admired the beauty of the scenery. Jun-ho had spent all his money and only had a few silver coins left. He decided to go to an adventure guild first. When he reached the adventure guild, Jun-ho noticed a bounty on a mutant troll. Frost mentioned that they have crazy regenerative powers. Jun-ho decided to accept the bounty, which drew some unwanted attention. A person approached him, asking if he was player Jun-ho. He informed Jun-ho that the lord of the city would like to meet anyone who accepts the quest and invited Jun-ho for breakfast with the lord. The next day, Jun-ho arrived at the city lord's mansion. The lord greeted him and had prepared many dishes for him. He expressed his pleasure in meeting Spectre's representative. Jun-ho asked if he had any information about the monster. The lord told him that it's a mutant troll, different from others, standing about 4 meters tall with high regenerative powers and intelligence that can match humans. Jun-ho understood why nobody had defeated it yet. The city lord mentioned that initially, he set the bounty price low, but as the danger was quite high, he kept increasing the reward. Still, no one had succeeded. The locals of the city live in fear, and he feels tremendous guilt for not taking care of the monster. Jun-ho assured him that he would take care of the monster. After the sunset, Jun-ho and Frost went hunting. Frost remarked that the noble seemed nice. Jun-ho agreed, mentioning that's why he brought so many desserts for her. Frost asked if he could handle the monster alone. Jun-ho sensed the presence of some people. It was the adventurers from the guild. They cast a spell to trap him in a space, an endless dimension, but Jun-ho shattered it effortlessly. Meanwhile, the adventurers had already reached the monster, but were struggling badly. The monster grabbed one of the guild members by the neck. The guild master came to save him, cutting off the monster's hand. At that moment, the other guild members attacked the monster, but it regenerated again. The guild master ordered everyone to retreat. One of them argued, saying he couldn't stay behind alone. The guild master insisted, saying everyone was badly injured and they needed to retreat. He told them to ask the Big Six for help and to hold a grand funeral for him. His teammate was speechless. He charged at the monster alone, but the monster slammed him to the ground. As the monster crawled towards him, he saw all his teammates had safely retreated. He almost gave up when suddenly someone appeared behind him, asking if he was Daishik. He looked back, wondering who it might be. It was Jun-ho, asking if he was the one who set up the trap for him. Jun-ho told him that if he wanted, he could have reserved the hunt for themselves. The guild master couldn't believe Jun-ho had passed through all their traps. Jun-ho let it slide and focused on the monster. He asked Frost if she could sense its aura. Frost confirmed that the troll had definitely consumed a demonic gem. Jun-ho told the guild master to stay back and assured him he could handle the rest. The monster growled and charged at Jun-ho. He activated his overclock ability. Knowing that normal attacks wouldn't work on the troll due to its crazy regenerative powers, Jun-ho attacked the monster with full speed, cutting it into pieces before it could regenerate. Finally, he delivered a finishing blow, cutting its head. In the next scene, someone was advising a monster named Rolong to never take off his hood in front of people, no matter what happened. This person promised Rolong food and urged him to never eat humans. They made promises with Rolong. It was the city lord. He asked his knight if he could teach Rolong swordsmanship. The knight accepted the request. In the past, elves and dwarves were also treated like monsters. The city lord was planning to make Rolong a troll mercenary. In the present, Frost asked if Jun-ho had finished the monster completely. Jun-ho replied that they would have to wait and see. Frost commented that defeating it with overwhelming speed was a good idea, but suggested he should have frozen it and shattered it into pieces. Jun-ho agreed and said he would try that approach next time. Members of the guild approached Jun-ho to celebrate his victory, and thanked him for saving their lives. Jun-ho told the guild leader that everyone is free to have turf battles and he can't monopolize the hunting ground. The guild leader apologized, explaining he was worried that a new player like Jun-ho might get hurt without knowing the risks. They apologized again and invited him to explore the troll cave. Before going, they decided to pick anything of value from the troll's body. However, the monster's body was missing. Suddenly, the troll attacked from behind, aiming for the guild leader's head, but Jun-ho intervened and blocked the attack. Jun-ho suspected how a troll that had eaten a demonic gem could be so easily defeated before the Kobold King. The troll released an intense aura and held a sword. Jun-ho swung his sword at the monster, and the monster retaliated. Jun-ho noticed the troll wasn't just blindly attacking, it had learned swordsmanship. They clashed fiercely, exchanging multiple strikes. Jun-ho jumped into the air and got behind the troll. Before the monster could react, Jun-ho used his frost skill and delivered a final blow, ultimately freezing the troll and shattering it into pieces. Frost was very proud of Jun-ho for finally using his frost skill in various ways. The monster lay still and wasn't able to regenerate. Jun-ho used the confession of the dead skill. The city lord praised Rolong's ability to use regeneration in swordsmanship and sent a letter to the mercenary guild recommending Rolong, mentioning his exceptional swordsmanship skills. The guild approved his entrance exam and wished Rolong the best. The city lord encouraged Rolong to show everyone that trolls can get along with humans. After the city lord left, Rolong practiced his writing skills. Suddenly, someone entered his cave. They were impressed by a troll raised by a human who also knew swordsmanship. It was 2 members from the Fiends Association. They beat Rolong up, but he didn't attack them. They made fun of him for being weak. One of them took out a demonic gem and fed it to Rolong to unleash his wildness. They threatened him that if he didn't attack and eat humans, they would return and kill as many humans as he spared. They spread rumors about him, attracting more people to hunt him. Despite being controlled by the demonic gem, Rolong remembered his promise and refused to harm humans. He endured starvation rather than breaking his promise. When everyone entered Rolong's cave, Frost asked if they were too late. The guild leader heard noises from the pit and discovered that the people who came to hunt the troll were not eaten. In the next scene, the city lord gave Jun-ho a key to the Rockford Bank. Jun-ho asked why he was receiving it, as he had already been paid. The city lord explained that it was a personal token of appreciation and that inside the bank, Jun-ho could find the tear of the sun from his deposit. Jun-ho asked what the tear of the sun was, and the city lord simply replied that he trusted Jun-ho to use it wisely. Jun-ho then asked the city lord how he was feeling. Initially confused, the city lord began talking about Rolong, describing him as a kind soul who had never harmed anyone. He expressed gratitude that they had taken Rolong in, as otherwise he might have become just another troll that posed a threat to people. Rolong had become like family to him. Jun-ho recounted a story about a person who had joined group as a newcomer. This individual was kind-hearted and lit a fire to warm their companions who were shivering in the cold. However, he didn't know that a nocturnal monster would be attracted to the light. Shortly after, their camp was attacked by monsters. The person rushed to call soldiers for help, but by the time he returned with reinforcements, all of their companions had died. Overwhelmed with regret and blaming himself, the person ultimately took his own life. Jun-ho concluded that the newcomer hadn't realized that even good deeds can have severe consequences. The city lord understood what Jun-ho was trying to convey and asked if he wanted him to face the judgment of the law. Later that day, the judge ordered everyone to be silent. He asked the city lord what made him decide to raise a monster. The city lord replied that the troll looked sorrowful, much like a human orphaned and in need of care. The judge pointed out that trolls, despite their intelligence, are classified as monsters because they cannot communicate with humans and are considered beasts. The city lord agreed but argued that their aggression could be controlled with proper training and education from a young age. Other nobles disagreed with him. The judge then stated that contrary to his expectations, the troll had caused numerous casualties. The city lord admitted that he should have been more meticulous in the troll's education. The judge acknowledged that while there were injuries, fortunately, there had been no deaths due to the troll's actions. Jun-ho intervened and addressed everyone, explaining that the rampages of trolls was triggered by external factors. He presented evidence showing that fiends had fed Rolong a demonic gem, leading to his rampages and murderous impulses. Jun-ho also presented documents detailing similar cases that had occurred in different cities, illustrating that the fiend's goal was not only to increase violence through demonic gems but also to sow conflict in society. Despite Jun-ho's explanation, the nobles still blamed the city lord for raising a troll. The judge then delivered the verdict, stating that numerous injuries had been caused and citing the city lord for raising an unauthorized monster. Therefore, the city lord was found guilty. His title was stripped, and he was additionally sentenced to 5 years of service in the Imperial Human-Animal Department. He was happy with his decision. He remembered when he first met Rolong. He was scared, and when he offered biscuits he took it and pushed him back. He was happy that he accepted it. He offered more biscuits, and he happily ate them all. Even after the pressure of fiends, Rolong never lost his kindness. He was sure if Rolong can do it, then other troll can also do it. Frost remembered her father's word that punishing 10 guilty people is important, but never accuse someone who is innocent.